here we go. Another edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. And a busy show indeed. They're all busy every day. Even though it's the same, they're all different. We come to the same little studio, but hey, the stories and the headlines have a little twist every day, don't they? To be unique. And we'll explore those stories today. They're out there. Some that we continue to discuss. Others, hey, you can't believe this whole world we live in. Hey, guess what? Today, we've got RBU, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. It happens every week. We record it on Thursday, and it hits on Saturday mornings. And today, Beth Mowens introduces herself to Chandler Cox. Having a little fun with that, but Chandler Cox is the podcast today. And we'll talk to old Chandler. Played 4 years at Auburn, drafted by the Miami Dolphins in 2019, and now an athletic performance coach where Rick works out every day. So we'll discuss what that's like with Chandler and meet him. He has been talked about on the show for quite some time now, and now he'll be in studio today as we record Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Make sure that you are subscribing and get notifications to RBU, and that can happen wherever you get your podcasts. All right, also today we got Mike Pereira. He is with the USFL. You know, yesterday the USFL announced their rules, and they're trying to keep the fans engaged. And, hey, let me tell you something. The rules are, wow. I think they will. We'll talk to Mike Pereira about that in maybe hour 4 or 5 today, so you don't want to miss that. And I say that because he'll be on Fox and Friends and then try to make his way to the studio. So we'll kind of have to play with that time a little bit. But we'll introduce the audience to Mike Pereira. And he is, if you do not know, been with Fox NFL as a rules analyst for quite some time now. And he is with the USFL and kicking off the season here in Birmingham, Alabama. So we'll talk to him about that today, too. All right, so here we go. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Good.
Eddie Van Adler's in there, fired up,
there
ready to go,
is.
too. Look at him.
Got a question for y'all at some point during this hour that I'm sure will cause just all kinds of mania within this group, Adler included. So can't wait to do that. And having Mike Pereira on, this got into my world yesterday, which was interesting, and I got to talk to an old friend that I hadn't seen in a while.
Okay.
And I think I heard you and Bubba talking about this earlier today. So former NFL official Ronnie Baines.
Ron Baines, yeah.
Is bringing Mike today.
Mm-hmm.
And Alan, his son, who is also an NFL official,
Mm-hmm.
used to play tennis when Bubba and I were playing tennis together back in the day.
All right.
So Alan reached out yesterday, and he goes, I think he was concerned about his dad getting here.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's like, hey, can you give me the address?
Can I tell you this? He's not the only one.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not
okay.
I am, too.
Okay. So, and what's funny about this is I also got a text message from Tracy Causey, which is a friend of the show. Him and Alan went to high school together. Ronnie was their baseball coach.
Mm-hmm.
Tracy was concerned about him getting here at one point.
All right,
So I don't know.
I would really like to pull back
I'm
the curtain
nervous.
here.
I'm nervous now that they're even going to show up.
Okay, so I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Nervous. I try not to be anxious, but
Sure.
Whenever we're kind of marching to the beat of hey, we have 4 segments an hour.
Yeah.
They got to be on time and stuff. The guests have to be on time.
Right.
It's hard to just kind of float through the day and not know when somebody's going to be here because it's tough to plan. And so with the new studio, I think I've dialed in the directions to where most can get here to this door right here. But there's a few with the same directions that are just wandering around the building.
Sure. And it's a big building with many doors.
And I was told by Justin Ragland, who is the promotions director for our flagship station, hey, the GPS on the actual street address sometimes will send you down the
So that's what I was going to ask, because that's what I sent him was
Yeah.
the address that we have on the website.
Well, I sent the USFL guys and Ronnie and Mike and all of them were on the same email.
Okay.
In addition to sending them the street address, I also send them directions from every direction, north, east, south, west, on how to get
Every
here.
direction.
So during our move here to the new studio, every time we would cross the 459, 280 interchange or whatever, I would mark the miles and the red lights to get here and turn.
Okay.
Did the same thing from the interstate of 65. So I tried to go, all right, here's the street address, but here's some landmarks, and if you want to count red lights. And I sent them all that, but let me tell you how it's all played out. I mean, if we just want to go behind the curtain.
It was nice. I knew it was nice for me because I got to catch up with an old friend.
Yeah.
But in that, I thought, I bet Speedy is in a handle here.
Yeah.
You love that.
So if you just really want to go behind the USFL was supposed to be on Fox and Friends yesterday morning. Mike was.
Oh, okay.
And
I got lost, couldn't find it.
No, for some reason the studio they were coming out of, that studio had major technical difficulties, and so they had to get bumped, and so now he has to go to a studio in the Birmingham market, and so now I'm having to give them directions from there, which is I think in Homewood, which is a Birmingham city, and so. Now they're supposed to be on with the folks with Fox and Friends, I think 7:50 a.m. Central Time if you're listening live. And then so from there, they got to get here. And I'm all kinds of worried about it. Sure. But I've got their cell, and I've been texting. I mean, I'm trying, But I think if you're going from that angle too, surely we can knock
Hopefully
this out.
It's covered.
But yesterday it was weird, guys, and we talked about this. I gave two people directions on how to get here, the exact same directions. One showed up at this door, and one was on the other side of the building walking around.
Yeah. Well, and that's
because you know why? She came from a different road and a different angle, and so I don't know.
Well, and I was nervous yesterday when I just simply gave them the address because of what you just said.
Yeah.
Because I've never actually put it in Waze or Google Maps or anything like that to see if it actually gets you here.
Yeah. I think we're getting dialed. We've been here 3 months or so. We're getting dialed in. Yeah. It's funny because I'm really playing with these directions. And what seems to work is hey, get here, and this is what you're looking for. So we'll see how that plays out. But Chandler Cox has got to get here today, too. Yeah. We got all kinds of people trying to get here. But that's funny that you had that angle yesterday. Yeah. Very funny.
Worked out for me.
Yeah. So we'll see how all that plays out. There's a lot of things about that interview that are going to be interesting today. The new USFL.
They got some weird rules.
They got some crazy rules that are trying to keep fans engaged. And you know me, I love a good ticket price. They got that too.
They got that.
We'll talk about that today.
Rick and Bubba.
My heart was.
Mike in Gadsden, Z93, where it all began 24 years ago, baby.
That's right.
Go.
M-O-C-K. There you go. You may not believe what I just passed here on the side of 759. I couldn't really make it out at first, but when I got closer, I realized that there was a gentleman riding a skateboard. He had a large skateboard, and you got to remember the old school aluminum frame lawn chairs with the old green and white.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a classic.
Lawn chair duct taped to the skateboard, sitting in the chair using his legs for balance. He was being pulled by two German Shepherds.
No. You're making this up. You got to be making this up.
Adler's jealous. Is Adler here?
Yeah. He's on the shoulder of 759 near Gadsden State Community College. So I couldn't get my camera out fast enough to take a picture of it, but maybe somebody can.
So he's riding in a two-dog-powered chair on top of a scooter.
Big skateboard.
Yeah, he's taped to a lawn chair.
So he's got
the lawn chair is taped to the skateboard.
All right, skateboard with the old classic green and white aluminum lawn chair. Being pulled by two German Shepherds, like he's a redneck
Actually,
mush.
I think they were. Yeah, they may have been Huskies. They were either Huskies or German Shepherds.
Well, sweetie, could have been some of yours.
Working dogs.
No matter what.
Okay. So he thinks he cannot.
Is that the Gaston Iditarod?
Yeah, it is. It is. I was trying to get there. I couldn't get there quick enough.
It ends in ball play.
Yeah, that's redneck dog sledding right there.
Yeah. Y'all, I saw a.
I hope nobody's mocking him.
Yeah, Malk.
I saw a motorized bicycle the other day in traffic. Just an old. I mean, looked like
You talking about the old great moped?
Hey, just sitting there on a bicycle and just in traffic flying.
Yeah. You remember we had a guy in our neighborhood had one of those motorized bicycles. You pedal it, and then it takes.
Oh, yeah.
The engine takes off.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
What's that man's name?
We were all jealous of it.
What's that man?
What was his name?
He was weird. Was the one I was shooting birds out there at his bird feeder.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, let's go to the phones. We've been talking about, we got a call. For those of you around the country, our show began 24 years ago. We started in a city in Alabama called Gadsden, where Bubba and I met. It's where I met my wife and all that, and we have great memories of that part of the world. Well, today we got a call from our affiliate there, Z93, some people listening there still in Gadsden, saying a man was on a highway there, a shoulder of the highway, with a giant American flag, an old-school lawn chair taped to a skateboard being pulled by two Alaskan Huskies. Someone says they have the full story of why this is going on. We go to Joey. Hey, Joey. Yeah, Joey.
Rick, Bubba, what's up, guys? Good morning.
Yeah, Joey. What's up? Go ahead.
Hello. Hey, what's up?
Good. So what's going on here?
Well, actually, this guy actually has a fascinating story. He came through Center a couple of days ago, and I work for the local radio affiliate here. I do news there. We actually went out and talked to him as he came through the Highway 9 and through Center. He actually has a fascinating story. From Matin, Illinois, this guy is, and Georgie Cutright is his name, Georgie Cutright. And the dogs that are actually pulling his makeshift sled are rescue dogs. He actually got those dogs as rescue dogs. And so we asked him, what is your story? Why are you traveling with your makeshift dog sled and your rescue huskies? He's making a trek from Knoxville, Tennessee to Venice Beach, California.
Oh, boy. Boy, he's got a long way to go.
He sure does.
He has got a long way to go. But, and of course, my next question was, well, why in the world would you want to travel all the way to Venice Beach, California from Knoxville, Tennessee? He said that, he's homeless. He's a homeless guy, great guy. He said he's never accomplished anything great in his life. He had this crazy idea that he would get some rescue dogs, make himself a makeshift dog sled, and do something that nobody else has done before.
Okay.
How are the dogs making it? They got to be struggling.
Believe it or not, those dogs are very well cared for. He's made some, I don't really know what it's made out of, some makeshift shoes.
Saw those.
And they are very well cared for. He carries dog food and water with him in what little pack he has. When the dogs need to rest, he stops and rests them. They're very healthy, very well cared for dogs.
Where does his money come from if he doesn't have any means of income?
We talked to him about that also. He really depends. He depends on the generosity of Good Samaritans, basically. And folks will stop, or they have since he's left Center, and offered him places to stay and offered him money and food and well wishes. But he just kind of depends on the generosity of Good Samaritans.
Okay.
Joey, and I hated to bring this up. I love that he's a pagan.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
All right, it is 21 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hour is live. So we've kind of set the stage for today, and plus, of course, you're involved. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. Should I, Greg, just off? I mean, I know we've been talking about behind the curtain stuff. That blue screen in there, should I be concerned?
Oh, look at that.
I don't know that an adjustment, or what is that in there? I've just been trained anytime I see a blue screen that's not good. So I think it's running good, maybe just in the background. Yeah. We're just having meetings on the air today.
That was a very legitimate question. I think we're good.
Anytime I see blue, I've just
that wasn't the blue screen of death that I was expecting.
Yeah,
based off what you said, but I still don't think it's good.
No, we've been talking about this.
Look at face over there.
Please tell me it's not all gone. Okay.
Oh, thumbs up. That was better than the other finger he usually gives us.
Yeah. We've okay. We've been transitioning over to a new operating system for the last couple of days, and although I think it's going to be really good, there's some learning curves here that we're having to go through, and so we have a screen that runs all the commercials, and it went blue, and it was a timeout issue. So that's okay, but I just had to ask.
I was
Greg.
fully expecting Corbin to be here again this morning. Is he gone?
No, he's going to be here, just not
sleeping in a little bit.
Yeah, we just knew this getting the show cranked up.
They've had some long days.
They have. They really have. All right, so you said you had an interesting question for us. What's going on?
So this infiltrated our house back in early March, and it has been a trend on all the social media. And my kids, Braden actually started the conversation, and he did it on purpose in front of Caroline because he knew that this – and, again, this has been weeks and weeks ago. The question is this, okay? Are there more wheels or doors in the world? More wheels or doors in the world?
What in
Wait
the
a minute.
world?
And this has
don't
been
even know.
this has been a
Who brought this?
well. I knew
Please, Lloyd,
I
look
knew
at
that
him
would be
squinting
I knew
over
that
there.
would be the look. Now early. Listen,
I got to tell you, I'm squinting a little bit.
In
too.
Talking
early-
about two things that have nothing to do with each
I
other.
know. In early March, Braden came in our house and said, "Do you think there are more wheels or doors in the world?"
Wow.
And Caroline evidently had already been asked this question, and she starts making an argument on why she thinks there's more doors. And Braden starts making the argument on why he thinks there's more wheels. And I'm like, this is a pretty – I got to where I was going, this is a pretty interesting discussion, the way where y'all are taking this. And then yesterday, a friend of the show who always emails said, why are y'all not talking about this? This is perfect for the kickoff hour. And so that is what I'm bringing. So when you think about it, let's just start here.
And you're talking
I
about
think
tires.
it's doors.
A
Well,
wheel.
okay, just any wheel or any door. So think about the doors in the world.
There's a lot of wheels.
Because some people call rims wheels.
Well,
So,
just
but
think,
you're talking about a tire, right?
No,
Like
I'm just talking about
On
any wheel
anything, like on a
anything.
tractor, on
Yes.
a roller,
Okay.
Yes.
a cart,
on
like
a chair,
a wheelbarrow.
Oh, wow, these little
you got
wheels.
4 wheels on your chair.
Wheelbarrow.
Wow, there's a lot
Yes,
of wheels out
yes.
there.
But then think about
Hot Wheels.
yes, think about the
1,
toys.
2.
So you're jumping into some things that I was arguing about, and so I will say
Maybe
this.
wheels.
All right,
There's
so we
a lot of doors.
we
though.
got 4 doors in here. There's my car.
Every building, every house, every store, everything you pass has doors.
Yes, yeah, a bunch of them. I mean, think about all the doors in your house. Every car
I
has
wanna know
4
who
doors
even
usually, or
thought
2
this.
at least.
Wow.
So this is
Did y'all
this is
mention?
a-
Did y'all mention the toy? Y'all just mentioned
Yeah,
the toy
Greg-
thing. Did y'all
Greg
see
brought-
that email that we got?
No.
Yeah.
Did you see that? A lady goes, Hot Wheels alone has sold more than 6 billion cars, meaning there are roughly 24 billion tiny little wheels out
If we're
there in the
counting
world, and those Hot Wheels don't have doors. They don't have working doors, so that might help the wheel category.
The wheel,
Oh, wow.
wheels
So we had an
gaining
email
ground.
on wheels?
Now that we're talking
No,
about
we
Speedy.
got an email about that.
Yeah,
My
Speedy,
first
this
thought
is
was
a
just
huge
vehicle.
discussion. I know we've got
Okay.
a bunch of things we need to solve in
Please
the
look
world.
at him.
Okay, we do.
You all
and
right,
and
buddy?
wheels and
It's gotta be
doors aren't
wheels.
one of them.
Yeah.
gotta
But
be
this is a
wheels.
major. It is. I
I'm
think
going
it is.
wheels, too.
An insurance company has actually, and that's the email I think he's talking about. An insurance company has actually dug a little deeper on all this, and they've
Okay.
come to the conclusion that it is wheels. But when you talk
Well, when you
to
pull
people,
toys and all that,
when you
just
talk
anything.
to some of these people about that are on
refrigerators
the,
have wheels on them.
they also have doors.
They do that.
They do. They have doors, too.
That cancels out.
Right. That cancels
See,
that
that's
one
the
out.
kind
I'm
of
just trying to think about
well.
everything that has. There's a lot of wheels out there.
Yeah, I agree.
there are.
I'm,
There's
I'm
wheels
in the
on the
wheel.
bottom of
I'm
Big
in the
Boy.
wheel count.
There's a wheel of meat.
I'm in the
Yeah.
wheel count. Okay, but when you
There's
talk
no
to
way
somebody
to prove it, though.
that when you talk to somebody that's in the door camp, they'll convince you that there's more doors.
Well, I could see that. How you could do that.
it's an interesting
boy.
debate. It really is.
Yeah.
I
And it's
can
not
see
going to
that.
solve anything in the world that we need solving, but it
Yeah.
is fun to talk
But
about.
you say an insurance company's kind of already
Yeah,
done their
and-
own
and
research.
I think that's where those stats that Adler just gave you were pulled
From this point forward, anytime I touch anything and I go, oh, there's a little wheel on it.
Mhm.
I didn't realize. I go, there's more wheels.
Yeah, there's more wheels, Greg, than doors.
A lot of doors, though.
There's a lot of both. But we have to be lean. I think we all agree wheels wins.
I think so.
Just from being talked about this for the last 3 minutes.
I'm rethinking it.
You are?
May go doors.
just to be crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a lot.
So and when you say door, anything that
Any door
opens
that
and
opens.
closes.
I'm
I
not
mean,
sure if we
yeah.
can count Hot Wheels. Just
So
to
we'd
be
like
honest.
well,
They are. People are out there now. I'm
See,
with
that-
you,
to
Greg.
me, that's a
but
debate. I don't know if you can count.
So
that.
when
Yeah.
you say doors, and this is just me. I mean, don't go. It's too stupid. But I mean, like, would something like a
stroker?
glove compartment or a drawer? Is that open?
cabinet
and
doors count. I've
I
seen
mean,
that.
does that
What
fall
about the
in
wheels in the drawer?
Does that fall in the door category, or is it just like a door?
It's too open ended.
Well, you think car doors, anything that opens and closes that is considered a door.
Yeah.
Refrigerator
I'm just
door,
thinking about buildings.
car
I got a lot.
doors, apartment buildings, houses.
Just go houses and buildings. And
Yeah.
I know we're going further.
Yeah.
But just stop there.
And Adler, give us that toy stat again about They have wheels, but some. I mean, what was
he
it?
made that up.
He's right.
I think
on
he
that.
dialed it in, but
He's
give
all
it to
over
me
that.
again because I was half listening.
The Hot Wheels alone, just talking about Hot Wheels, they've made more than 6 billion cars, so that equals 24 billion tiny little wheels, and those little miniatures don't have working doors. So that's an argument for the wheel side of things. But then you could also, I think that's a little subjective. You could also say, oh, I drove here to work and I passed a bunch of buildings and none of those buildings have wheels. They just have doors. So the argument goes on.
Right.
That's to me, that's what that does. It just furthers the argument.
Then you think about things like this: shopping carts, trailers that you're pulling.
Watch out.
I mean, hey, an 18-wheeler, it may have 2 doors, but or
More
3
wheels.
or 4, but hey, a lot of wheels.
Yeah.
And we're just talking Hot Wheels. We're just talking Hot Wheels. There's other brand names, Matchbox.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, you throw them in there.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I really had a lot of those cars. So I knew all about them.
And you start thinking about Street Sharks. They got wheels on their feet. They don't have any doors.
That's right. That's right.
All the Street Shark toys out there.
All these chairs we're sitting in has 4 wheels on the bottom.
Didn't even think about chairs.
Yeah. Furniture. Think about all the furniture out there.
Oh, yeah.
That has wheels.
Well, now you got me really
and no
thinking.
doors. Look, fun to talk about.
I've been counting wheels and doors.
Greg's mad about whoever brought this question up.
You're going to be thinking
Something
about
wrong with
this all day long.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back.
Birdhouses, no doors on there. Can't count those.
Right.
What about trap doors? Those count? like a booby trap door?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And you said he's a good guy, but do you feel like that flag might increase the drag on the whole system?
Well, yeah, I kind of feel
big
that way.
flag.
But the aerodynamics of that flag may slow him down some.
Right. Now,
We may use it as an air brake if he gets going downhill. Who
do the
knows?
dogs ever sit in the chair and let him
parachute.
pull? Yeah.
Yeah.
That could work too. It look a little strange, but then again,
Just working as a team. Guys, I think look a little strange. That ship's already sailed. Well, now that's strange. Yeah, guys, we're waving, watching that one go away. Let me guess how much money he's raised.
You know, Joey, how does he balance that? That seems like that chair. If you just rock a little bit either way, you come off of that thing.
he's much more balanced than I am.
No doubt.
I don't really know how that thing is constructed.
Right.
It really is. It's a lawn chair with a skateboard strapped underneath the bottom of it. I mean, that's what it is. It's a handmade, homemade constructed deal.
Does he appear to be? Does he appear to have his faculties?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We spoke with him for several minutes. A great guy, and if you meet him and if you see him, please stop talking to him. He encourages that.
I bet.
He wants people to know his story.
I bet he
You
does.
can follow him on Facebook. He has a Facebook page. You can follow him on Facebook. So.
I have to say this, and
I'm homeless.
I
on
just
Facebook page.
and I've tried 3 times not to say it, and it looks like I'm not going to make it.
Yeah.
The amount of effort and really skill and
struggle
and all this to pull this off, and I've been I'm pretty well versed dealing with a lot of businesses. Employment is not it's not at 100% in our country, and all jobs are not filled. And really, with the kind of perseverance he appears to have, and really work ethic seems to be, and if he has his faculties and he physically is able, it seems like if this kind of energy were be put into getting a job, he probably could do it.
Absolutely, I would agree, 100%.
Okay. Well, then he made us choose not to want to do that. I'm just saying he obviously.
And I think that's the case. He's got the mindset that he's decided he was going to do this. Right. He's got the mindset that he's going to make it to his destination, and that's what he's doing.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, buddy. Thanks for that update very much. And
absolutely.
Kind of you to call, man.
And again, you can follow him on Facebook.
Oh, I'm sorry, I lost you.
No way those dogs live all the way to Venice.
Yeah, they haven't gone far. I mean, they've gone far.
Yeah. He has to tie them up at night, or they would escape, because there's no way they enjoy that.
Well, Greg, here's the thing: they don't have the ability to reason. They don't know they're going to Venice.
No, but I'm talking about drag. They're smart enough to figure out I'm tired of dragging his big
Yeah,
ass.
sure.
That's what I'm talking about.
But,
I mean,
isn't that kind of what they do anyway?
They love that?
kind of bred
Do
for
they?
that.
Well, Greg,
How could you love that? It's hot.
Greg, but here's the deal they've made. I've noticed that when we go,
No way they love
Greg, I noticed as we go a certain amount pulling them, we end up getting water and food.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Yeah.
And look, when you only got
Dogs,
2 dogs,
they're
the
pretty
view's
smart.
better, for them.
Yes,
side
it is.
by side.
It is, Bubba. You're not a great view for him. But no, you're right about that.
So he's got to hold on. He's got it.
Guys,
It looks like
the balance of that.
It looks
is
like
amazing.
it's tied. He's got them tied to the. Let's say he's got.
Can you take a nap and they know where
It
they
looks
keep
like-
going?
I'm just trying to get back in. I can't.
What happens when he comes down a hill?
Right.
That's
Or
I
even
guess
goes
that's when
up
he
one.
uses the
He's
flag.
he's just hanging on with
Air
his
brake.
wrist. He's got a leash
He
that looks
passes
like
the dogs.
Yeah, he's got 2 leashes
Right.
that come off the dogs, and he's rolled them together almost like he's braiding them,
Yeah,
and then onto his wrist.
Greg, going downhill, it could be reckless, but the big problem is going uphill.
Oh, it's going to be tough. You talking
Yeah,
about the
right.
dogs?
That
They're
may
going
be
to turn
when
around and
the-
go, hey, pal.
The dogs may jump in the chair on the downhill part.
I got to know when he started and how long it took him to get to there. Guess.
Well, the question.
I bet it was a lot.
Yeah, I'm just. All right.
That's a slow go, friend.
I'm just trying to get in
A lot of hills.
So, what's the end goal? I
I got a
made
couple rescue dogs, and we went across country.
it, and now I'm homeless in Venice,
Yeah, and the dogs are crippled up.
where the cost of living is through the roof.
Yeah.
Really, if you're looking for a cost of living to settle, you're really about where you need to be. You know, and check your monads and settle in. You know?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Not find a friend, but I always thought that I'd see you again. James Taylor. As I had to correct a man at a concert, it's not pouring rain, it's firing rain.
Fire it.
James, play pouring rain. We gonna do pouring rain.
It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. What's up?
Take me down to the.
All right, so I'm hearing from some old buddies of mine that I hadn't heard from in a while, so I want to thank you, Helmsy, for this discussion. Are there more wheels or doors in the world?
I'm really surprised that JC and Reese has not brought this home to you at some point.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this is a discussion that's been going on since the first of this month.
They can't find their shoes. You think
Well,
they're
mine
talking about
can't
this?
either.
All right. So Larry the Leaf has weighed in. Hey, when you're counting doors, don't forget to count all the doors in your kitchen cabinets. And your bathrooms everywhere. Wow, this is a fun topic. And some other buddies of mine. So bifold doors, are they considered one door or two?
Oh, how about that?
I don't have the answer to that one.
I would
I think one.
One? You think one? So I said two, but I don't know. So anyway, that's the discussion.
It's one. It's definitely one, man.
It's definitely
Yeah,
one.
it's a bifold door.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a door, a door.
Yes.
Door, right, but it's bifolding.
Yeah, but it's still one door.
Yeah,
I
say if
know,
you had
I'm
a
just-
folding. Say if you had a folding.
I'm just trying to make
table.
there more doors in the world is all I'm trying to
Great comparison.
If you had a folding table, hey, here's one table. It folds.
Yeah.
That's only counts as one.
Checkmate.
Do wheel bearings count?
No.
Wheel bearings.
Well, I've heard people make this argument that it does.
Circular ones.
Yes, I've heard people make the
No,
transmissions and all the. I've heard
no.
that.
Now
We're
you-
not
I've heard
talking
that.
about that.
You about to make him mad.
I'm sorry, that doesn't apply.
Yeah.
Greg,
You
I
take
think it
that
does.
up with the wheel people.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, what team are you guys on? Well, I guess we should.
I'm Will. I'm Team Will.
Your team Will.
I'm
Yeah.
saying, well, I do want. I think we need some rules. Are we talking about anything?
That's my point.
That
There's no-
roll-
there's no
anything
true
that
answer.
rolls at all. I mean, because
I think it
there's
has to
bearings
function
and everything.
as a
and-
wheel, not a bearing
And
or
I'm
anything like
and
that.
I'm still and even though you take all
It
that out,
assists in
I'm
the
still a
moving
wheel
of
guy.
something.
Yeah. If you can include toys and furniture, I'm in with wheels.
Yeah.
What about tent flap doors? Can you count a tent flap door?
I don't know. I can.
If you count tent flaps, I'm team doors.
I'm actually
What a ridiculous
my
conversation.
my guess
It really is.
My guess is wheels, but I'm pulling for doors.
Yeah.
I want doors to win.
Well,
but right now, I think wheels
I can tell
are-
you this right now. If you're listening live, we've started your day off with you thinking.
Yeah.
And look, we promote them a lot. We have some unscreened phone calls here, and I'm going for it. Let's see here. Let's go to area code
Take me down to the-
256. Hey, you're on unscreened phone calls. What's up?
Hey, man, weighing in about the wheels and doors. Hey, storage units, all those buildings, that's a lot of doors.
That's a lot of doors.
That's a lot of doors, buddy.
It
All right,
is.
so
Good call.
storage units. So we got to remember those.
Yep, good call.
Let's go to 205. Checking
Look
in.
at all the portalettes out there.
I knew you were thinking. I knew
Just
you were
in
thinking
Talladega,
about that.
just for the
Right.
race weekend.
That's it. But hey, there's a lot of cars at Talladega too.
There are a lot of wheels and doors there.
And a lot of Anyway, I just edited myself. All right, 205. What's up? Unscreened phone calls.
Hey, man, y'all started talking about the wheels, and I immediately thought about the name Will and Will and Testament, final Will and Testament. Do those things fall under the wheel?
I don't think those wheels
So
count.
funny.
Yeah.
What you're leaving to your family. No.
Completely a different thing, even
funny.
spelled different.
Yeah. Let's go to 850. That's our area code here on unscreened phone calls. What's up?
Hey, you got to remember, for doors, the old school and college, all the mailboxes.
Oh, see,
Yes.
see, this is what I said.
yeah.
This is what I said
Lot
about
of
the door
doors.
people. You're a door person, and these door people make very convincing arguments.
Just on P.O. boxes. Not even.
I know.
Right. Well, that's
Just
got you,
P.O. boxes
got you.
at the post office.
got you pounded on the counter.
All over the world.
Let's go to 256. What's up, 256? Unscreened.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that some of those barn doors that people have been putting out on their houses now,
I got it.
wheels at the top of them, and they're stupid per door.
Well,
That's
and-
true.
That's a good
So that's
point.
a combo
And that's-
door and wheel.
And that's why I was asking about. We need some rules on this. All right. All right.
That's the point. You can make it work whichever way you want to do that.
Let's go to 334 checking in. What's up, 334?
Hey, you got to think about all the pulleys and all the wheels that are on like assembly lines in the warehouse.
That's right.
Thousands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a
No,
good point.
you're all over it.
That's right, Will.
What about all the hand trucks in the world? A bunch of them.
Oh, forgot about
A lot of
those.
hand trucks.
Yeah. This is why I'm in the wheel count.
Yeah.
Let's go
I
to
think wheels
305.
ahead, but I'm pulling from.
Let's go to
Yeah, I have to.
area code 305 checking in. What's up?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
I want you to think about cruise ships and hotels. And your standard 3-2 house has 11 doors, not counting your cabinets and stuff. Just doors alone, just a standard house has 11 doors.
Wow.
You know, your front door, back door, your three, each bedroom door.
Friends
Cabinets.
Yeah.
Forgot about cabinets.
Yeah, that's what Larry the Leaf.
Forgot about cabinets.
Larry the Leaf was weighing in on that.
Think about all
How about
the,
305 with some facts?
Yeah, you got to think about this though, and it doesn't completely diminish his fact there. But when you bring in hotels, you also have a bunch of carts out there that people take their luggage up.
Yeah.
And so those four wheels on those carts,
They're canceling each other
they're
out,
canceling,
aren't they?
They're canceling it out.
Yeah.
I think there's more doors than those wheels.
all right,
They
so
are.
He
Because
said
I've tried to have a
completely.
cart and I needed one.
Yeah,
So
it doesn't completely
I'd
cancel
like
it
to.
out.
No,
But there's a
but
lot moving. Hey, think about all the what is it? The maids. They have carts.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they
so
do.
I mean,
They
there's
sure
there's
do.
certain things that cancel these things out that we
Now,
don't.
so he said the average house has 11 doors. Is that what he said?
I think
He's
he's
not counting
wrong
yours,
there.
Greg, because
Do
you
y'all
probably
know
got about 22.
I was thinking he had 33.
Yeah.
How many doors do y'all have at y'all's house?
I don't know. I
My
hadn't
house,
counted them.
I've
I'm
never counted
gonna
it.
count next break.
I want to count right now.
Why?
All right, so we're counting
Come on,
garage
just-
doors, I'm assuming.
Yes,
You
that's
talking
true. Here.
I
need something to write on.
You
Don't-
talking about entrance or balloons,
I can tell you about the
everything?
cuss. Don't do that. I can
I
see your
don't want- that's
face.
gonna make
You
my head.
definitely, Greg, have 46
Garage
doors.
No,
2,
not even close.
3, 4. I got 5.
So
6,
you're going to count on the air. I need a
7,
I need a
8,
piece of paper.
9, 10.
We're counting
I got
doors?
10. I'm inside too now. Don't break my train of thought. I got 10. Then I got 11, 12, 13.
No, we're not counting
I got,
case openings. We're counting doors.
I think
right?
I got 14. That's counting the garage door. And I'm not in the kitchen yet. Let me see here.
Are you doing cabinets while you're
I
in
can't
the
do
kitchen?
that.
Cabinets.
My mind will
Let's just go.
explode.
Let's just go.
I think
can't
cabinets
do it.
might tilt the whole thing.
No, we
the whole
brought that-
world.
Yeah, they've
He's hung
made
up
that
on
our
cabinets.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we've-
I think I've got 4. I got 1, 2 on the exterior.
I got
See,
3 doors.
3 doors. 3 doors in your room.
In my whole house. Front, back, side.
All right, so let me ask you a question. All right,
Everything else is a case opening.
and don't let me finish before you call me stupid.
You counting case openings? That's a doorway.
Right. If
I'm not counting
all right,
case
It's not a
openings.
door. It's got to be a physical door.
I've actually got case openings where doors used to be there and we've removed them, and I'm not counting those.
All right, so in the bathroom, in the master bathroom.
We're bragging.
Can you still call it master bathroom? Didn't they say you can't do that anymore? But
Well,
anyway,
they said you can't, but we can.
We don't have one door. We have two small ones that push open.
Same
so
here.
that's. Can I count that as two? Even though it's
that's
one.
two.
It's
That's
one
two.
doorway.
It's two separate doors, though.
It's one doorway, but it's. Okay.
But this thing
can I
is
count it as
no,
two?
but as far as a house, maybe not. But as far as this door wheel argument, you absolutely can.
So I'm counting. I got closet doors. I got bathroom doors.
Are you?
I got. Man, we got all kinds of doors. Count up your doors, and then we'll figure it out. Let's go to 470 unscreened phone calls weighing in. 470, what's up? Gotta be.
When you look in your kitchen cabinet, every one of those drawers have multiple wheels.
True, and that's why I said we need rules. I mean, when it comes to wheels, I mean, are we?
I think those.
Are we gonna stop?
I think they count.
Okay, we're going in that.
I
way.
think they
really.
count, yeah.
I'm not ready to count bearings, but I will. Count
I'm with you on that. You don't bring up anything that uses little bitty wheels and transmission
sure I'm gonna let
bearings.
the
all
Willamette
that.
in.
I wouldn't let the Willamette in.
What about like you open your
think that's what
refrigerator
we're
door? You
talking
open your
about.
refrigerator door and some little rolling. They got your little wheel in there that
No, it
rolls with the door.
I wouldn't include that, but I would include like shopping cart wheels and office furniture chair wheels.
So are we gonna say a wheel is
wheels that
something
pop out the bottom of the
that's
refrigerator,
holding
you pull it.
something up?
I would count that.
Would that be where we the wheel rule?
I don't know.
You don't know nothing right now. You're just
I'm
mad
trying-
about
I'm
it.
still trying to count.
Let's go to
4, 5, 6,
let's see
7,
here.
8,
Let's go
9,
to
10, 11,
816 checking in. 816. What's up?
18 doors.
Hey, I was wondering if you had checked in and been into a high school or junior high, all of the locker doors.
Oh,
Good one.
yeah.
That's a really good one. A lot of lockers out
A
there.
lot of lockers.
And I count
back
that as
where
door.
You used to hide between class. You remember that?
Exactly.
Let's go to 804. 804 checking in.
Speedy had dirty books in his.
Hey, my dad's texting me right now.
Wheel of meat.
The Willamette.
That's right, buddy.
Yeah,
Don't count that.
That's brilliant. Let's go to. I'm just kidding with you. 256 checking in.
no.
256.
You look up there.
Where? 256. What's up?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Privacy fence.
Privacy fence. What did he say?
Did he say?
Yeah, how about your gate? Would you count a gate as a door?
On a privacy fence looks like a door, but a chain link doesn't.
This is a great question.
That's a good question.
Yeah, you
sir.
really you recovered. I thought it was going to go bad.
Yeah.
And you really
I thought
recovered.
you was a good one for a second.
Chain link, no. Chain link, no.
Privacy, yes.
Privacy, yes.
Why,
it's
how come,
actually-
why is
That's
it-
our ruling.
Why?
Because it's 2 out of 3 on the panel.
Yeah.
Well,
Majority
chain link
rules.
is a gate.
Adler,
It's not
Yeah.
a door.
chain
I agree.
link. Though, are we
Chain link, no.
It's a gate.
But is a gate a door?
No.
I mean, it's just letting you enter somewhere
Doesn't matter.
and exit.
I think it has to be framed out to be a door. Has to have a frame.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you just
All right.
limit it.
I see, but
then
there-
maybe not.
Hey,
Well,
hey,
look.
I'm taking back privacy fence.
Yeah.
no,
Well, see, there's
Well,
our
it
door
can
rule.
be framed.
There's our door rule. We got to
I
have a
don't think
wheel
that's a
rule
rule.
and a door rule.
I don't think that's a rule.
Oh wow, red face.
I like the rule. It's not a bad. It's not a bad
And
rule.
in my mind, the rule still applies to cabinets. That still makes cabinets apply.
it does, and car doors.
Because that's the only thing you seem to be worried
And
about.
I'm
refrigerators.
very worried about cabinets. I'm so worried.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize you had this tie to cabinets.
Yeah.
So I'm very into
Are you a
cabinetry.
cabinet maker?
I'm very into cabinetry.
Cabinetry.
All right, so we got every line ringing, and we just don't have time. I mean,
I knew this
but
would happen.
Greg does want to know. Greg at rickandbubba.com. If you're calling,
No, I don't wanna know.
give him your idea of
No, I appreciate your opinion, but I give it no.
because there
anything.
there
I don't
might be
want
some
it.
things we're not thinking of, and he wants to know. Greg at
No,
rickandbubba.com.
no, I don't wanna
Just
know.
spell out and.
I
In
only want to
between
know what I
Rick and
think.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy, it's fire and rain. Easy.
man.
Tap the brakes.
Easy, big man.
Well,
Easy.
we do have much to do going forward on the program, and we were just discussing in the break after Bubba told me about his bizarre dream last night. But we were also.
We don't need to mention that.
Do you think what's so bad about
That's
mentioning that?
so weird.
It is
Well,
extremely weird. But I don't know what I mean. It's not like it's not a negative dream, or I don't even. Matter of fact, I have no idea. I think it goes into that bizarre dream.
Oh, it's bizarre.
All that was missing is some small rodent and Abraham Lincoln. I mean, that was weird.
You know those commercials that used to show a dream? I thought those were funny.
Yeah, I've had those. And I forget what comedian it was, the one who just says everything makes sense. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, you don't even question what Barishnikov's doing in there,
Right?
You know what I mean?
right.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
what
it's
walks through
right.
all that.
But anyway, so if you want to talk about that, I thought it was quite bizarre, and we could try to unpack it and see what it means. I don't know what it could possibly mean, but
I know.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of embarrassed.
What
by
did you
it,
eat
but-
last night? That's important. To
Oh,
know.
we were out. We had a little birthday dinner last night for somebody. It
What
was
did you eat?
A steak, salad.
So you ate beef.
Yes, I did.
There it is.
There it
And
is.
Winner,
there
winner.
we go.
I
Beef
mean, but
dinner.
how strange. How strange.
Well, very strange.
Vivid too. Vivid.
Yeah, you have the dreams that you, and I've noticed if you can do, see, the beauty about what we do, and I know a lot of you hear the show at different times. When we come to work, we literally still have the marks of the pillow on our face.
Or the CPAP.
Yeah, or the CPAP. So if we just had a dream, we got it.
It's fresh.
Yeah, it's fresh. I mean, we bring it in right from Dreamville.
Yep.
So anyway, we may talk about that coming up. Big story. You know, Fox News will fire Bill O'Reilly. We'll see O'Reilly's statements and others. We'll talk about that a little bit today. I mentioned the two guests we have coming up. As a matter of fact, I mean, you guys, there could be a point. It looks like at Fox News that Tucker Carlson be the only host. I mean, it could be that you start at 7 o'clock and you go with Tucker till you go to bed.
If you want to host a cable news network show, now's your time.
It is time.
Fox is hiring. The
And
slots
firing.
are opening up left and right.
As they fire, they hire.
I don't know. I mean, before long, Brian Kilmeade's going to be in prime time.
I know it could happen at any moment. So
should we call Brian and ask him if they need our help?
Yeah.
I mean, this would be a time we could pitch in and
They
help,
would.
don't you think?
They would. Should we send a little message? Say, guys, hello.
I know you got a lot of spots open.
Yeah.
I'm sure they are under. The memos have gone out. They're probably under a lot of guidance on that subject.
You think?
But that doesn't mean we couldn't have fun with them.
Also, we heard the guys talking about this. Bubba Prince is in the news again today because you know, yeah, we got an issue with his estate and iTunes. We'll talk about that a little bit. So we've got that.
We got Russian planes that are playing war games with our defenses. This has been going on. It goes on all the time,
It
but
does.
it's in the news again now. Putin obviously having a little fun. Seemed like he would focus on some other things, but I won't go into that.
And a shocker, I don't know what this is, and I'll look into it. Speedy's just give us some headlines here. The stories are in the stack. Supreme Court justices show support for the church. Well, I'd like to take a look at that. We haven't had that in a while.
Yeah,
the first case for Gorsuch. So we'll take a look at that.
They didn't rule, did they? They just
Well,
hear an argument.
Well, I don't know.
People trying to read something into the question.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, we got to talk about Bill O'Reilly.
Yeah, we do. My favorite one is the woman, the African American woman that claimed he would walk by her desk and say, "Hello, hot chocolate." That's pretty funny. 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In a few moments, but before Bubba forgets the details, we've got to get this dream that Bubba had, and we must analyze it. I'm going to play this for you because it ties in. It's not a PETA update, but I mean, this is not a PETA update. So
I thought at one point I was going to get the lyrics of this song in the dream.
This song. Played this song before this dream, but you and I were talking about it, so I want to play it.
So we really don't have time to go into the full details, but I've
Sure we do.
kind of had a history of having dreams.
Oh, you go on.
You dream you were a
Some
bookie?
of them end up being bizarre in a true way. Some of them just are bizarre and they mean nothing.
Just to be bizarre.
You know. Yeah. And because I sleep so well at night, you know, on my mattress, my pillow, my sheets,
we got it all
and
covered.
my CPAP.
We got it all covered.
You know, sleep's big on the show. I don't know if you've noticed
Right.
that.
Yeah. Matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, CPAP tight, sleep good at night.
Yes.
Good. Sadly, Betty's fright. But go ahead.
In the dream, I'm in the presence of Billy Graham.
Okay. Here we go. Wait till you hear what they're doing.
And Billy Graham is in kind of a white outfit.
Sure he is.
And I immediately think that this must be heaven or something because Billy's there and he's like angelic.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
All right. 7 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the show brought to you by goodrx.com/Bubba. Looking to take control of your health? Well, one way to do that is to check goodrx.com/Bubba and finally stop overpaying for prescription medications. Prescription prices can vary between pharmacies as much as $100, meaning you never are sure what you're going to pay for when you go and get your prescription filled. Not only when you go are you shocked at the price, but you might be getting it cheaper down the road, and that's where goodrx.com/Bubba comes in. Not only will this free service find your discounts, it also compares and finds the lowest prices at pharmacies near you, like CVS, Kroger, Walgreens, and more. It's goodrx.com/Bubba. It often beats your copay price for on your insurance. So check them out right now at goodrx.com/Bubba. Anytime you need to fill a prescription, just easily check on their app or website, as you could be saving up to 80%. Take control of your prescription cost. It's free to use, easy to use as well. goodrx.com/Bubba. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button. All right, I've got a piece
of... A lot of roller skating rings out there, too.
Yeah.
That's 8 wheels per person.
I know. I've got a piece of audio here to shoot.
Is this that? Okay, what do you think of this? What do you think of that? What you got going on over there?
I did the right thing, but I just thought I messed up.
You thought you'd read the wrong one?
Yeah. But luckily I found. Hey, Speedy, it's got the time right there. So you did good.
You're fine.
All right, so I got a piece of audio here. I'm not going to ask you what happened because it's obvious in the audio what happened.
Okay.
But it's funny to me.
All right.
If you've ever gotten an order wrong, or you've been maybe, like, let's say you order something and it's not all there. The order's right. In other words, the combo's right, but they cheated you out of, let's say, some chicken fingers or something. And you're like, man, what's up? I'm supposed to have 4. I'm supposed to have 5 or whatever.
Oh, I got you.
Well, this lady.
Ran into that yesterday, by the way. It's supposed to have 7 wings, and I got 6.
Yeah.
Do y'all count the stuff in the bag at the window, or do you pull up?
Pull up.
I normally pull up.
I glance when I first get it because I don't want to have to back up or go around.
Yeah. Right.
No, you're right.
But most of the time they get it right.
Yeah.
But I'm always paranoid they're not.
At our house, it'll be something like Terry's always grilled. But they'll throw fried in there sometimes. Like if she wants grilled nuggets,
you get.
And then she'll come home and she'll be like, Shamati, what's wrong? Well, they're fried nuggets, you know. And then that's when I say, well, give them to me.
I like those.
But no, so a lady here is in Ohio.
Ohio?
Yes. And she is upset with KFC for shortening her chicken order. And management wasn't helping her. So you know what she did? She called 911.
Oh, come on.
Yep.
Please dispatch.
Yes, I'm at KFC.
Okay.
And I came here earlier and I bought some chicken for $25.99, which should have been 8 pieces. I only got 4 pieces of chicken in here, and the manager gonna say he packed the bag, but I only got 4 pieces of chicken, and I want my chicken.
Okay, that's going to be more of a civil matter. You'd have to take it up with management and then maybe someone above him. There's not much the police can do about it.
So you can't help me get my chicken.
I mean, I could send someone over to talk to you.
To talk to me, they should be talking to them. They cheating people out their food.
Cheating people out of their food.
The one thing that stands out to me.
Upset. I want my chicken.
So she said, I'm calling 911. I've been done wrong.
Well, the one thing that stands out to me in this is this is not the first time that this particular 911 operator has got a call like this because she knew exactly what to say, had her answer right out the gate. She wasn't thrown off by it. This happens more than you would think,
You're right.
which is amazing. But man, that woman wanted chicken.
She's serious.
I understand.
They cheated her. She paid $29.95.
Now I'm gonna say if I was supposed to get 8 and I only got 4.
Oh, that's a big miss.
Oh, that's a big miss.
I'll give you 7.
My wing deal yesterday that went 7 to 6. Not that big a deal. I made up for it on the cornbred I wasn't gonna eat. Okay.
Gotcha.
So not a big deal. Didn't like it, Greg. Really wanted that other wing.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Because if I have that many wings in my mind and I don't have that bothers me.
Yeah.
Well, what is the worst mess up that you've had or that you consider is unacceptable to where you would park your car and walk in?
The drinks. I can't stand when they give you some. It's like the drink doesn't taste right. You're expecting some awesome Coke to go with your hamburger and fry, and it's got this weird taste like the carbonation mix is wrong.
Yeah, I've had that happen on
Can't stand that. That is my biggest pet peeve. So much so, you ask about the food, I'm more I put it when they hand me my drink, I go ahead and grab my straw or either open the lid and take a sip to make sure it's right.
Yeah.
Before I pull off.
All right,
I go in only if there's a major missing.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if you short me a few here, but I'm going, hey, where's my 2 tacos?
Right. Well, I've noticed one thing is that if I'm messed up, like if I'm just by myself, probably not going to go in. But if I'm with Terry and her order is messed up, I'm going I'm going in.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Like
because
maybe
I don't
a fry, maybe not.
Yeah.
If it's the main thing.
Yeah. Or
if they've left a fry out and that's all somebody got, then I'll go get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if we got 3 or 4 burgers and there's 2 fries and left one out, I ain't going in for that.
A good friend of ours that is a police officer says you would be surprised. This happens all the time. We get calls wanting refunds on incorrect orders. Oh, my goodness gracious. All right, Greg, you might want to run over there and see if this thing kicks off here. We'll be right back. Rick and Bubba join us right after the commercial break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Because the dream just starts cold. There's no lead into it.
So you think he must have gone on in?
Yeah, and we're in a big open space, but it's not well lit. So I'm kind of confused where I'm at.
Right.
Well, as I look closer, Billy's not in an angelic white type get up. He's in a what do you call the things?
Apron.
Apron type thing.
Yeah.
And
the only reason why I knew that's Bubba's already told me that.
Right.
So
and I noticed that there is a side of beef hanging
Greg Burgess.
Bubba.
Okay. And Billy is working very hard cutting up the meat off of this
Billy
side
Graham
of beef.
is a butcher.
Now, please don't misquote
He's
us on
Paulie
this, okay?
from Rocky.
So, and he is telling me in great detail what he's doing as he's cutting, and he's telling me the different parts of meat, and he's showing me the markers that you got to go down this many ribs and right here, and he's just trimming and putting stuff
pretty
over
good?
on
Is he
it.
You good?
Oh yeah, he's masterful at
He
it.
can take a knife and go to town.
Well, at that point, I'm kind of like, this is Billy Graham. I've got some topics I would like to discuss with him.
Beyond meat.
Spiritual.
And cuts of meat.
Spiritual things.
Right.
Billy, tell me about this. Tell me about that. And, you've been blessed and all this. And he is just really, really into cutting meat.
Right.
And
you can't transition.
And I'm kind of speechless. And then finally I interrupt him and I said, Billy, now this is not Billy now, white hair. This is more 80s Billy Graham. Okay.
Why not?
And I said, Billy, I just never knew you were a butcher. And he said, oh, yeah, I love to cut meat. He said, a lot of people don't know it. But said, and he was telling me how he enjoyed it and what a stress reliever it was. And he's just a cutting while he's talking. I mean, he's just going to town on it.
And didn't you have a Greg thought in this thing?
And then I kind of stepped back.
Did you lay down and wake up?
And I thought.
I told you how to do that.
And I thought, this is so strange. And I thought if Greg was here, he'd probably have some pretty good butcher questions that he could ask Billy Graham. Because Greg used to work as a butcher.
Well,
and then it hits me that y'all are playing a joke on me.
Right.
Okay. That y'all set up a gag.
And Billy Graham's in on it.
Yeah.
And y'all are punking me. And I think, no, I don't think y'all know Billy Graham well enough to do that.
Right.
What was it? And I know this is strange.
But
I felt like
it's beyond
strange.
strange.
Like I needed to vent here on this.
Yeah.
So, and then
at that
point, I realize I'm not being punked. I'm in a dream. See, I do
So
this
you did
too,
do that.
where I will
Did you lay
identify
down?
this has to be a dream.
Right.
And I almost get to laughing because I think I'm in a dream with Billy Graham.
And this is funny.
And it's kind of funny.
Who's a butcher?
Who's a butcher, and I never knew. And he's still he's showing me the points where to cut that part off. Just going to
I want to hear someone translate that. You know these people that
No.
can translate your dreams. I
Right,
want them
right,
tell
like
them
a-
about you and Billy Graham. He's a
And
butcher.
So about that time, I realize we're in a warehouse type setting.
Well, sure you are.
An alarm goes off, and I think it's a fire. And it startles Billy for a minute. He quits cutting meat to look around,
And he loves. You know,
and I'm looking like, is the building on fire? Is this a siren? Whatever. And I realize it's my alarm clock going off. So I cut the alarm clock off, spring to the floor, and I'm almost laughing, going, I was just cutting meat with Billy Graham.
There's a statement you never thought you would say.
I can't hardly wait to get to the phone to text y'all to tell you that I was cutting meat with Billy Graham, and that he loves to cut meat.
You had a dream with
and he's
Billy
really
Graham.
good at it.
Billy Graham,
Talented.
and the
Talented.
butcher, white apron, everything.
Gloves,
and you would think, by the way,
big
that
old knife.
you would think butchers would not use the color white, by the way. But anyway,
Of all colors.
yeah, and so
I
they-
guess it's easier to bleach. I don't know.
and so they have the white. He has the white apron. Is this him? Is this the Billy Graham you're with in this picture? Is that the age?
That's him. That's him.
Right there.
Yeah.
So-
Maybe just a touch older. That may be 70s Billy Graham. I don't know. Or late 80s.
Are you thinking you had what Billy Graham do you think you had? 80s?
It may have been just a year or two older than that, but it wasn't white-haired Billy Graham.
It's not current. It's not.
No. I
Yeah.
mean, he was very very skilled with a knife, and he
White-haired wouldn't be able to do that.
No, and he spoke very good. You know, on that bit. He even laughed when I told him I just had no idea you were a butcher, and he gave me that little Billy Graham chuckle. You know,
Did he ever say anything? Did he ever say what I love to hear him say forever?
He says, I've been doing this forever.
Forever.
You know, how it was all the
Forever
Billy Graham lines, but
and
he was
ever.
cutting meat with it.
All right, now
I'd had to lay there
I'm going to
for
try
a
to
minute.
analyze this. All right, first of all, let's just shoot with what we got. Billy Graham is a butcher, and he's cutting meat as he's talking to you.
Mm-hmm.
You want
Skillfully cutting meat.
Yeah, you want to transition to deep, eternal conversations.
Yes.
And you can't find the transition because he keeps talking about all the different cuts of meat.
And telling me that he'd done this for years and how much he enjoyed it and how it relaxed him, and he just found great solace in cutting meat. I've been doing it forever.
Bubba,
Forever.
there's something really wrong with you on that
Ever.
one.
So,
Wow.
well, that is.
I know. I think it may have been the steak sauce from last night. I'm not sure.
It could have been. You didn't happen to see Bill O'Reilly in
I
there.
did have a side
Yeah.
of mushrooms. You never know with them.
Yeah.
Right. Well, now that is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Not sure where they
So
gathered them from.
Yeah. So
Right.
so there are. Well, I checked.
And
the
why did I
headlines.
wait till 3:20 to have the dream? You know, why couldn't that have been a 2:00er? So I
So you
had a little
coulda-
more time.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
There's no telling what we would have done after he got done with the meat.
I know. You're right.
After you hit your snooze on your clock, did you try to close your eyes real tight and
No.
go back into it? Have you ever
No.
done that?
No, my clock is so that I can't reach it until I get out of bed. I have to have it.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour has begun from the No Name Studio. We start this hour with our national anthem.
minutes past the hour. The national anthem is done, and the Rick and Bubba show is underway for a brand new hour. Thanks for being with us. The kickoff hour has already happened. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, they are all here and ready to go as we unpack another day with you. Are you interested in the prospect of professional spring football being tried again? The USFL. We will tell you a little bit about how the rules will operate and the latest attempt to put together a successful spring pro football program. So that'll be coming up on the program today. Also, we have another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We'll record that today. Our guest this weekend, Chandler Cox. And across the way, there he is, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you know him better as the Silver-Tongued One, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in.
You got me thinking that I'm wasting my time. Don't bring me down. ELO.
ELO, Electric Light Orchestra.
That's kind of, wouldn't you like that? Maybe that needs to be a new Rick and Bubba shirt. Don't bring me down.
Why are you bringing me down?
Don't bring me down. I'm listening to Rick and Bubba. So we got a lot to unpack today, Mr. Bussey. We've done a lot this week. Coming off vacation, we came out of there. I mean, we were shot out of a cannon.
Oh, I know.
I mean, we have
been a busy week.
It's been a good one. Willa Meat's done. We've got that already done for the week, and we played the Rick and Bubba giant game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge. Got that out of there. We've had all kinds of. We've done a charity charge. We've recapped vacations. And today we move forward. I mean, we got some. We're going to talk USFL today.
I know. I'm excited to find out the details. I know they announced some of it yesterday, but we're going to have the guy here who's really handling all that. And you've seen him on the NFL broadcast. He's one of those guys they go to get a rule interpretation or an instant replay. And we'll be glad to have him today.
Mike Pereira.
Yep.
He'll be here with us today, and so he'll tell us some of the rules that they're considering for the USFL. You know, I was thinking that I mean he doesn't have anything to do with this, but when we talked to some of the other people, what do you think about, you know, because there's never been a spring pro league that's ever survived.
Not yet, Rick.
And what if the winner of the USFL played the winner of the XFL for the all-time spring pro football championship?
Well, that's how we got the current.
Well, that's what I'm
AFC,
saying.
NFC.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Well, how you like him apples?
You never know.
Yeah.
You never know.
Right. And then, like, The Rock comes out,
I think
he fights whoever's in charge of USFL.
He fights them.
The key, Rick, I think, is for any league to make it 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
Just make it 1 year.
So we looked at this before. So the longest ones made it was 2 seasons. Was that right? We never had one go 3 seasons.
Yeah, I guess the USFL went 2 years, right? And then they ended with their lawsuit against the NFL when they won, but didn't get any awards.
Greg, did the World Football League did it went 2 seasons because we had Americans and Vulcans.
It was midway of the second year when it folded.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they got through 1 year.
Yeah, and it was great. I remember that.
Yeah, I mean, but Rick, look, we're down now to the point we're shooting for 1.
But there's been nobody get 3, right?
No.
Not complete 3. I don't think.
No.
Okay.
Well, how about this is it? And this is
this last XFL run is still the strangest to me because we were told that, and it was it was some high-ranking people, excuse me, that have been involved with network sports. And, and then they're out of money after the first week.
Yeah, no, I know that has really
their line of credit. They couldn't get to it. I mean.
Well, that wasn't the XFL. That was called something else.
That was the AAF.
Whatever
you're
it
right.
was. AAF.
Whatever. The last spring.
The XFL's when we were the play-by-play team, and that one went one season.
Right. They did have a championship.
Yeah,
that's right.
Because the LA team won it, didn't they? With what's his name?
Tommy
before?
Maddox.
Tommy Maddox.
Who went on to play with the
Steelers.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that it's this one, and now is this the one they're going to play all the games in Birmingham?
Yes, correct.
Except for the playoffs and the championship.
Right. And that's going to be where the Hall of Fame is. Right.
They have to give the field up for the biscuit tossing for the World Games.
The World Games. They have to give that up for the Tiddlywinks Championship. But
I saw where the head of the Olympic committee will be here for it.
Well, how about that?
So he'll be here to watch that.
Yeah, we got a lot going on in the what do we call it now? We used to be the Steel City, then the Magic City. What are we now?
I think it's still the Magic.
Rick and Bubba City.
Sports Medicine City.
That's a good one.
Right.
Knee replacement city.
Big boy city.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the Magic City still, used, but I mean, Orlando probably has an argument against that one.
Where's the big sign that says "Welcome to Birmingham, the home of the Rick and Bubba Show"?
Don't know where that
needs to happen.
I've looked everywhere for it. I can't find it.
Needs to happen.
I doubt it will unless
Birmingham
we get out and make it happen.
We've watched this for years, and that we do the show out of Birmingham, Alabama. We, all of us have either grown up in Birmingham or grown up in Alabama or been in Alabama for a large portion of our lives, and it's like the city. They don't know really what to do with us. They don't know whether they should embrace us or to distance themselves from us. They really never quite know what to do.
And that's all right.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. I mean, whatever.
Nothing's going to change.
No. I mean, just. I remember the first time, Bubba, you and I moved out of our little small towns, and you referred to it as the city of 1,000 lunches.
Yeah, because I mean, you could eat lunch at a different place every day.
Yeah,
never double up.
I told you that the friend of that is a mutual friend of you and me. They have it set up for categories based on what day it is.
I love it.
Yeah, we'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I have to come completely out.
Oh yeah.
Remember, I'm in deep. Okay, I'm Maverick. I'm buzzing the tower. I got to get that CPAP mask on.
Anybody want to comment on that?
Look, I know it's silly, but I felt like I needed to go on record with you guys that I
I'm
had
glad
that
you
drink.
I'm glad you did.
I don't really think there's deep meaning in it. I think it's
sorrow.
I think.
All right, so Bill O'Reilly, you want me to read his official statement?
Yeah, let's hear what he said.
He's been fired. Over the past 20 years at Fox News, I've been extremely proud to launch and lead one of the most successful news programs in history. New Bill would let us know that, which has consistently informed and entertained millions of Americans and significantly contributed to building Fox into the dominant news network in television. It is tremendously disheartening that we part ways due to completely unfounded claims. So make a note of that. But that is the unfortunate reality many of us in the public eye must live with today. I always look back on my time at Fox with great pride and the unprecedented success we achieved. With my deepest gratitude to all my dedicated viewers, I wish only the best for Fox News Channel. So Bill is leaving, and he is done, and he says he's being fired over things that are unfounded, but more and more information coming out on allegations. But that doesn't mean guilt. But we do know there have been people that have been settled with throughout his time there, and others are now coming out saying what. When I see this, and let me be clear, I wasn't there. I don't know what's true and not true. I have no idea.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, it seems the vision they're painting is that guy in the office that he's not pursuing you and saying, hey, man, let me do this, let me do that. But he kind of gets his kicks off saying some things to you about, how you look and whatever. And, hey, look here, I've got kind of a dicey picture I found on the internet. Why don't you come over here and look at it? What do you think about this? And And I mean, I know this personality type. I've been around these kind of guys, and I don't know whether Bill Riley's one of those kind of guys or not, but I see the vision they're trying to paint these women. Now, whether it's accurate or they're out to get him or whatever, I will tell you this, the legal team for at least one of these women that has made these allegations also came out and said, we are highly offended to suggest that we're not just simply coming after Mr. O'Reilly for his actual behavior, that somehow we're part of some left-wing attack to destroy him. We take high offense to that, and nothing of the sort has taken place. We don't work for some left-wing smear Bill O'Reilly group. So anyway, but at the end of the day, the only people that know the truth is Bill O'Reilly and these women, or anybody who was around and said, yeah, I heard these things going on, and then you decide whether they're credible or not. But Fox, and the stories I read and we're listening to today say that his sons, the sons of Murdoch, went to him and basically said, we need to let Bill O'Reilly go. This is going to be another terrible smear on the network.
Roger Ailes type deal.
Yeah. So anyway.
I'm
Bill O'Reilly is gone. Tucker will move up again to the Bill O'Reilly time slot. So Tucker will take that. Tucker just keeps moving. I mean, every time somebody goes, here comes Tucker.
Here, Tucker is at the right place.
Right.
I mean, there's room to move up. I don't know what kind of person Bill O'Reilly is. I've never met him. When we have been at Fox before, I mean, there's competitiveness between shows. You would expect that to a degree. When he's had these complaints, I think anytime you're in a high-profile position, you're going to be a target of complaints. Some may be justified, some not. And when you settle on these things to make them go away, and I understand why people do that financially, but it always leaves that impression that you were guilty, and you bought your way out of it. So when these things come up, it kind of looks bad. But I don't know. He says there's nothing to it. These women say there were. I don't know. But I'm kind of shocked that Fox let him go under this cloud of allegations as opposed to more proof. I think the Roger Ailes thing blew up on them, and it looked bad, and they just don't want to go down that road again. I think if the Roger Ailes thing had never happened, I think they would have been more of a fight to keep him. But right now, I think they're in that their position is once this comes up, we're just going to.
It is 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being with us today on the program. And if you are interested in the USFL coming back to Birmingham, Alabama, 40 games will be right here in Birmingham. So you're going to get to see all the regular season games in one city, rotating a couple of different stadiums. But what's the difference in the USFL? What kind of rules will they have? We'll discuss that today on the program with Mike Pereira. So that's coming up a little bit later on. All right, so speaking of football, over in the NFL, I saw you send this out yesterday. The Miami Dolphins have acquired Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Tyreek Hill.
Rick, I don't know what Kansas City's thinking here. They've had one of the best teams the last few years. They've played in a couple of Super Bowls, won one of them. Tyreek Hill is probably the most exciting player in the NFL. He is unbelievably quick. A lot of these impressive stats that Kansas City gets and Mahomes has been able to ring up is because they've dumped the ball to Tyreek Hill 3 yards over the line of scrimmage and let him go the 60 from there. Listen, the Dolphins have traded the house for him, too. I mean, this is one of those Herschel Walker deals.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They have. Well, he's expensive, the only thing I can say on the Chiefs is, one thing we all forget in our fandom is this is a business.
It is.
And they make these kind of moves like you would sit down at your corporate office, and I know these are human beings, but they're commodities. And they sit down and go, all right, so who we got that's really, really good, has a few more really good seasons left, but probably is getting they're midway in their career, crossing over to the end of their career, but it's still worth a lot that we could build a future on.
Yeah.
And somebody said, well, we owe Tyreek Hill a lot of money next year.
And they see needs on down the road that they're going to use these draft picks to get.
Right. So since they said, and then of course the Dolphins are saying, look, we're in the mode now. We are sick and tired of not making the playoffs and we're ready to make deals. So you had willing buyer and willing seller, and the Chiefs send Tyreek Hill to the Dolphins.
For 5 draft picks.
5 draft picks.
Wow.
And the Dolphins have given him a 4-year, $120 million extension, including $72 million, which is all that matters, that is guaranteed.
And on the way in, I heard he is going to be the highest paid wide receiver in NFL history.
And Bubba, when
$30 million a year, he will be the highest paid ever.
Bubba, and if I'm Tyreek Hill, which I know is hard to imagine, when I sign the line that has the aqua and the orange on it, I'm handed $52.5 million for signing.
Come on.
Wow.
Look, I understand.
I can take that Chief jersey off.
Yeah. Get down there in that warm weather.
Amen.
But he was making pretty good money for Kansas City.
He was.
And I'm sure that they could have
he's already got a
little
Super
bit
Bowl,
more, but
Yeah.
But man, he is so exciting. And I tell you, Patrick Mahomes is probably hating this deal right now.
Yeah.
Because that when third down comes in September and there's no Tyreek Hill, it's gonna be bad because Rick he opened up so much. I mean, they had to double cover him. That opened Kelsey, the big tight end, up. I mean, it's now they have some other good players too. Don't get me wrong, but Tyreek Hill, Rick, he was just. I mean, he was almost uncatchable. I mean,
it's hard to have 2 guys though worth this kind of money on the same team.
Yeah.
That's what this boils down to. And now they're going to be able to grab him 3 or 4 receivers and see which ones work out and then move them around. I think this actually helps the Chiefs long term.
Oh, yeah.
Well, long term it may be.
You talking about yards after catch. A quarterback has got to love these receivers where he just dumps it 5 yards and they run 60.
Yeah.
So he gets 65-yard pass.
Yeah, it looks great. I mean,
Which,
it
by the
makes
way,
me an MVP.
I think we got to change how we do that stat. I mean, we need to have a runs after catch. You can't give the quarterback a 65-yard touchdown pass when he threw it 8 yards and the guy took off. I mean, you can't. He ran 57 yards. I mean, you can't. I mean,
Alabama's quarterbacks have been stacking up that stat for years now.
Yeah.
This is good news, I guess, for Tua Tagovailoa if he still ends up with the Dolphins. I think that's been in question here lately.
It has been.
And they picked up who was it? We were talking about Greg yesterday. The Dolphins.
Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah, Teddy Bridgewater.
Oh, I thought somebody told me I'm not looking. It may be wrong. That Tom Brady's going there.
Somebody said.
But so that's a big NFL deal today. You can hear a lot about.
Yeah, it's earth shattering.
It was a little bit surprising, but I understand, Hams, what you're saying. And back to what I'd said at the beginning, it's a business, and really, if you sit down in the conference room and go over it, you've really done. Everybody's made a good deal.
He's 28, and then in football years, that he's going, and especially in that position, you're going to see him probably decline a little bit. So, and the Dolphins need a spark. Yeah. This is perfect for them.
Yeah,
who's wanting to try to win immediately and those type things. But we'll
it's
see.
been a long haul. Tua Tagovailoa has to be very happy today. So does Ryan Greenwood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually texted it to Ryan and just to get his feedback, and he's always very cautious about anything he says about the Dolphins because he thinks that whatever he does affects them.
Right.
And he says, "Wow, they're going for broke from having a stockpile of draft picks in past to giving them all away."
Well, you got to watch these things because you've invested a lot in Tyreek Hill, and if he goes down there and rolls an ankle or something, you're
not only that, but Mahomes. I mean, if he can't get it done with Mahomes and that offensive line at the Chiefs, what makes us think he's going to get it done with the Dolphins? It's a quarterback league. You better start there.
Yeah.
Then you better get you an offensive line. Well, think about the teams that were in there this year. And the weapons that were used. I mean,
do you think
those guys are around?
Do you think if you're Tyreek Hill, you did this, you've won your Super Bowl?
Yeah.
You've played for another one. You've had a run being a team that was in the hunt every year.
Yeah.
And now you're cashing out. Because the Dolphins aren't going to the Super Bowl.
No.
Right, and but you're going to go there and have an impact and make a lot of money.
There it is.
Yep. So, but you were making a lot of money with the Chiefs. But
you were.
But you are making more money now. So.
Wow.
Interesting deal.
And you're changing the landscape for like players in the future that play that position.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. I know he played.
You always have that pioneer that does that.
I know he played for West Alabama at Livingston, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where he ended up.
Mm-hmm.
Where
he
did
started off at
Oklahoma State.
Yeah, and he was at a community college before that, JUCO.
So, but where did he go to high school at? Where's he from?
He's from Douglas, Georgia.
Really?
Yeah.
Hot down.
And y'all think I know all this? I'm just looking at his Wikipedia page.
Oh, okay.
That's
Because I thought he played for Wellborn.
Yeah, we have an affiliate.
Coffee
there,
High School.
Yeah.
Douglas, Georgia.
Oh, coffee.
Yeah. How about that?
Drinking some.
Oh, buddy, he is fast. I'll tell you that. There's guys that they put on they can time you in a 40, and there's some world-class sprinters, but he's got that quickness like Johnny Manziel had, that he can completely change direction at full speed on one step. Right. And that is a rare thing,
It's
and it
elite,
makes it
for
very,
sure.
very hard to get a hold of somebody.
Yeah, I've seen you do it in breakfast game.
Well,
right.
Getting around that chair.
We've all had our moments.
I mean, I'm talking about coming this way.
When I see Greg doing his victory lap when he comes in.
Hey,
You like that?
You can't beat him.
I know.
No, ain't no way. It's you know what Greg is? Greg's like that sheepdog you got out there watching things. He knows when he sees it at the horizon. There you go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I will say this.
I
now.
think he'll end up suing them, though, for wrongful termination. You'll see that coming up, too.
Well, I will say this, and usually what you don't see, this is a man who was fired while he was sitting in the number one rating slot.
Right.
So he was not wavering. It's not like they got rid of him because the show was starting to taper off.
He wasn't drifting down. They were looking for a reason to get out of his contract.
So here's and of course one of the things, if those of you that love the irony meter, for you to be at Vatican City with your son meeting Pope Francis as they fire you for sexual harassment charges, there's some irony there. So that's where Bill O'Reilly was as part of him being on his vacation.
Hey, Bill, you got a second?
Also, I guess we'll have to change the name of the 5 to the 9 Eastern or the 8 because they now move to the 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern slot. Tuckster goes to the 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock slot. Hannity stays in his 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 Central slot. So
could be completely wrong on what I'm about to say, but I think they call it the 5 because they got 5 on
people,
the panel,
and it just happened to be at 5.
Correct. But aren't they adding Waters too?
Well, they don't. They have 5. They have like 9 people, 10 people now, and they rotate
through.
So
they get
Bob
5
Beckles
out of the
back
group.
for crying out loud.
Oh my gosh, Waters left. He doesn't have a job now because he worked with O'Reilly. So now they're moving him over to the 5. He'll be
and
one
he
of the
has
5.
is it a Saturday night show?
Waters
Water
World.
Yeah.
That was relatively new.
Yeah, it
is.
is.
So
yeah.
So I don't know. But anyway.
So the O'Reilly, they will call it the Factor with Tucker.
No.
They
The Factor's gone.
Same show Tucker's doing, just different times.
Just Tucker's
slide
moving,
them in.
sliding down.
Tucker Carlson tonight.
What happens to Bill O'Reilly now? Where does he go after he files a lawsuit saying he was wrongfully terminated?
Well, he's in a bind because CNN can't hire him because he's representing everything they claim to hate, even though their actions sometimes.
But they need ratings, they need revenue that they don't have.
Well, if you're CNN, and of course you say all these things don't matter anyway as long as you get the job done. That's what you told us during the Clinton era.
Right.
I would just go hire him.
CNN and MSNBC have both said we're out. There are 2 upstarts, and I don't know if y'all give them anything. One of them I'll watch every once in a while, and they're more conservative. America One News or One America News, and then Newsmax.
Yeah.
These are 2 relatively new conservative television upstarts, and I will give the AON a little bit. Newsmax has the CEO of that corporation has come out and said he would like to talk to him. Now, whether or not that's what Bill wants to do or he wants to go more the Glenn Beck route and go out on his own, I think he's got the following. He can certainly do that. I don't know. We'll see.
I would think I tend to go with this last scenario that O'Reilly and the times we're living in pulls a Mark Levin, a Glenn Beck, and just says, I'm my own product, I'm my own network, I do my own thing, here's the ways to get me.
He's been very successful writing books, too. So
Well, him and Dennis Miller go around tour together, too.
Well, that might
That's
keep
what hurt
going.
me the most is we just lost the Dennis Miller.
Oh, I know. We need to download
Don't y'all
those
think
quick.
he kind of goes away for a little bit, though, and
cools down?
Yeah, because now that he's been fired, you're going to see a parade of people going, well, you know, I was at the office and I heard him say this.
Oh,
and I heard
yeah.
him say
Oh, yeah,
that."
2 more have come out since.
Yeah. So he needs to let that storm pass on through.
CNN can't get him on quick enough.
Top of the hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Honda Grand Prix of Alabama, they're like, Alabama, Indy, and when they got to Barber Motorsports Park, they make it an annual track now. One of the best road courses in the country and probably one of the better ones around the world. And again, this weekend is the Honda Grand Prix of Alabama. That means the Indy drivers are coming old Rick and Bubba way, and we're honored to have Ryan Hunter-Reay back on the Rick and Bubba show. Ryan, how you doing, buddy?
Great to be back. Thanks for having me, guys.
You fired up and ready to go?
Absolutely. Ready to go. It's great to be back in Birmingham, and absolutely love this racetrack. So
Talk about that a little bit. How does it differ, and what do you like about it?
It's a gorgeous facility. I mean, the place, from a fan's perspective, it doesn't get any better. I mean, the viewing areas of the track, you could spend a whole day going to different hills and watching from different viewing angles. It's an amazing racetrack, and every time I come back, they've added something different. This time there's a Sasquatch fishing in a lake in a small pond. He's holding a beef Link's what's the jerky? Right?
Jack Link's.
Yeah,
Jack Link's. Standing out there like he's fishing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've noticed Mr. Barber likes kind of strange things out in the woods around his places. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, oversized spiders, oversized dragonflies out somewhere sometimes where you wouldn't even appreciate them or see them. They're there.
You ever get startled by any of those?
It's just cool to find that stuff and see it all. But they've added a walkover.
35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. And, I know this without even having to ask that the real Greg Burgess slept well last night. Because I know he slept on a helixsleep.com/Bubba mattress. I know that.
They gave me 100 nights to make my mind up. You know how many nights it took?
How many?
1.
Honestly,
2. I'll say 2. Just make it believe.
Right, because you got the first night.
It wasn't many, I'll say.
The first night, you're kind of like, all right, this is new to me. I don't know much about it.
But 100? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, so, and you kind of customize it. This is what they allow you to do. If you go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, they're going to ask you how you sleep, right?
They do. Like what's your preferences?
Yeah,
we all have them.
Side,
back,
stomach.
side, stomach.
Yeah.
How you like your mattress? Soft, medium?
Yeah. Are you a medium guy?
Medium.
That's so predictable.
Oh, well, you know me.
Get out on the edge. Can't you be softer?
I'll be honest
firm?
with you. Firm, I would probably, if I had to get off medium, I would go firm.
Yeah, I notice the older I get, the more firm I need my mattress to be. So anyway.
Love the firm.
Yeah, tell them how you want it done. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's going to save you $200 right there. You also get a 10-year warranty, as Greg just mentioned, 100 days.
100
to try it to make sure, and you're going to love it.
You know what that is, Rick? That's your guarantee.
That's your guarantee. If you don't like it, then you get a full refund. helixsleep.com/Bubba for you to get a truly amazing sleep. You'll also find a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors. So, Bubba, we don't know. We just don't. And in the time we're living in, you don't know what's real, what's not real. This Home Depot thing that's circulating today, I'm getting emailed about it. People are, whatever that is they do when they try to show you something on social media.
Tag you.
They pull you in somehow. Yeah. I don't know how they do it. But
their witchy ways.
Yeah, but their newfangled stuff, Jerry. this newfangled mysticism.
Yeah.
But anyway,
crystals and gifts.
Right. So we don't
oils.
I don't know whether this is a real story. Let me say this now, because of the things like we saw yesterday when we saw a confirmation hearing that is going on with a Supreme Court justice nominee, and we have lived long enough that one of the questions was, and it really happened. It's not a prank, not a Saturday Night Live skit. Okay, can you give me a definition of a woman? And the Nominee says no.
Now that did happen. We saw
That
And
really
the reason because
really
I'm not a biologist.
Yeah, I'm not a biologist.
Guys.
So that's real.
I think it's common knowledge.
So this Home Depot thing.
I wish she'd have quoted the PEEP test, but didn't happen.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. So this. By the way, I got a lot of emails on our discussion on that saying that there were some one-liners at Slade.
Yeah.
But anyway, Home Depot is the subject of this online controversy. Here's how it's being presented: that an employee there was a training pamphlet for the employees. Now this is in Canada, so that makes it more believable, frankly. And that it was leaked on social media. Now this is the thing, and Greg, you work for a big corporation, so you've been through this.
I do, but even in that particular situation, it sounds extremely. It looks. I'm just for the sake of my own mental well-being, I'm going to say this isn't real.
Okay.
Because if it is, and grown-ups are behind it and okayed it,
Right. So let's go.
I'm really scared.
But let's go to what really does happen.
Oh no,
These big corporations, they hire these. By the way,
these firms come
that you
in.
stand up and clap for.
Yes.
Somebody who says,
great move.
You want us to teach your employees how to be politically correct or woke or whatever the term is of the time.
We'll handle it.
We'll come in and talk about how they should behave if you'll pay us about 15
we provide the
grand.
curriculum.
We bring the curriculum in and we walk
We
through
got artwork. and
how they should
handout.
live. Now, there's not an ounce of sincerity in any of it.
I've been to a lot of those.
Yeah, the company just wants to check it off the list, and then the people who are taking the money are not sincere either. This is just a good way for them to make a living.
Everybody's covered.
Yeah, everybody's covered, and then we all act like we care about these things when really we all find them to be outrageous.
And I was there during the time where it wasn't near extreme as it is now. I can only imagine what you have to go through now.
So here's what we think. Well, I mean, it's got the. I mean, people could make this. They could.
Yeah.
I'm telling myself it's not real just because I can't believe it.
But some of the things that are on the pamphlet, Greg, I've heard people actually say.
This
that's
looks
a
like
sad thing.
This looks like what they're out there pushing these days.
So, and did somebody put it up in the store and people started seeing it? Is that what happened?
Yeah, I think it made it to the bulletin board or something.
Yeah.
But who knows?
And some of the things that are on there, it's teaching you to check your privilege, and we have actually heard this being discussed.
I heard that statement's been made.
Greg, check your privilege
Check
right
your
now,
privilege.
buddy. the fact that you find this outrageous is privilege.
Well,
That's
they
true.
they define what privilege is, and then they put you through some steps so
To
you
check
can
it.
see what privilege looks like, and then you're asked to think about it, and then to check what privileges you have. And from that checklist, you can check white, you can check male, you can check class, you can check Christian, you can check cisgender, which I can't even
that
say
always
that.
confuses me.
Cisgender.
Because cisgender is actually a delicious cookie.
It is. Very good.
Cisgender.
It's right beside Snickerdoodle.
Right. Yeah. You can also check able-bodied.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And you can also check heterosexual.
And these are privileges.
These are privileges you need to think about and
So
note
I'll
which
be
ones you
honest.
have in your back pocket.
Yeah. Okay.
And this, in the
and
story
having
says
these.
it,
Okay.
it was
And
posted
here's-
in a break room at Calgary, Alberta Home Depot.
Now we're talking about Canada here, guys. So it is possible.
Yeah, you never know. Rick, so what does privilege look like? And
Well, we
this
got
is how
we got the squares right here.
Yeah, this is how they work through it. They say if you're confident that the police exist to protect you, you have white privilege.
Wow. I want y'all to think about this. They think if you believe law enforcement is going to actually provide protection for you, that's some sort of privilege.
So,
Oh, man.
so if they're being attacked, they're not going to call. If they don't fall under these boxes here, they're not going
I'm
to call
just telling
law
you.
enforcement.
I'm just
Greg,
telling you what the Home Depot
take your
flyer
privilege and
says.
put it up.
Check it there,
If this
Whitey.
is real.
Okay, so it says in the story they confirmed with Fox Business that the pamphlet had been posted by employees up north, but that the contents were not cleared by corporate. It says we fully support diversity across our company.
Of course.
This material was not created or approved by our corporate diversity inclusion department, whatever. A Home Depot spokesperson said this was a resource in
Not
our
so easy, is
Canadian division and not part of any required programming.
Right. What they're saying is the Canadians are going rogue on us. Don't think we're handing this out all over the country.
I know. So here are the other ones, Rick. If while growing up, college was an expectation of you, not a dream, you have class privilege.
Unbelievable.
Or delusional parents.
Yeah.
That's good. That's
And
good,
so
Rick.
true.
You can leave. It's early.
Rick, in my case, I don't think that I might have fell under dream. And I proved it by Ned. I went there and got flunked out.
That's it.
Rick, if you expect time off from work to celebrate religious holidays like Christmas, they have the 25th here on the calendar.
With a cross, don't miss that.
You have Christian privilege.
Well, they don't let everybody off?
Yeah, I was going to say.
How you got a privilege? Everyone's off on Christmas.
Well, that's the point. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I think our society's actually shifted to be Christian right now is to be reviled. I mean, it's all the other religions that are embraced and loved on that.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, but I got Christian privilege. So
But how
I
is
know.
it privileged if they're acting like I'm the only one that got a holiday because I was Christian? But no, everybody's off at Christmas.
Yeah, but they didn't expect it, Greg, from some faith thing.
Okay.
So if you can
Check.
use a public bathroom without stares, fear, or anxiety, you have cisgender privilege.
Well, I got news for you. Yeah, because you dress like a chick, and you're a dude, and you're gonna get stared at. I'm sorry.
Really are. It comes with the territory.
You know what though? We have anxiety here because we have so far to go.
We really
so
do.
I don't think we get to check that box.
By the way,
That's true.
I had another bathroom incident yesterday.
Oh, boy.
So cisgender is basically. Does
It's
that
straight.
mean
Is
normal?
that straight?
I think it does.
It means that you relate
this week
to
the gender
birth
was assigned
sex.
at birth.
Correct. That's
Which
what that
it's
means.
not assigned to you. You actually are that, but you're
Correct.
right.
Now, Rick,
Okay.
listen
I
to
got
this
you.
one
Right.
too. If you don't
They make
have
words
to
up.
worry about how to get into a store, you have abled body privilege.
Oh, come on. All right. So they're saying like people that are handicapped
Right.
or
Yeah. Hey, let me tell you what you are. You're so privileged, I don't even know what to do with you.
Greg, I've been checked about 4 boxes.
You are
on
white.
buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, all
you
of
are
them.
male.
Yep.
You are heterosexual. You are Christian. You are able-bodied.
Class.
I don't know the college thing.
I've
maybe
checked
not.
every one of them.
Yeah.
So
if
you know we are the root of all evil.
Here's
No,
another one.
that's why we have the drop.
If you don't have to explain that your spouse is the same gender, you have heterosexual privilege.
And I'll take that privilege.
Yes. I'll check that one.
Yeah, that's right. You know why? Well,
In all fairness, my wife is asked to explain why she's married to me all the time.
for a different reason.
And Rick, one of the other pages here, it says talking about white privilege, and it has little cartoon characters.
No, there's
and,
not a cartoon
And
character.
they tell you, you know how to start this conversation.
Oh, I
with
see
people.
that now. Oh, my
And
gosh.
the one little cartoon says talking about my privilege makes me very uncomfortable. And then the other little cartoon says, I get that. Can I ask why it is unsettling?
Oh, my goodness.
Boy, we can complicate it, can't we?
Well, it's not like
And
I,
then-
I
and
can
then
get, yeah, please keep going.
Okay, the little cartoon says, well, it's not like I can give away my privileges. And the other little character says, do you share the benefits of your privilege? And then the other one says, I never thought about it. Why don't you take some time to see what talents you can share?
Oh, my gosh.
Now, talents and privilege is 2 different things here, right?
It is.
I mean,
I
we
would think so.
shifted gear on that.
I don't
Huh?
understand this.
Talent take you a long way.
My goodness. What has this got to do with Home Depot having somebody?
Yeah, if I need a 2x4, what's this got
Can I
to
tell
do?
the
How much does it cost?
Can I tell Home Depot something? When somebody like me that's an idiot walks in your store, can somebody help me, please?
Yeah, I don't care what.
I don't care
if
what
they're
I don't care
cisgendered or whatever.
I don't care how many tattoos you got, how many piercings you got. I don't care who you love. I don't care where you came from. I don't care what your convictions are. Can you just show me where the screwdrivers are?
Yeah. Can you have that orange vest on and point me where I need to go?
Now, I do find it odd though that some of you that are LGBTQ working at a hardware store seems a little
Yeah. Should be quite a reminder.
everywhere you look there should be all sorts of
Yeah.
But the maybe
I'm
not.
If you go over there where the nuts and bolts are, it kind of
Hey,
clear, you know.
What is it? How doers get more done? Is that your slogan? Help us do that. Yeah.
I've never walked. I haven't walked to one of these big time home improvement stores and had anybody walk up and say, "Can I help you?" in so long.
Yeah.
I wander around there for hours. This because I don't know where are the people. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That has a see-through. You can actually look down, stand on top of the cars as they're going under you.
Wow.
Very, very cool what they've done with it. And then you have, basically the biggest motorcycle slash car collection in the world.
That museum is unbelievable. Even if you are not a car motorcycle person, and I don't know a lot about them, but when you walk in there, you're impressed. I mean, it is unbelievable. And really, people come from all over the country, but a lot of the local folks, we don't know it's there and appreciate it maybe to the level we need to, because it is unbelievable.
It is artwork. I mean, that is an art museum. It is absolutely unreal. And there's plenty of very historic race cars in there, Formula One cars, Indy cars, but from the beginning of the motorcycle all the way through. And what he's done with the place is absolutely phenomenal. And it's become one of the cornerstone events for our racing series, and we have great shows there. I mean, I remember the first year coming, everybody was like, no, there's not going to be any passing. It's going to be a boring race. And man, it was every year we go with, the passing's just on fire. So we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, the passing's even gotten more and more competitive every single year. I mean,
it has for sure.
And I know for you guys, that's good, but it also, well, I'm telling you, it's kind of hairy out there.
It is, and we keep going faster and faster every time we come back. Because of track improvements, because of car improvements, more downforce on the cars, and the level of commitment at that place behind the wheel of one of these Indy cars is just unreal. We're pulling almost 4 Gs in the corners. Our heart rates are up around 180 to 190 beats per minute. I mean, it's insane the amount of commitment there, and at the same time, it's one that no 2 laps are the same at Barber. You can really never get it the same way twice, because it's so the corners are falling away. You have blind entries, blind exits. You're kind of just going on a leap of faith sometimes that the car is going to make it out the other side.
Well, I know with you being an American driver, and by the way, congratulations, the most successful American driver in the open wheel world.
Thanks.
When you heard, because we because of it's such a world sport, when you heard that one of your another American location was going to start trying the Indy Series, and then you heard, oh, okay, yeah, well, this will be the next Indianapolis and all that, and then somebody said, no, it's actually going to be Birmingham. I mean, the first time you heard that, you had to think, I'm sorry, come again? Did you say Birmingham?
Did you double check on that?
Is that kind of over now, though? Hasn't it kind of earned now that this is a legit deal? And like I said, I ran into people from North Dakota on spring break, and they're like, oh, Barber Motorsports Park, that's near you, isn't it? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. It's right up the street. And they're like, oh, we go every year now.
Oh, absolutely.
So they come from all over now. So I kind of think that, Alabama, can they do it? Can they not? Will it be successful? I think we finally proven this is legit, and it's a success.
It's legit on the map. It's one of the, as a facility, it's one of the best in the world. And, the first time I heard about Birmingham, like, road course in Birmingham, that's not really adding up. But I went on and looked at it, saw some videos and stuff, and I was just blown away. Before we've ever had an actual race date locked down. But the race has been getting better and better every year. The best thing about the Verizon IndyCar Series is how accessible it is. So fans have been coming, kind of dipping their toes in the water the first couple years, and they're coming back more and more because they see that what's unique about the Verizon IndyCar Series is you can get up and close with the race cars, right next to the transporters, Indy cars are right next to you. And the drivers, you can walk right up to them, talk to them, autographs, the whole thing. It is a very accessible, fan-friendly, family-friendly series. And this event itself has everything for everybody. I mean, you could take a whole day, walk around the whole place, and not get it all done.
Oh, it's beautiful. And Bubba and I had the honor of actually dropping the flag a few years ago, and to feel those cars roar through there, if you've never experienced it. And the beautiful thing is you don't really have to drop the flag at this course to be up there as close as we were.
Right.
To your point.
Yeah.
I mean, it was built for viewing.
You're on top of it. You're on top of the action, absolutely.
And the power and the speed and precision you guys drive those things. When I look at a road course and I look at what you're driving, I think there's no way that you can get around here without crashing every lap. I mean, because the way you get those cars are set up, and I know they're road course is part of what you guys do, but it's amazing how you keep those cars on the track at those speeds.
Oh, it's. I think the folks in Birmingham here know how to drive. I mean, these roads around here, there's a lot going on.
Plus, you can train for the race on I-20 headed over there.
On your way back, you go, well, okay, I'm ready.
Just getting up here was a road course in itself from the track. But it's obviously the natural terrain that track just lends itself to great racing, and they've just, like I said, they've done a great job putting that format of track in there, and road course racing is definitely here to stay in Birmingham.
Tell us about the IndyCar Series. Every sport has challenges.
It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour.
5 and dime. My boss is Mr. McGee.
All right, so as we work our way back, we have some updates on all this that is going on. And look, these are not my words. I think it's sad because Ketanji Brown Jackson may be a highly qualified person who should be considered as a Supreme Court justice, but our president basically told all of us she's there because she's female and black. I mean, that was his.
But you can't define who a woman is.
That was
kind of crazy.
That was his grandstanding, and I think
she's not a biologist.
Awfully disrespectful. But we continue to try to vet her out, and the questions that are being asked. Bubba, wow, soft on crime. But here is some commentary about something I think that all of us, I mean, there's a lot of things you bring up, people go, well, yeah, that's bad, but there's almost like there's some that every one of us all have the same shocking, horrifying reaction to, and that's things like child porn. Yeah. I mean, that's one of those you think we all can come together that we find that to be repulsive and evil and wicked. So here is some commentary from this Supreme Court Justice nominee in being questioned about some of this. So here we go.
We are going to treat a person who's distributed 1,000 a lot worse, because that shows that this person is really engaged in this really horrible behavior. In comes the internet. On the internet, with one click, you can receive, you can distribute tens of thousands. You can be doing this for 15 minutes, and all of a sudden, you are looking at 30, 40, 50 years in prison.
Good. Good.
I understand.
Absolutely
Senator,
good. I hope you are.
To do
Good.
Allow her to finish, please.
I hope you go to jail for 50 years if you're on the internet trolling for images of children and sexual exploitation. So you don't think that's a bad thing? I think that's a horrible
thing.
That's
not what the witness said, and she should be allowed to answer this question.
So she's saying,
Dick Durbin.
Yeah, she's saying, well, look, now, Bubba, now it's just one click, and suddenly you're just like people that used to distribute thousands of them. Right. And you might end up having to go to jail for a long time for looking at images of children. And then here comes another one where Lindsey Graham asked about her feelings of where life begins and children that have not been born yet.
Unborn child feel pain at 20 weeks in the birthing process.
Senator, I don't know.
Are you aware of the fact that anesthesia is provided to the unborn child at that time period if there's an operation to save the baby's life because they can, in fact, feel pain? Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Well, that may come before you one day, so just keep an open mind.
So now, so are there people that think that this is a good idea, that this person should be on the Supreme Court, Justice? The Supreme Court.
Oh yeah, she's going to be confirmed. Really.
So we have
down party line.
So there is a fan of this of this nominee, that is about to approach the microphone here on the show. Is that what I was told? All right, yeah.
KBJ.
Well, Bubba, look, it's a fan. Wow. So there is a sport. Hey, fan of KBJ.
KBJ for the Supreme Court, guys. By the way, what show is it? Is this the Rick and Bubba show?
Yeah, it's Rick and Bubba show.
Good. I was afraid it was To Catch a Predator. Okay. Anywho, yeah, me and my friends love Ketanji a ton, as much as we love the movie Cuties on Netflix.
No.
And that's a lot. We love that movie.
That's so bad.
Can't believe it didn't win an Oscar. Right. Can't believe it.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, it's nice to see reduced sentences, though, for actions that probably deserve the death penalty.
Right, yeah. Oh, boy.
It's nice to see reduced sentences in that way.
Wow, hair long.
She made some great points, guys. She made some great points.
And what were those?
I mean, you spend 15 minutes robbing a bank at gunpoint, and I'm looking at jail time. What? I mean, you spend 15 minutes hitting someone in the head with a hammer, and then boom, murder charge. What is this, crazy town? Crazy town? What are we talking about here? But people are mad she couldn't answer the question, what is a woman?
Right, yeah.
Which it's not as easy as you might think. For real, though, what is a woman? Never been near one. What is a woman? Anywho, KBJ for the Supreme Court, guys. I got to go. I'm off to the mall. Is the Disney store still open?
I'm a KBJ supporter. Look at him.
There he goes.
Hair blazing.
There he
There goes
goes.
KBJ supporter.
I didn't realize his hair was that long.
I mean,
Wow, his hair is extremely long.
What is a woman? I've never been near one. Gosh.
Speaking of that, a lot of women would like to have his hair.
Right. Oh, well, they would. You know, really, he's taking care of it. It's actually turned quite beautiful.
It's a flowing mane.
So to the character's point, is any of this bothering anyone? The things she's saying. I mean, it's
Rick, it's atypical of the left in our country now. She's right in line with Joe Biden and his administration and what they think. Several of the Republicans, of course, the press is saying, well, the Republicans are being unfair, but they're not talking about parties that she had in college, who she dated, what her, what her lifestyle was 40 years ago. They're at least addressing cases, and I think that's fair. And her judicial beliefs on the Constitution. Now, Rick, she is one of these living, breathing.
Oh, yeah.
She does not believe in the strict adherence to that.
Right.
So that means you could get a new right at any time.
Yeah.
So look out.
All right, we'll come back. We'll go phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG, whatever topic you want to talk about. All 10 lines are available, and we'll chat with you when the show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so I guess you're hearing the news now. Now you've got Europe, and they're saying, "Oh, now their cases on COVID are going up, and now here comes some kind of Omicron B something variant, whatever." Look, this is going to be with us probably for the rest of our lives to some degree, and the key is treatment. Now we've talked about this. Even people who have been fully vaccinated and boosting, they're still getting, COVID and testing positive when these things come around. The good news is, it's turning into what we face all the time, right? And we have flu seasons and we have all these things that show up. The thing where we need to be concentrating on, because who are the people who are having the difficult time with really any sickness, and that's those that are immune compromised or in these moments where our immune system is weakened. I want to point you to Z-Stack. I've got some right here, and I'm taking it every day right here on the show. This was developed by Vladimir Zelenko, the world-renowned doctor that was actually treating President Trump when he got COVID. And he has put together Z-Stack, and these are things that we know are immune boosting. Zinc, quercetin, vitamin C, vitamin D, they're all here. Z-Stack has been scientifically formulated. It is kosher. It's GMP certified, and it is produced right here in the USA. Look, mask mandates looks like we're going to start lifting those, I hope. But the viruses and things are still out there, okay? We know shutting everything down, the economy is not the way to go. We know that. We've got to learn to live with these viruses. And, you can minimize your risk by making sure that your immune system is boosted and operating at the highest efficiency. And Z-Stack can help. Go to zstacklife.com/RickBubba right now. We'll get you a discount. Z-Stack Life. Don't forget the word life. Some of you are forgetting that. zstacklife.com/RickBubba. zstacklife.com/RickBubba. And remember the promo code RickBubba.
Where is it in Indy? What needs to improve in the Indy circuit for us
as you see it
going forward?
Well, I think my generation, your generation, we have a real passion for cars, right?
Mhm.
There is something about the automobile that gets all of us. Well, the next generation, the younger generations, there is so much it's so saturated and everything is immediate gratification and
Microwave.
satisfaction.
Yep.
Yeah, that and the auto industry is going more and more towards electric and potentially lower displacement engines. We're not talking so much about horsepower anymore. We're looking more towards, or I should say, the auto industry looks like it's going in the direction of, potentially autonomous vehicles at some point where kids may not even look at driving a car. So it's appealing to the younger fans coming in. These cars are still amazing. There's still an insane amount of the danger aspect of it. Right. You know what I mean? Right. And I think the next car just needs to, appeal to them in that way. That when they come to the racetrack and they see it, they're like, "Wow, this is absolutely unreal." I would really think twice about ever doing that.
Have you ever seen I think it's a Netflix show called Top Gear?
Yes.
See, they're taking that on. They're taking on this next generation. They'll even read their emails. It's like, picture this show doing a show about cars. That's the attitude they have.
Right.
And they'll read an email. Why do you not have a Toyota Prius? And they go, okay, so let's try. So they'll sit out there, and then a Lamborghini will blaze by.
Yeah.
Whoa! Like it, and they keep talking about why they won't do it. They go, it gets 60-something miles a gallon, but so what?
Right.
You know what I mean? It's boring. And I think they're trying to teach the Netflix generation to appreciate the things you just mentioned. That show seems to be kind of taking that on.
The love is there, though. I mean, kids when they're growing up, like my kids, right? I have a 4-year-old, 2-year-old. Those two play with cars just naturally. They're like, that's that love is there. Why? I don't know. I mean, probably because they see me racing every weekend.
But all little boys do. I remember I had a shoebox full
Hot Wheels,
of Matchbox and Hot Wheel cars, and I set them out, lined them up. Of course, I grew up, in the NASCAR world, so I'd line them up and put the races together, and here we'd go and all that. So
absolutely,
it's ingrained in boys, no matter if their dad drives or not.
Capturing that is the key, and I think it's all about the right racing, the right show. We have a great show in the IndyCar series that you can't beat the racing that we have and that we display every weekend. But it's keeping those minds, I guess the younger ones, really interested in the direction of the sport.
Well, I think you've done something that people doubted, and as I said, it's not a can we do this? You have. You've gone into a market where people thought open wheel racing, it may or may not work. You're gonna have to depend on these people come from other places that already love it.
You're right.
But you know what's happened is this culture has embraced it because the events would not be as successful as they are with just people coming from other places.
Absolutely.
You
right.
also had to get the Southerner to come out and enjoy this too, and you've done it.
Absolutely, yeah. Talladega's right down the street.
Yeah.
And yeah,
you can do both.
Absolutely, and the race just keeps growing every year. It's great to see it. I'm so proud of the event, what it's become, and like I mentioned earlier, it has become kind of one of our cornerstone events. I mean, it's a big event on our schedule, and hopefully it'll stay that way for many years to come.
Well, if you want
2 men.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Phone calls coming in at 866 We Be Big. We'll chat with you. Find out what is on your mind, America. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. Things you need to know. Wednesday Bible Study Archive is out. So we completed that yesterday. If you have not consumed that and you'd like to, it's on our YouTube channel and on our podcast channel. And, of course, there's links provided on all of our social media platforms. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be back this weekend. Chandler Cox will be our guest. Today, if you'd like to find out, you'd like to know more about the USFL, we'll talk about some of the new rules that will be part of this endeavor, which is coming this spring. 40 games coming to Birmingham, Alabama. And then the championships will be in Canton, Ohio. So we'll chat with the Rules Committee today. Former NFL rules
Well, he was always on with Troy and Joe, wasn't he? Wasn't he on there?
Yes.
Yeah. So Mike Pereira will be with us coming up a little later on in the program. And let's welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Glad to be here.
Yes.
By the way, I heard a funny story yesterday about what you're talking about with Joe Buck and Aikman. When Buck made the decision amongst his family and amongst Fox and amongst ESPN, he forgot to tell his wife not to say anything.
Oh, yeah, I've been there.
And she posted all this stuff on social media.
No.
And so Joe started getting all these phone calls from his executives at Fox and at ESPN. And she works at ESPN. His wife works at ESPN, Michelle.
Wow.
And so it was pretty comical. He was like, he said, I've been there before. She had never kind of done anything like this.
Yeah.
And he said, I just took for granted that she wouldn't say anything.
Yep.
And probably should have told her.
Yeah. Probably need to cover that. I mean, many times that Sherry said, "Why did you post that?" And I said, "You didn't say anything." Let's.
You didn't tell me not to.
Let's go to Parker in Albertville. Parker, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Holly Roll. I'm doing well, guys. How's it going today?
Good.
Fantastic. Hey, what would you guys say is the most awkward or perhaps the worst experience you've met with, like, meeting a fan out in public? Has there ever been, like, a really uncomfortable time where, like, somebody just wouldn't leave you alone or something like that? Is there, like, just one that stands out?
Are
we talking about normal people, not somebody that's got some issue like what I discussed yesterday?
Either one.
Yeah. I can think of one that sits at the top of my awkward list that we've.
Yeah, there's one or two
that we've talked about on the program. It involved a gift that was given to me by this person that was very, very odd. Extremely odd. You remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I don't know if I should talk about it, but
probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah, but it was very strange. Look, most people are very, very kind, and they're very, very.
I mean, by the thousands.
Yeah, and very, very accommodating, and we're usually shocked that anybody cares.
Yep.
So we're flattered by anyone who likes the show. We are very, very fortunate. I'm not just saying that because it's the right thing to say. It's true. 97% of our encounters with people who love this show are all very, very positive.
Yeah,
and very.
I'd say it might even be higher than that.
And sometimes things that are awkward are still kind, but the person has just kind of lost a little concept of time and space.
Well, we had the guy call yesterday about this lady, and I said, the same one hit me up one time. I think she's just got mental problems.
Yeah, and then you got some people that
I don't put her in that column.
You have some people that are very, very sweet, but as we said where we grew up, their mind be not like it's supposed to be.
Yeah. Be not what it ought to be.
Yeah. We continue. Let's go to Brian, Pike Road. Brian, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Love the show. Just got a quick question. I want to hear y'all's honest opinion on how the Democratic Party, everybody who's affiliated with it, their views on, like, Supreme Court Justice, her views on child predators and when life begins. Do y'all honestly think there is just that many people with that far out view on life and society, or do you think that the enemy has just got his hooks in that many people in power, or are they just accommodating the party line? I mean, really all that crazy views?
Yeah, well, if you really look, though, I mean, if you go back through Scripture and read about human beings, depravity is nothing new. This has been since the fall. Human beings can be quite depraved. So much so that God killed everybody but 8 people one time.
Yeah.
So this really isn't new of the depravity of human beings. But to your point, yes, I believe that. Now, you're talking about two different things. I think you can find people that do not care about where life begins and do not believe what Scripture says and now science says about it across party lines, okay? Now, you get into child predators, you're talking about a different – I don't know how anybody can say I'm here to defend the plight of the child predator. I think that's a little more odd. But the debate about where life begins, I hate to break this to some of the conservatives out there, there's a lot of people that are Republicans that don't agree with you on where life began.
Yeah.
That's a human problem. But this other thing, to your point, do you think, Bubba, is some of this true conviction is what he's asking, or is it political stuff?
No, I think there's some really odd people out there that have a very strange way of looking at things, and I think they're real. Now, I don't think they are. I think that I don't think they're as big in numbers as what maybe we perceive them to be.
Yeah,
but when it comes to politics, they're needed. They're needed to get elected. So people will buy into let them come into the tent, if you will, so they can count on their political vote. No, but there's a lot of really strange people out there. And I trust me, I talk to them. I know you do, Rick.
Yeah.
Who have a vision of what a life in America ought to look like, and it is so different than mine.
And it's really always been like that. We're just not sheltered because of social media. This has been going on since the beginning of time. It's just we see it now more because of.
But in our lifetime,
what we have access
because
to.
things ebb and flow.
Yeah.
But in our lifetime, I will say this: there are things right now, just in my on the scheme of world history.
Yeah.
My life has been very short. It's 57 years.
Right.
Sure. I mean, that's a tiny.
It's been a great time to be alive, but it's a very short.
But
span.
in this 57 years, though, I have seen in the time I lived. Yeah. Remember, like I said, there was a time it was so bad everybody got killed by 8 people.
Right.
And of course, that was before we got to the church age. When God turned on the grace faucet. But when I realized there are things right now that people, to this caller's point, that people are openly embracing. That if you embraced it in my lifetime, your political career was over.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Democrat, Republican, didn't matter.
Yeah.
And now you get away with it.
Yeah.
Because
sometimes it's celebrated.
Yeah. But I will tell you this, to your point. Like, I'll take this topic: the LGBTQ transgender movement. Okay, and I'm maybe it's unfair to lump all that together, but I'm going to. If you think that all these politicians don't get off in places where you don't know where they are and make fun of this. But then get up in a podium and talk about that they're for the plight. They think some of this stuff is weird.
That's what I'm saying. They need, those saying that
they're playing to a group of people that they are not sincere about.
That politics makes strange bedfellows.
Right. And some of them are, and I want to be fair.
No pun intended.
Some of them have true conviction about it, but a lot of them just say, "Well, I have to bet like I'm pro LGBTQ, and I have to think that this swinging of gender is okay because that's my base." I don't really have any conviction about it, and I make fun of it when they're not around, but I'm going to use them to get myself elected. Now, there's no doubt that goes on, and it probably goes on in both parties. What the right does, they play to the evangelicals,
right,
and then they laugh at us behind closed doors, and but they play us so they can get our vote. But they have no conviction on it. Not all. There's some that do. Just same thing, exact deal. It's just another version of it. So when you're dealing with politicians, you're dealing with a greasy lot. So where their conviction and their propaganda meet, boy, it's hard to see sometimes. But I hate to break it to you. There are some people that are, and Bubba's met them, I've met them, that are 100% sincere on these bizarre points of view. 100%.
Yeah, I mean, there's some people that think that, communism is the way to go, or extreme socialism, however you want to put it.
Of course, they've never lived in it.
Right,
Sure.
Right. It's always... It's always somebody else that needs to do it.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All the information. You can still go this weekend if you haven't already made your plans. I know many of you have. We got a VIP winner that's going to get to take a hot lap Sunday, by the way, in a IndyCar, which is huge.
Nice.
If you'll go to show notes today at rickandbubba.com, you'll see not only Ryan Hunter-Reay and his website at ryanracing.com, all the information about him and his team and all the things they're doing is there. We also have the Barber Motorsports Park website, and you can easily get tickets there and go enjoy the event coming up this weekend. Ryan Hunter-Reay, thanks for being with us today, brother.
Yeah, good luck to you.
Anytime. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, good to see you again.
And
tell Sasquatch we said hey.
Yeah, be sure and tell them. Yeah, and I want to talk to you about this picture right here.
No, that's yeah. All right, see you later, guys.
Thank you for being here, man. All right, come on.
Seems that I was busy doing something close to nothing, but better than the day before.
Somebody say it.
And that's when I saw her. I saw her. She walked in through the back outdoor. She wore a raspberry beret.
Come on.
The kind you find at a secondhand store.
Because I'm not going to get it on iTunes right now.
So what is the deal with that? You were telling me about it.
The Prince Estate. They said, "Oh, wait a minute, we're shutting it down." And here's why. They said that
So you're saying there's controversy?
There's controversy. His new album has been pulled from iTunes. There was a 6-track EP called Deliverance, supposed to go on sale Friday, but the release has been successfully blocked by the Prince Estate thanks to a court ruling. TMZ said a federal judge has granted the Prince Estate, they requested a restraining order which prevents producer George Ian Boxall from releasing any of Prince's previously unheard tracks. He's also been ordered to turn over all remaining recordings to the estate. It was determined by this judge that he had no legal right to distribute the works to the public via any platform because that would be the right of the estate, not him.
So I guess I'm confused. How did he have that material? Was he working on it?
He was,
and he just decided to release it.
I think he was a producer with Prince, produced some of his stuff, and the estate says that Mr. Boxall is trying to exploit the recordings unlawfully that he has in his possession as the producer. And they said that Boxall had signed an agreement that the music would remain Prince's sole and exclusive property. And he said they're trying to call that into play, saying, look, you agreed with Prince, the artist. It doesn't belong to you.
Right.
So when Prince is dead, we are now Prince. You are not.
Right.
And
well, that kind of makes sense.
Right.
Doesn't it?
And the judge has agreed with him.
Yeah.
And it says that Boxall has worked with other greats like Tupac, Secure, and said that he had been a producer for many artists, including Prince. And
but the old stuff is still available because I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, he said that they said that at one time Boxall said that he was going to release it, but he would give the estate any proceeds. But
so
then
he's saying he wants to do it. The money can go to the estate. He understands that. The estate saying, hold on just a minute, pal. We own that now. We don't want it released yet.
Well, they said they're using also. Boxall said most proceeds would go to the estate. We don't like the word most.
The estate's saying that. Look, that's against the agreement we had, and you'd be breaking that agreement. So a judge ruled in the estate's favor. Now in June, was it 9th? I think they have the deluxe set that's coming out or whatever, but the estate is doing that. They're saying,
and that's this coming June.
Yeah, they're saying this guy here has no right to release anything.
Yeah, so and the judge has agreed. So Deliverance, the EP that the producers are about to put out, will not be out.
Right, and those are
it's pulled from iTunes, and that's out. Old stuff still
What a
there.
mess. What a mess.
I have noticed though that Prince never cut that deal for Apple Music though, because you actually have to buy each individual song. You can't do the deal where you have Apple Music and you can search it and pull it up whenever you want it.
Yeah.
Prince, you have other artists doing Prince. That's not the same. So anyway, and there's some artists that have done that. You know, Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Looks like we need Corbin. I know that he did not return today, or hasn't for the show, but that's our new system went awry. So, stations, I apologize if you didn't get what you needed to come back from the break and to go into the break. right, so our apologies on that one. Somebody say. So, Bubba, there was a weird email. I never successfully opened it. I saw that you even replied, and I was asking the guy how he did this, but then I couldn't see the link there. So I haven't seen this. I'm about to see it for the first time.
Well, it'll be shocking, I'll tell you that.
All I saw in the email was the title, and that was Bubba's Sexy and He Knows It. Now, I saw that in the email title, but I never have seen what it was in the email, but I have a horrifying feeling I'm about to.
Yeah.
And so here it is. So what is this, Adler? No idea. No one knows.
Face dance.
Yeah, I don't know what face dance is.
Yeah, I don't know if this
Bubba,
guy
you know what face dance is?
took a picture of Bubba and put it in there, or this is something he found and thought was Bubba. I don't know, but it was disturbing nonetheless.
Yeah, if you're not watching us on YouTube right now, what I see is almost like an artist has sat down and sketched Bubba.
Yeah.
And it's like an animated Bubba picture, but not a cartoon, really. It looks like somebody's actually trying to sketch him.
Right.
Your skin looks beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
And so
face is real thin.
Yeah, your hair is absolutely.
You got the audio up.
Yeah, hey, your hair is absolutely perfect.
It is.
Yeah. So, so
Like
here,
you like it.
So this was sent to Bubba. Bubba's sexy and he knows it.
Oh my goodness.
So here it is. All right.
I'm sexy and I know it.
Oh, that's so good.
Oh, we probably can't play this, can we?
Probably not.
No, we just got pulled off. But
well, those
worth it.
Those of you that love the YouTube archive, you won't get to see it today. But,
No, just
but,
worth it. It's worth it, and you know it.
It's worth it, and you know it. That makes me feel strange.
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
Uh-huh.
Makes me feel
Yep.
bad.
Yep.
Are
It
we
was
okay
called
with
See
that?
that's
Face
really
dance.
fair use, but you won't win that war.
No,
not on there.
Well, I told you that we have. Well, maybe I shouldn't say this. I will say that there.
Love you dancing in the
That movement
background.
with the shoulders.
And you know it.
Yeah, look at him. Now, whose mouth is this in here?
I'm not
Is that
really
the guy
sure.
sent the email's mouth?
I don't know.
Huh?
They have apps that will do all kind of crazy.
Unfortunately,
things now.
yes. Yeah.
And some of them are scary good. I think I showed y'all somewhere it'll put your face in like a movie clip.
Yeah, you
and,
did.
And
Yeah, you
wow,
did.
it's good.
Yeah,
I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah, and of course, you're like we've had to say again. I've had now another person put a fake Instagram of me out there again. So, and we covered that. By the way, Adler, I got your text yesterday, but we have already filed an official complaint with Instagram and all that. So remember, if you see an Instagram of me right now asking you to donate money to some orphanage or whatever, that is not me.
How's the fundraising going?
I don't know. I haven't checked it. But I'll tell you one thing I noticed, the guy's picked up about 200 followers. Okay. But
That's it. The follower count. Rick Burgess, the real Rick Burgess, has like over 30K followers on Instagram. People, if he has 200 followers, there's something wrong there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So don't fall victim to that. And we're trying to get Instagram to remove it. And the last time this happened, they did remove it.
You have to go through some kind of process, but that's why I requested your driver's license the other day. You got to have that. And
This is what's funny. The show today will be pulled off because of that clip, but that fake account will get to stay up.
Isn't that funny?
Isn't that something?
Well, and like I was saying, we have people making complaints now to YouTube saying you pulled us off for things that now have been proven to be true.
Right.
How can you say misinformation when now we've got to the bottom of it and it's true?
See, there's no recourse. There's no oversight.
Right.
Rick, we were talking about the Home Depot pamphlet a minute ago, and I got an email. Yeah, just let it dance all the time. And this comes from a gentleman that says, I participate in bids for the government and large corporations.
Okay.
He said Home Depot and these large companies have these things done to improve their ESG score.
Exactly.
This is environmental, social, and governance. This is a real score that companies have.
Watch Greg do his check mark.
Yeah, and he says awards are based on your score.
Yeah.
He said, like if you try to win a government bid for something.
Right.
He says companies they check your score, your ESG score.
Right.
Companies are so focused on their ESG score because it drives business. Without a good social or environmental score, you can't win a bid for the government no matter how low your price is. And that probably explains why the government has to spend so much money. They're not getting the best deal for us, the taxpayer. They're out there getting the most woke deal.
Right. And see, all this is propaganda, not an ounce of sincerity. It's all fake. And you know what it really is? It's blackmail. It's blackmail. If you don't do certain things, we're not going to give you money. If you don't do certain things, we're not going to give you a rating that you're woke enough for us. But there's none of it is sincere. It's all trying to force people to see the world the way somebody scared you into thinking that you're supposed to make people see it that way.
It's crazy.
I mean, we're living in. I mean, everything is just. It's all a charade. I mean, it's like it's all
facade.
fake.
It's a charade.
We're watching a show. I mean, it's not real, and it's really really sad.
But you know, whenever you're sad, Rick, you know what we can give you, don't you? Add or roll it again.
Should we have Bubba's
Roll it
cartoon
again.
dancing behind us? Like we could just call for it at any time.
Roll it, Adler. Rick's feeling down.
And you know it.
Yeah. See, whenever,
Bubba,
just barely, just a little bit.
Just a
yeah, we'll talk over it so you can't take over it. And, well, I'm really moving.
You really are. Who does that sketch look like? It looks like somebody.
Well, they have these apps that'll do these lines.
Oh, yeah.
And I believe that picture is back from the summer of Bubba.
Oh, yeah, that's the greatest picture of all
sitting
time.
in the conference room, and I believe that's where that picture come from.
Yeah, it's I've realized now when I did that event in Arkansas that I have one now, and it's me holding a fish picture. So I think that'll be my Summer of Rick picture.
So that photo animation app, you can get like a 3-day free trial, but then it costs. But you can take a selfie or put a photo in and have fun with it.
Did I ever show you those that I did of me or Betty and stuff? It's pretty funny.
I maybe.
I'll show you one of them in the break.
Yeah, I think you did.
I mean, and this is not animated. It's like real video. It looks like one of those deep fake videos.
Yeah. Everybody gets to live their fake life out. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That didn't get into the Apple Music deal. They didn't.
Still an evolving technical issue, isn't it?
But it's very few. I mean, you can pull up. What you can pull up
it's
is
very convenient for the consumer now. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's what
Just
that is all
another
about.
sign of the times.
Yeah. So you can still get the old stuff, but the new stuff, and I think Boxell got boxed in, pun intended, when the judge says, "Now, Box, you made a deal that all this belonged to Prince, not you, and the estate is Prince.
Right.
You're not." So
I had one of the kids ask me the other day about the song 1999.
Oh yeah,
and they said, "Now why did he pick that year?" And I said, "Well, when it came out, that was way in the future.
Yeah, it was we were in the 80s.
It would be like a song now that said "Party Like It's 2050."
Yeah, right.
And said then it came and it was a big hit again.
Yeah,
and then it went on, but people still like the song. But it was a little dated.
Bubba, he's considered one of the greatest of all time.
Rick, he is the greatest. Let's not consider. He is the greatest.
We are so fired up to have John McEnroe on the Rick and Bubba Show. John, welcome to the show.
How's it going, guys?
Well, we're fired up, John. I mean, and if you're not fired up, let's just not even do this power shift. I mean, if you're not going to get out there,
right now.
Yeah, I mean, would you hit the court right now and just be ready to go? Are you ready to go at any moment?
I'm pretty much ready to go at any moment. I'm up early, ready to go practice right after we finish this interview.
John, I heard somebody had told me about your schedule that you literally get up and go and play early every morning. Is that true?
I try to get up early because the youngest of my 6 kids is about to finish high school, get her up and going, and then hit the gym or try to hit the courts. But maybe not too early when you prepare for a match when you're playing at night. Mix it up a little bit, but I like to get the workouts in early if I can.
Well, John, you've proven yourself in tennis. I mean, you've got an unbelievable track record, not only playing but coaching, playing with the Davis Cup, coaching them, announcing. What part of it do you love the most? What is the thing you look forward to the most?
Well, at this point, I like to feel like I'm in shape, but I think it's a combination. But ultimately, when you're out in the center court of Wimbledon or playing at the U.S. Open, that was amazing. But sometimes you don't appreciate it as much as maybe you should at the time.
Right.
So I envy a little bit Federer because he seems to love it so much, and I was sort of tearing myself up inside a little bit while it's happening. But now my perspective's better, so I do enjoy playing almost as much or maybe even more than I did before. But commentating at the big ones is fun, and running this tennis academy, trying to get some new stars in the sport and try to bring the sport back to the forefront would be nice. So it's a good mix.
You know, and I want to ask you more about that in a second, but when you were here with the Power Shares Tour a few years ago, you took on Andy Roddick, and it was the first appearance after he had left playing, and just a few months earlier had been in an epic match with Roger Federer at the Wimbledon final. And you went out there and y'all battled in a set right down to the very end. He ended up breaking you and serving out. But for you to play at that level still at this point is amazing to many of us tennis people. I mean, how do you do that? How do you keep that level up?
I make sure that the rules are tilted in my favor. He should only get one serve, and I should get the doubles alley at this point because he's still young enough. He could be out in the main tour and be in the top 10, 15 in the world right now. So certainly my hands are full, needless to say, but playing one set at least gives me a fighting chance against these guys. It's tough enough to get any wins at this point. They're bringing in Roddick, they're bringing in Blake, Marty Fish is playing, so at least I get a 40-something-year-old when I play Courier.
Yeah. Well, we did the little clinic ahead of time, and I was in the one with Roddick, and he, gave us some serves to try to return, and they had the clock out there, and he served one down the tee to me at 134. Now, I have witnesses. I did jump in the right direction. At least, and one guy in the back claimed that there may have been a tip, but I don't see how you can return that serve consistently. I mean, it's just so quick. How do you? I mean, you're trained to do that. Do you just guess?
Problem. I can relate to you a little bit. I'm not returning it consistently. That serve's huge, and he's still got some firepower. Fish has got a live arm, but he's got one of the greatest serves ever. And I was coaching Milos Raonic last year, who can serve into the low 140s, and the guy's serve is unbelievable. So.
Still to come on the program, Mike Pereira will be here. He's going to tell us the new rules for the upcoming season of the USFL. Professional spring football, 40 games here in our home city. And we'll talk to him about the rules coming up later in the program. All right, so before we get to this next audio we need to look at, Relief Factor. I love getting emails about Relief Factor. Alicia in Memphis, Tennessee, said she's been in a knee brace for 10 years since college, and because of the pain, and after seeing a chiropractor for 3 times a week, she said, I'm going to try Relief Factor. I hear you guys talking about it, and she tried it, and you know what she said? I'm 100% out of pain now, and I've taken control of my life, and there's no more having to go and see the chiropractor 3 times a week. Could this work for you? The answer is yes. It's an all-natural supplement. It's got 4 botanicals. You've got the curcumin, you've got icarin, you've got resveratrol, and you've got an omega-3 in there. And, of course, these are all botanicals. They're all natural, and they all have shown us in research that they can help with the body's natural inflammatory response. You put them all together, kind of like the Avengers of pain, and over 70% of the people that have tried the Quick Start Pack, which that's a 3-week supply, have gone on to order more because they like the results. If it doesn't work for you, then, you tried it and you check that off your list. I hope it will. I take it every day. I love it. ReliefFactor.com to get that Quick Start Pack. $19.95 gets you 3 weeks. Inside 3 weeks, you should see results. And if you don't, then
then you'll know. But you should see results inside the 3 weeks. That's why that's the quick start pack. So get yours now. The link's at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, too. Bubba, anytime you're looking over the possible videos you can watch today, I was drawn immediately to Bubba's Sexy, and he knows it. I mean, that title's going to get your attention. And then you look at video 6, Fat Lady Rides a Zip Line. I'm for that. Yeah, and if I see that on my potential list, if I'm going down the buffet of videos and I see Fat Lady Ride Zip Line, then I'm all in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
can tell
goodness.
right now that's a bad idea.
Yeah. Oh, buddy, guys, how do we ever do this? I mean, when she walks up in them jeans, I mean, you have to say Zip Line. Look, I know this. There's things that I don't
There
do,
you go.
and you have to say you're probably a wonderful human being. But zip line is not in your future. Don't get into zip line,
especially that one. It doesn't look very heavy duty.
That zip line is not engineered for that load.
No, it's not.
We got a homemade zip line tied to a pine tree.
I don't get on the zip line.
And
I don't either.
This video doesn't have audio, so you guys are gonna have to narrate it.
All right, so they look like they're loading her up. I'm with you guys. I don't.
Which wasn't easy.
She's up. It looks like about 4, maybe her feet are 4 or 5 foot in the air. Something like
guys,
that.
this is just
Look at them 2 yahoos in charge.
Yeah,
What do you think?
how does anybody think this is a good idea? How does anybody think that?
Y'all ready?
Yeah,
here we go.
All right,
And you know it.
All right, so here she's trying to get settled. Look at
Oh,
the.
no, she's just going to sit on that little seat.
No, come on,
bad,
Baby,
bad.
little
It looks
seat
like
can't
she's
handle
sitting-
that. Baby,
She's
you know
sitting on a
better.
frisbee.
Oh my goodness! And here she goes.
Oh, my
Starts. Oh
my goodness.
Oh
God.
Oh my god! Oh my goodness! She did a backflip.
Let her on her face.
Oh no!
The zip line actually worked until she got right at the end.
Yeah, I'm
And
surprised.
then she did a complete flip.
I'm surprised that little seat held up as long as it did.
Yeah, but watch what the seat does because it leaves her right here, Greg.
Yeah.
The seat just says I can't do anymore. Night. Is she okay? Is she okay?
Yeah, I think she's okay.
It's the slow motion of her hitting the ground and the dust coming up.
There was a Richter scale somewhere that moved.
It's almost like she's been dropped as a weapon.
Now, about halfway there, I thought she was going to scrub the ground.
I did.
And
Hey, look, let me tell you something. You know what we say? That zip line's taking all it can take.
Oh, it had all it could have.
So we've got her.
Why did it flip at the end? I'm confused.
Well,
was it just the
shoots up-
stop and her momentum
The
going?
momentum, yeah. The momentum.
We had
from the
angular
stop.
momentum
That's
in
it.
process here.
So she's trying to go up, and then when she did that, it snapped. Oh, it's so much. Is she okay?
The zip line actually survived.
It
I mean,
did.
it did its job.
It just she couldn't pull that hill.
That's a heck of a zip line. But there's
line gave
too
up.
much tension.
Yeah.
There's just too much tension.
It's like I
Yeah.
can't go
Yeah,
anymore.
yeah, look,
I'm
yeah,
out.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
out. Oh. Yeah, that's a perfect back.
Bubba, I want to ask you a question. How many times could you watch that over and over again? I think I can watch it 15 easy.
I thought I was going to call for the Bubba sexy dance cartoon, but I may have Adler. You may need to put this one on a video hot button.
Yeah. Right. If you're having a bad day, watch it.
Boom.
All right. So
I mean, not just today. I mean, like forever.
Right. So if we could,
If there's a video bank 7, we need it.
There it is.
All right. So this is not the first time they've used this zip line. All right.
Yeah.
So and no offense to
Maybe
her
first
being
time
extremely overweight, but apparently,
Look, we all got
if you're
weight.
not,
overweight.
you probably are able to hold on when it stops.
Bubba
Right?
said she's not that much overweight.
Hey, whoa, hey,
Bubba
easy.
says, what are y'all talking about?
Not that bad overweight.
She's
Check
sexy.
the BMI.
She's sexy and she knows it.
She's a full figure gal. Right? Is that what they call it?
You know what's happening there. They've got it tied to trees, and that weight is pulling those trees in.
Yeah, it
As
is.
she gets in the middle of the
It
tree,
is.
start giving.
It did. The trees
Yeah.
are are
Focus
giving.
on the limb when
I'd
she
stay away.
stops.
I'd stay away from a zip line that features a ladder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, a step ladder.
Right.
Yeah, the two. Yeah, there it is. It's a
All right,
6 foot ladder.
if we could focus on the limb that she stops on. Watch it shake.
Oh yeah, it's
Oh,
the
wow.
limb. That
Yeah.
limb starts
Yeah,
giving,
the limb's going help.
and it jerks that seat out from under.
Well, if they were trying to get more hits to whatever their social media is, I think they probably.
Well, and the
accomplished
thing
that.
is, it's a round seat, so that seat. What happened is that thing just shoots her in a complete flip. Look at all
She's
the
locked
tension.
and
Look
loaded.
at all the tension it's got, and
She has
then
no
wham.
idea, and then all of a sudden, my gracious
Boy,
alive.
that right there. You know, falling's bad enough.
It's got Adler down.
Calm down, guys.
One of the
greatest videos. That's good.
That's
one.
good.
Yeah,
I like that one almost as much as that bear falling out of the tree.
Yeah,
on the
I wish
trampoline.
well, very
lady
similar.
would go to her.
Did you hear me? Very similar.
Or the butt phone.
I'm like y'all. Anytime we have like a down moment or something, I say roll it.
Right.
That'll bring everybody back.
Yeah.
All right, now roll it, Adler.
Right, Adler, give me the video one more time, and I'm gonna hit this when she hits.
Okay.
Is she okay?
Yeah.
Rick, I'd like for you
Is
to
this
hit
one of
it
those
when
things?
she's-
Is this one of those things we're just saying?
Yeah.
Rick, hit it when she's about
had a
3/4 of
concussion.
the way down, so the hits when she falls.
Okay. When what hits?
Yeah.
So you're saying right in.
now.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, that. But aren't we all just kind of saying she's okay? But we don't really know.
No, we
do
don't.
Where did the video come from? Where is that from, man?
The internet.
The internet, Bubba. So we really, I mean, she hits pretty hard.
Have y'all seen the two on the Sea-Doo? Rick, I gotta show you something here, Rick.
It's
What are you
going.
doing?
The video's going around. People are putting different music to it and stuff like that.
Oh,
right
of course.
now.
You gotta have that.
Sure.
Bubba.
That's why I couldn't find real audio.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
There is. I don't know how I got on the video loop of it. I guess from looking
Look,
at.
we've
2 or
lost
3 of them.
Greg. If Greg finds some related videos here, Greg.
There's
I can
some
watch that
there's
all
some
day.
pass where water is coming out into like the ocean,
Right.
And Rick, all these boats are trying to get out into the water,
Right.
And the water's extremely rough,
Right.
And I mean, some really nice boats are doing some things in the air they shouldn't do. Oh,
Right.
there it is. Yep. Ooh, missed the trampoline on that one.
Yeah. Well, he hit it, and that's him. That's him coming off.
Oh, that
of
was
it.
the second one.
Yeah.
I got
right
to
right
it.
here. Look, right there.
Yeah, there he is. Okay, I got you.
Oh man.
That's that thing where everybody thinks it's going to work out for the bear, but it really doesn't.
Rick,
that snout?
this scene where all these people that have some of them very nice boats and think they're going to go, and this is one of the roughest places in the world to get out into the ocean, but they got to try it. And Rick, they're sinking some incredible boats. And the lifeguard, the Coast Guard has to come out there and save them. It's a mess. But if you ever get to watching those, they just keep rolling.
Yeah, it's. I can't imagine related videos on this. I can't even imagine.
Oh man!
866 We Be Big is our number.
One more time, so we headed to break.
Sexy and I know
Oh, wait a minute, not that.
We'll go
for zip line.
We'll go phone trolling next at 866 We Be Big. See what's on your mind. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It just shows you that if you got to serve, you can go a long way. And Andy Roddick could go out and do that another 20 years if he wants to. And he could be on one leg and win some matches.
Look, I got to have some clarification with you. In the power shares, do you call your own out? Do you call your own line?
We call our own lines.
Oh.
We have a challenge system so that in case you're getting cheated by someone, which is often the case in our matches.
No question. No question.
But you got to have a backup because these guys, if you don't have that, then they'll just tear you up and just make it ugly. So I think it's a good idea if you want to get some angst and some people yelling and trash talking each other. You have these pros call their own lines, and I think the sport would be a whole lot more interesting. It's the only sport where we don't need any linesmen.
Yeah, that's funny. It is. It's difficult at times, but you learn how to balance that out when you play. But John, talk to us about tennis overall. I picked up tennis late in life when I turned 40. It's been a great sport. Played USTA, coach, love it. But here in America, we got a lot of options, and we have a lot of emerging sports. And, at times I feel like we're losing out to some of these new sports. Give us a health of tennis, and what do we need to do to help improve that?
Well, how much time do we have?
Yeah.
Long story short, you needed to make it more affordable and accessible to people, and you got to make it sexier in a way to younger kids that they want to do it. It'd be cool to do it, and I think we've lost that a little bit. And for a lot of years, they were sort of taking or trying the powers that be to take the personality out of the sport. Yeah. they thought that Connors and I and a couple others were sort of like the inmates running the asylum, I guess. And so then, to me, that hurt the sport a lot because you're taking personality out of a one-on-one game, and I think that people lost some interest. And then they're spoiled. They weren't sort of reaching out for fans. And as you pointed out, there's a lot more options. There's 1,000 stations now, and I think we're losing the ratings for Tiddlywinks right now. It's incredible. So we got our work cut out for us because the truth is it's a great sport, and we should be higher up on the totem pole as far as kids wanting to play it. And I think we need to do a better job and market ourselves better.
Well,
absolutely.
Well, I'm sorry. I was just going to credit Bubba because he has done exactly what you're talking about. We talked about even being in high school. A lot of times we went to play the sports not that we loved, but the ones that had the most crowd and the most excitement and carried the most weight socially. Mm-hmm. And what Bubba has done at our school is to try to do that. Bring a DJ out for the tennis matches. Have some music going. Say the biggest fan today gets $100. Get the students to go watch the matches. Then a person who's like, well, I don't know what I want to play, but you know what? That tennis team looks like they're getting a little hype over there. That might be fun, and I think you're right. I think this tennis purist attitude, gentleman's game and all that, I'm thinking about myself. I was the son of a football coach, and when I watched tennis, when you and Jimmy were playing, that I watched it because I thought, man, these guys are getting after it. They play hard. They get upset. They show some passion. So that's when I watched tennis, is when those big personalities were playing.
Well, thank you for that, and Bubba, God bless you for going out and trying to bring the sport back from the doldrums. We got guys out there right now, Europeans mainly, but they're dominating the sport and, incredible players. But you're not hearing a whole lot about it. A couple of the greatest player that ever lived, and Federer and Nadal's not far behind, and Djokovic is around, and it seems like you barely hear about it. And so it's up to us, I believe, the tennis players and the people around the sport to do something about it. I mean, I have a tennis academy here, and it's like running uphill trying to get the support, the money that you need, and the interest in going into the places where you believe it could make a real difference in people's lives, and we got to just keep battling.
John, I think from one of the things that I love, because I know most of the people who play who are adults, there's some singles players, but a lot of them play doubles. And they all tell me they enjoy watching doubles and the passion of doubles and the excitement. But it seems like in the tennis world that a lot of the doubles has been de-emphasized. You don't see it on TV as much. The colleges have moved to make it a tie break. And, I kind of feel like that the doubles game is one of the more attractive things to our sport, but we're not putting it on the front edge of the sport.
Well, that's a topic that has been bandied about for a lot of years.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And we want to hear from you. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. If you want to try to get on the show, now's the time to move because we got a much bigger sample. The last studio, the old broadcast plaza, when it was designed, we screamed, give us more lines. Now, the radio goobs will tell you can't manage more than about 4 lines. But you know what? You also can't get bogged down and hear from the same people on the show all the time. So let's open up. Let's get a bigger sample. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines available for you at the end of 30 seconds. The buzzer sounds. Shout-outs. Get an instant buzzer. Shameless plugs. Instant buzzer, because what we're trying to do now is grab a lot. We want to hear a lot. We want to hear questions. We want to hear comments. Throw up some topics. That's what this is designed to do, and you're in charge of the program. And we, as the host of the program, we're trusting you with it. We're handing it off. So handle with care. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Make your move now. Let's go to Ed. Ed's got 30 seconds on the show. Trolling. Here we come, phone trolling. Eddie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
From Mugga. Yes, sir. Thank you for taking my call. I was just wondering, I just heard briefly on the news yesterday that Trump said MAGA Mo's got to go, and the reason was that McEnroe decided that there's nothing to the Trump to the election still. So I just wondered, what say you? Just really, just asking, curious.
Yeah, I saw that story today. At one time, Trump, this is in Alabama, Mo Brooks, senator. We got a Senate race going on. And at one time, Mo Brooks had Trump's endorsement, and yesterday Trump took that away.
Yeah, and the latest poll coming out has Mo, I think, third.
Yeah.
The one I saw yesterday. I don't know who did it.
Yeah, the one I saw yesterday is Durant is now the new leader, who's an outsider newcomer. And then Katie Britt in second, and Mo Brooks in third, and the drop from Britt to Mo is substantial. I mean, the Katie Britt and Durant are in the 30%, 35%, and Brooks is like 16.
I think the one I saw had Durant way ahead of both of them, and it may be different polls.
Yeah, I thought the one he had a good lead, but I thought both and I may be wrong on the Katie Britt number, but I know that he was in the mid-30s.
Now, the news was quoting a speech that Mo Brooks made in Coleman before Trump got there. When Trump made his speech in Coleman, where he was basically telling people to move on from the election.
Right.
And some of the audience didn't care for that. But, I mean, what else can he say at that point? Because you do have to, no matter what you believe, you've got to plan on the next one because you're not going to get much of a redo.
Yeah, that was when we saw Mo Brooks get booed for saying that, and then we saw Trump get booed for telling everybody to take the vaccine.
Right.
That was a weird rally.
Coleman was not just taking what was being given to him.
No, they of course, like we've said many times, that you got to know your audience.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that is big news. So that now I guess the Mo Brooks camp cannot claim the endorsement anymore.
Well, he still has commercials running. It's going to take some time to get all that changed, but I think Trump is going to change his endorsement, and we probably will hear about that in the next day or two.
Arkansas checking in. Big John standing by. John, go ahead.
How are you, my friend?
Good.
So you asked the question, who does that remind you of, the little dancing guy of Bubba?
Yes,
So
the dancing cartoon.
Went back to 1999. Bubba is one of the Backstreet Boys.
Back, go out! Let's go to John, another John. Hey, John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
Hey, guys. Miss Jackson, the lady has been questioned the last couple of days. Been real careful not to tip her hand to let everybody kind of plainly see she's one of those liberal freaks. When she was asked about the definitions of a woman, and she said, I'm not a biologist, did she not tip her hand right there? So what does a biologist say a woman is?
Well, I mean, she's not wanting to run aground with the LBGTQ FDIC crowd, and just the whole thing is not to say anything that will get you a loss while you're there. You kind of down the ball the best you can.
And how you saying the name, Speedy?
The Supreme Court Justice Ketanji.
Ketanji Brown Jackson, Miss Jackson, if you're nasty.
That's it.
All right, so
but it is ironic, isn't it? Though that Biden set his requirements for who he was going to nominate, but yet she can't say what a woman is. It's kind of funny.
Come on.
And I don't know the lady.
Know it.
I know she's a progressive left. I probably disagree with her politically on everything, but I'm sure she's a very intelligent person.
Oh,
she
no
wouldn't
doubt
be in
about that.
position.
Yeah, sure.
But that had to be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard uttered in public.
It really was.
I mean, of all the dumb things.
If I had the education that she had, nobody could get me to say that.
No.
Okay.
No.
Let's go to Greg. Greg, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Do y'all think anybody is going to give Mama Ivy any competition in the governor's race? Maybe you could have her call in the show and tell us how she feels. Also, what privilege do you call up for someone who's off 5 days a week?
That's got to be some sort of privilege. No, nobody's going to touch Ma Ivy. You know why? Because just if you try to back her into a corner on anything politically, she's just going to say something cute. And everybody's going, "Oh, did you see that commercial? She's so cute," and you can't compete with that.
Well,
it's like
she does have somebody running against her, but I'm sure the poll numbers are not going to. You know, I haven't seen any. I think it's so one-sided right now. No one's.
You know how all the actors say never go on stage with children and puppies.
Yeah. Don't follow a puppy or a kid. In a scene.
All Ma Avi's got to do is say something cute, and we just go, "She's so great. Don't you just love her?"
You know, they have made a conscious effort in her campaign this time to make her seem a little more funny.
Yeah.
And
that works.
Relatable. Yeah.
That works. It works.
Probably
well.
a good call on their part.
Oh yeah, it works well. Let's go to Courtney. Courtney, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, she's cute, Governor Ivy, but she won't talk to you if you meet her. I've met her several times. She's not all puppies and rainbows, but anyway,
kind of like Greg.
I was sitting. Yeah, right, exactly. I was sitting in Mo Brooks's section at the Coleman rally, and what he said, I was down front. What he said was that
we just lost her.
Oh, we lost
that was
her.
a hard cut.
And I heard it too. Did you hear the note? You heard the
pop.
sound? Yeah.
Somebody cut her line. Right there.
Oh my goodness!
Look out now.
Wayne in Alabama.
Hey, Ivy.
Wayne,
Monitor.
go ahead. 30 seconds.
Was that K or Mo?
Got it. Kay got her.
Hey, guys, I was just going to comment about the Mo Brooks thing. I was at the Trump rally also, not because I wanted to be, but I was voluntold to work. I voted for Trump twice. Would probably vote for him again if that's all we had compared to the idiot that's in there now. But one of the comments Mo Brooks made was referring to Trump being reelected was the second coming of Donald Trump. I don't know about you, but I'm kind of done with people comparing Trump to Jesus.
Yeah, that's probably not the best comparison. If you want to say the re-election is probably a better way to say it. Sam in Mississippi. Sam, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm good, buddy. How you doing?
Good. It's Sam. I was wanting to promote your curriculum, themanchurch.com, and I want to speak to whoever is out there listening as fathers and men. We have a duty, and we are an inspiration, and we have an influence. It's not absent.
Yeah.
And if men don't get their heart right, their children will be lost. It's their responsibility, and the world.
Yeah, it's you know, that's kind of the approach. Is, you know, Bubba and I, like we said before, we're probably not going to thrill you with our higher education, but as far as walking around sense, if everything we've ever known talks about the influence of a man that is unique, it does seem odd that we don't make that a priority, reaching and discipling them. It just so that was kind of our approach. Top of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To me, the doubles, these guys play too much like singles now, so it hasn't got that cachet that it used to have. It used to be at least doubles players. Maybe they weren't as quick or move around the court, but they had great hands, and you saw a lot of quick exchanges, which was interesting. And I think you lost some of that. You see players serving and staying back, and it's understandable for people as they get older, including myself, where you say, hey, I only got to cover half the court, and it's nice to be partnering with someone and mixing it up with someone and playing against, feeling like a team, which you don't have in tennis. So I think there's a place for that, but I would think that the truth would be if there really were people that wanted to do it, enough people like yourself, that the ratings, you know, they demand it. Because believe me, if these TV people are looking for anything in the ratings, and if they got it from doubles, they put it on in a heartbeat.
John, I know
They don't know anyone in doubles.
Right.
Right.
That's true. Well, John, I know
you barely know the singles guys. They don't even know. I barely know who most of these doubles guys are. I mean, it's crazy.
Well, John, I know you got to go, and we're about to go to the break. We'd be honored if you'd give us a line or just, hey, this is John McEnroe, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show, and just go when you're ready.
This is John McEnroe, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. Stay tuned.
Hey, thank you very
John,
much.
John, thank you very much. And we'll see you in a few, 2 weeks, I guess.
And I hope you really poured on child number 6 today. Don't give me any breaks today.
I'll try.
Yeah, I'm sure you won't. Thanks a lot. We appreciate you being with us.
Thank you, John. I hate to say this, the Power Shares Champions Tour, Rick, Jim Courier is one of the smartest guys I've ever met, and he gets it. He understands the dilemma, and he understands marketing. And when you go to this event, you realize it was built for the fan because there's different levels. You can go and just watch. You can go to a VIP dinner that these guys will come in and answer questions one-on-one with you. If you want to get on the court and play with them, that option is available. So you just buy in at whatever level you want to play or be a part of. Can you imagine going to a basketball game and before the event that night, you get out and shoot baskets with Steph Curry? I mean, that's the kind of level they're trying. It's a great marketing plan. They've done a wonderful job with it.
You want to hear this?
This is John McEnroe, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
It's awesome.
How about John?
You
That
like
fire-
it? You like
it fires
I
me
watched
up,
your
man.
face when Speedy and I started giving you the liner sign. Let's not hang up without getting the liner from him. What about when he said, "God bless you, Bubba"? Will you ever forget that?
I didn't hear. I didn't hear that. I don't.
Well, bless you, Bubba.
Oh, that's good.
You want to hear it?
That's good. Yeah, you got it, Speedy.
Yeah, we've pulled it out. We're going to put it in the instant replay.
Now I will say this: there's times here on the show we have to make quick judgment decisions on what to do and not do.
Right.
And Greg had slipped me a note that said, "Ask him how does it feel to be the father of Serena's baby." And I didn't ask that.
I wanted to ask about that rumor.
I knew
Greg
that
Burgess.
I knew not to do that. So
Greg.
Well, rumor is, John, you're the father. Serena Williams come out and said she was pregnant.
yesterday.
Yeah, but he didn't tie John McEnroe.
Think that
to
kid
it.
wouldn't play though. Imagine that.
Well,
Bubba, God bless you.
Oh, thank you, Speedy. Thank you.
You want to hear it again?
Bubba, God bless you.
Have y'all ever had somebody on an interview and y'all go, "Hey, will you give us a liner?" and they said no?
Yes.
Just every time y'all
We
do
did.
it,
We
I
had
get
one.
nervous
Did
every
one.
time.
Dick Clark.
One person.
Dick Clark.
And he
Now,
was
we
having a stroke.
We didn't know
so.
he was having a stroke.
Shut us down, and God punished him for it. Well, I mean,
But every time I get nervous, I go, "God, what if I go?" No, I'm not doing that.
no, it happened, Gregory. It was very uncomfortable.
Oh, we thought he would say yes, and when he said no, we were kind of.
Well, what it was, he claimed
off
he
guard.
claimed because he was such a big brand.
He can't do that.
That
He couldn't
people,
endorse us.
people have rights and exclusivity to him, and he couldn't give us because he was a guy.
You got to
who-
pay for those.
He was a guy who you would have voice things and
Yeah,
whatever.
and he probably
Right.
rightfully.
He
so.
was nice about it. I think I could barely understand.
Let me tell you who
it.
wished they
But
would have turned you down is Tom Landry.
Yes,
He wished he would have said no.
well, Greg, God love Tom
Y'all,
Landry.
get off Tom Landry,
he's
Greg.
dead.
Come on. Huh?
Have you heard his drop?
Well,
Yes,
yeah,
yeah,
about 1 million times.
That's what I'm saying.
And
This is Tom Landry. But you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
They say Tom
Bubba,
wish
God bless you.
Tom wishes so bad that he would have said no, guys. I can't do that. And the only other one that maybe should have turned it down was Rudy.
Greg, don't be like that.
Rudy should have turned it down too.
why would Rudy turn it down?
Hey, this is Rudy. I'm the real Rudy from the movie Rudy, and you're listening to the Rick
He said
and Bubba
Rudy
Show.
3 times in a row. That's what's wrong with it.
What else is he going to
Hey,
say?
I'm Rudy. I'm the real Rudy from the movie Rudy.
Good morning, Mr. Allen. I hope you're not too mad at me. I was running a little bit late this morning, and I was hoping you wouldn't be too mad with me.
Bubba, God bless you.
See,
I need a lot of that.
Speedy did something real nice for me, but he couldn't just let it stand.
I need a lot of that.
There's a term I can't use on air. What he did to him.
Listen, this group is incapable of being nice for any long period of time. You know what I mean?
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio. Thank you for being with us. Much to discuss as we go forward. We will talk about the new rules for the USFL scheduled to kick off in Birmingham, Alabama shortly. So we'll talk about that this hour. Mike Pereira will be with us. Those of you watching
Fox and Friends. If you're listening to the show live, you just saw him there. He'll be here in a few moments. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here this hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do. You know, Rick, I feel like we ought to pitch to Mike to ask him for a rule clarification. We're on the NFL game.
Well, you know, he's lost Troy and Buck, so now he's coming over to
Boy, tell you, you got to keep. You really do need a spreadsheet to keep up with who is going where now.
I have no idea where everybody
that
is
and
now.
NFL quarterbacks.
I want to be ya. So we'll get in it. Hey, Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1 Laser, 96.1 tonight. First Baptist Church, Columbus. Speaking of the manchurch.com. All right, Bubba, Mark Garnett there tonight.
All right. Listen, you're in for a treat.
You're in for a treat. His opening lines will kill, and he's a great teacher, but a funny guy. So, men, get out, see that tonight. Man Church 4. There, First Baptist Church, Columbus, Mississippi. They're ending the first curriculum, and they're getting ready to go into the second one. So Mark Garnett tonight in Columbus, Mississippi, the land of 96.1. All right, so we have a Mike Tyson video, and you were telling me about this.
Apparently he was in a comedy club, and a guy pulled a gun on him.
Uh-oh.
Watch it, Mike.
And before it was all over, Mike is hugging him in the video. Now, they said he was hugging him. I couldn't tell if he was hugging him or trying to break his neck.
Yeah, so
or remove his gun.
So the guy's got the gun out on the comedian. Is it on the who is this up here talking? Now we can't play the audio because there's so much language in it. But
I'll restart just to say who's who.
Yeah, help us out here.
Right here, that's Tyson.
Yeah.
Okay.
The guy in the white back here is the comedian on stage at the club.
Got it.
This is the crazy person that came in first saying, I want to fight you, Mike Tyson, and then saying, I respect you, all this stuff. But then one of Mike Tyson or the club's handlers comes in, and that's who you're going to see this guy. I believe this, tough guy comes in to try to get this guy out of the way. There you go. Here's your tough guy right here in the white hat.
I got to give Maroon Jacket a tough guy compliment because he stands up to kind of shield Mike.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so now they're getting into it.
Mike's thinking.
And the guy's saying crazy stuff.
Mike's got a plumber's crack.
Hey, is there a draft back there? I got my pants down.
He just came
Let
in.
me tell you, it's not funny. Pull a gun on me. It's not funny.
He just came in from feeding the pigeons.
You see everybody
There's
freak out.
nothing comedy about pulling a gun on Mike Tyson. I'll eat your lungs.
Let me tell you, does Mike Tyson actually need protection of all people?
What? I don't know what the guy's deal is.
Well, he's nuts.
not right.
Yeah.
You can't pull a gun on me and then hug me. That's a weird.
Hey, man, put your gun down. Give me a hug.
You're asking me to
Get
try.
in
That's
here.
a quick turnaround from you
see,
trying to
Tyson-
shoot me to I'm hugging you.
Tyson could snap his back, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Let me tell you what's not funny. Pull a gun on Mike Tyson.
What kind of idiot walks up and challenges Mike Tyson anyway?
So
a gun or not?
Is that him leaving?
He'll make you
Do you
eat
just
he's leaving, yeah.
Does somebody just
And
get to
that's that.
leave after pulling a gun on someone in whoever it is?
Well, it's L.A.
Still got his gun.
Come in here. Give me a hug.
The whole club was
Hug
kind of
it
in
out.
shock.
Tell him to come hug me and I'll bite his ear off.
Rick,
I'll bring it here and bite your ear.
Tell him to hug it out.
Hug it out. Come in here. Come in. It's precarious. It's precarious. Hug it out. Come hug me. I'll bite your ear off. I'm hugging you.
Yeah, man, that guy's got a screw loose.
You
Mike
think?
Tyson,
You
Mike
think?
Tyson, does he really need security? I mean,
Mike Tyson, I kill a
Mike
man.
Tyson is security.
I
Rick.
kill a man. I eat his children.
He did say that.
He did. Wait a minute. The guy saluted him.
Yeah, I
on his
kill
way
him on a
out.
barbecue.
He's a marauder.
I'm a marauder. I got my marauder tattoo.
What is Tyson doing now? He was raising
Watching
pigeons
comedy?
last time I saw him.
Marijuana.
Can't you see?
Is
I'm
that
watching
it?
comedy.
The legal marijuana growing.
Well, can you not see a video? I'm watching comedy.
He has a podcast too.
I got a podcast.
He has a
He does
podcast.
Bubba, I got a Mike Tyson podcast.
What's the name
Does
of
this
it?
comedy club have,
Tyson cast.
does anyone knows the comedy club that had two tables in it? It's not very big.
It's not a very
comedy
big one. I don't go to big comedy clubs.
Where is that one at, Adler?
That was in Vegas or Hollywood?
I'm sure.
It's called Sunset. You see it on the stage?
I think it was a
Sunset.
Hollywood.
Mike needs to stay out of Vegas after blowing through all that money.
Bubba, can you see Sunset on the stage? It's not funny to put a gun on Tyson.
No, it isn't.
Not funny.
It isn't.
So,
What if he was headed to Syracuse?
Syracuse to see the sunset.
Also, in other
that's good.
That's good stuff right there. All right, in other celebrity news, let's talk about other people, potential killers. Conor McGregor. We can't. UFC's Conor McGregor. He cannot stay out of trouble. He's now been arrested for some traffic violation in Dublin. We've got McGregor.
Now, how is he arrested for a traffic
He
violation?
was driving to the gym and he was stopped by the Irish police. Top of the morning to you. I'm not now Tyson's Irish. For an alleged road traffic violation. He passed the drug and alcohol test, but he was still taken to the station.
Well,
Over a traffic violation?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
They're serious about the traffic violation.
McGregor!
I mean, what's he in Brookside or something?
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good right there.
He's Brookside, Ireland.
I'm McGregor!
He's been posting some really weird stuff on social media recently.
He's not right either.
People think, and he's gotten so big and like thick. People think he's doing steroids and drugs and all kinds of stuff. So.
He's out of control.
Yeah,
you think he was aggressive with the Irish police? Probably.
Yeah, people with anger problems, I don't think need to do steroids.
No, they really shouldn't. I'm McGregor. And then Howard Stern is continuing to be an idiot. Howard, can I tell you who the wacko is? You're a wacko. I mean, the way you're acting about the pandemic is embarrassing. I mean, he's now claiming. Now, remember, somebody correct me, because if I'm wrong, just say, Rick, hey, buddy, you're wrong. Did we not have everybody, we're leaving the political propaganda stuff. All the science is in. We've got studies, and they are saying two things. Lockdowns have no impact except they destroy the economy.
Right.
Okay?
Kids have suffered terribly. We got that.
And your cloth mask don't offer you protection of any consequence. Right?
Yeah, that's the studies I've seen.
Yeah, so
you got to go N95 to even make a dent, and then it's only about 20%.
But here's Howard Stern once again saying that the ending of mask mandates means the wackos are winning.
You know,
but Howard, the masks have not stopped. This pandemic is rising and falling. It seems to be on a cycle.
You know, it's strange because
that
Howard,
nothing really seems. You need to get your treatments together, and you need to take care of your health. And you need to take care of your immune system so that it minimizes the severity of what you're going to get. But this thing of I've got ways not to catch it. These things have not done a whole lot.
Well, and you know, for Howard, he's historically been, against the man. He's been
now he's become the man.
He's got a little bit of Homie the Clown
he's
here,
become
and he's
the
become
man.
the man, promoting all this. But I mean, I've seen him on a lot of shows and a lot of events, and he didn't have a mask on.
He says everybody who's anti-mask, anti-vaccine are all wackos, and it's your fault that the pandemic won't go away. By the way, that's terrible science for him to say that. Yeah. I mean, guys, we're talking about Johns Hopkins. We're talking about the CDC. We're not talking about Tucker Carlson is doing all the research.
Right.
Okay. And then y'all tell us to follow the science until the science says things you don't like. And then somebody says, Howard, the mask thing, you're wrong on the mask thing. And you're wrong on the vaccine other than the fact that it might be a good treatment.
Even if you are from the school of thought, and I'll put it that way, that masks help. And that it is good to do that. And that kids need to wear a mask for the rest of their lives in school.
Right.
We're in you got to go with the tide on this. I mean, the tide is low right now. We're not having cases. This is not the time to be wearing it. I mean, now when you're getting 1 million new cases a day, you might even could make that argument, but now you can't make it.
No, and are we going to have another uptick? Looks like it.
Oh,
yeah, and then but the severity of the virus seems to be lessening. Now, does that mean that nobody is going to die, nobody's going to be hospitalized, and nobody's going to have a long-term effect? It doesn't mean that at all. But as far as what we're doing to stop testing positive, we kind of know what we should and shouldn't do now, and we know how to manage it, and we got to live with it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Jefferson Starship. Jane.
How about it?
Jane running around, can't find her. Come on, buddy.
That's a little toe tapper there.
Oh,
right
that's
out
a
the
great
gate,
look. Jefferson Starship. I mean, they had their weird
going on there.
They had their weird '60s run,
where
they did weird things, and then right there in the '70s they had it. You know what I mean? And a little bit in, and then they became.
Now, is that the album the girl was riding the dragon on? Was that one?
I don't know.
Because I got that in the record
I don't
club.
know about
you
that. But
interesting piece of artwork.
Right, and then they ruined it and became a pop band in the '80s. As Starship, right? Ruined the whole band.
Don't be judgmental, you purist.
Bubba loves Sarah.
Well, it's a different.
Bubba loves Sarah.
I do.
He loves the song from the Mannequin Man.
Don't stop something. What is that Mannequin song? I hated that.
I don't know about all that.
And then We Built This City. Don't get me started on that.
I'm not really big on it.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know the one I'm talking about. It was a huge pop hit, and it was in the
I know.
soundtrack of Mannequin. What was it, Greg?
I know what you're talking about. I just can't think of the name.
But what I'm saying is,
At that point, I was completely.
Here's what I'm okay with. Greg, I'll go this far. You know, as the Burgess brothers hold court on various musical things, I'm willing to see Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship, and Starship as three distinctly different bands. I'm willing to do that. And then to say I didn't really like that band Starship.
I know. Yeah, I'm with you.
And I'm not crazy about Jefferson Airplane.
I'm not either.
That was all
Somebody
drug
Love.
music.
I like Somebody Love. That's
It's
about it.
It's all right. Yeah.
But the Starship.
Find Your Way
Jefferson
Back.
Starship was
Jane.
Yeah.
Now we're serious.
Yeah.
Okay.
That late 70s and the early 80s.
Oh yeah. And then mid to late 80s ruined by Starship. So, and by the way, that became a copyright deal. The Jefferson guy said, "I'm out, and you're not going to call yourself Jefferson anymore." So there you go.
There you go. A little music history for all of you today that might be heading to that class.
Right. And if some of you would just like to see them as three distinctly different bands, I'm fine with that. Might be the best way to go.
Well, they've kind of had that same thought, so why would they have changed their name anyway?
Right.
Why would they just stay Jefferson Airplane?
Next week we cover Rick James.
a much more direct road. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. Friday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show, and we're thankful that you are here. Our website's Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hello, Demopolis.
The old Big Bubba hello. I mean, it's been years since we've heard it.
Rick, this past week we held our sectional tennis tournament at Briarwood and met some really nice folks during the week. Our boys and girls both won and advanced to the state championships, and the runners-up get to advance to that too. And the Corner boys advanced. Congratulations to them. And the Demopolis girls, Coach Megan and her team, got to advance, and we had a lot of fun with them. A lot of funny folks there from Demopolis. They're characters.
Speaking of funny folks,
live like you were dying.
There he
Hey,
is.
it's Richard Simmons, and I'm squeezing my country buns with Rick and Bubba.
I know, Speedy, this is difficult. He
won't stay out of the news.
If there's anybody that wishes Richard Simmons would stay out of the news, it is one Calvin Speedy Wilburn and the friend there on his head. I will say this. I see you.
Why'd you put a roof on it?
I was shaving my head this morning.
Right.
It looked rough.
And I forgot that I had this, and I shaved right over with a razor.
Oh my!
Hey, the screen coming out of that shower was not pleasant.
Hello, Dollar Shave Club. That thing is sharp.
Good, great. I was like, ah! I think it's getting worse. This thing gonna end good.
I just shaved over it. Just shaved over
Well,
it.
it's not there anymore.
Yeah, they may have to get the medical backhoe and go in there and pull some, go down there and grab a bunch of skin,
Clean her out.
Stop it, y'all! You're making me hurt again.
Well, that's all right.
Scoop out that knot.
Yeah. Can I tell you this? Just as you're ready for Richard Simmons to get out of the news, I'm ready for your head not to have that on it.
Yeah. Well, imagine how I feel.
I have to look at it every day. I'm talking about right there. It is.
Yeah,
I mean, wow.
Look at this shoulder when you talk.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll look over there.
All right.
One time I thought I saw a small hand reach out of it, like something's about to come out the top of your head. But anyway, all right. So Richard Simmons. Now we have footage.
Oh yeah,
Rick, this is disturbing footage. I saw it, and I could not wait.
We're back 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up. Mike Pereira will be with us. You want to know what rule changes will be part of the USFL?
We'll ask him about it because he's got the answers. We got it. That's coming up probably next segment. If Speedy can find them in the parking lot right now. They're trying to find their way to the new studio.
Speedy's out there with a golden lasso trying to find
him. He has run out there in dramatic fashion. You know, there he is. There he is.
We really do have to get something on our door here. That you can tell
I want to put our logo on it.
I met the folks that have the other.
Let's just put it on there.
They're real nice.
Let's just put it on there.
Well, we might mention it to them. I'm sure they're right with it.
By the way, once again, to this building, there must be more people in this building than I have even remotely realized.
Because we thought that was a closet, man. It's a huge area.
Can I tell you something? Because I'm going to tell you people, you'll use your bathroom. I mean, this bathroom we're sharing, I go in there and the stalls are at least 3 occupied, at least. Oh, yeah. And yesterday I had a guy sitting in the stall next to me that was carrying on a conversation on the phone.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Foul.
I've heard that
Come on,
a couple
guys.
of times.
Come on,
with
guys.
the earpieces.
I mean, taking a seat and doing courtesy flushes. I mean, what are y'all doing? And then I started kind of wanting to chime in because I could hear the conversation.
You don't want to do that.
Hey, I disagree with that.
Tell them to go with blue.
All right, so now we've got the political. I have to punish.
We got politics and health, Rick.
Yeah, no, I must punish those who politically disagree with me, and now Biden and his administration is going to kick some people off one of their little committees.
Well, the President's Council on Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition, that's been around for a long time. A lot of people serve on that, different roles to raise awareness and to promote general health among the population.
Right.
And, Dr. Oz has been on there. He was nominated like twice to be on it. Herschel Walker is on it and a lot of other people. But Dr. Oz and Herschel have been asked by the president to resign immediately.
Step down.
Now, they're both running for Congress.
Yep.
For Senate, actually, as Republicans.
Yep.
And the president has said you need to step down immediately or be fired. And Dr. Oz says, I am not stepping down. He says, you will have to fire me.
Oh, really? Oz is dug in?
Yes, he has. Herschel has not responded yet that I know of.
What if Herschel says, if you can come in here and move me, I'll leave?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you'd have a hard time moving Herschel.
You ain't going to move Herschel.
No.
That'd be new.
By the way, how are their campaigns going? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Well, I think if I was Biden, and that's hard for me to think that way,
Right.
but
there are days when you and I can't remember what we're talking about. We're not like him.
He could probably use a few friends on the other side of the aisle. So I don't know if I wouldn't snuggle up to him and say, "Hey guys, remember me now. If you get in the Senate, let's work together."
Yeah, I thought that if I had a nutrition and what is it, health?
Yeah, it's the President's Council on Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition.
Shouldn't I just have Oz and Herschel on there because they're knowledgeable, and then
they're high profile.
Yeah, this is not some political committee.
No, and Herschel too. I mean, he's still in. He looks like he could play today.
Bubba, I did.
Yeah, we've had him on.
I did the Gridiron Conference with him last summer.
He's tough.
Hey, I was standing back there talking to him.
You don't want to tackle him, right?
Let me tell you something. That son of a gun.
And he's what? He's our age. He's late 50s.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's older than us because he was around the same age.
60.
He's probably 50. Well, you're turning 58 this weekend.
Yeah, we'll celebrate tomorrow.
Did you ever get your cake thing straightened out?
Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and do it tomorrow.
I bet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, why wait?
Can I ask you this, though? Because I understand the pursuit of this cake.
Yes. Speaking of nutrition.
Adding it to a celebration, and only we would talk about birthday cake when I talk about the health committee.
Right.
But in nutrition.
God, I love birthday cake.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all love it's so
well,
good,
people
man.
don't like birthday cake. I mean, they're weird. I mean, but what I'm saying is, do you think celebration Friday or, hey, I need something positive on Monday?
Well,
that's all I worried about.
See, and it was on me because I mentioned, and Speedy always does a great job.
Yeah.
It's not.
Oh, that's
it's
not
that he wasn't going to get it done, but I mentioned, or we're going to do it on Friday because I thought my birthday was Saturday, but it's actually Sunday, which means it should be on Monday. But he'd already ordered the cake for Friday.
See if I have this right.
That makes
sense. Don't we do the birthday cakes if you have a weekend birthday like we do payroll?
Yes,
we do.
Yeah, we do.
We do.
So that's
it was
why
on me.
That's why I had to change.
So if payday is Saturday, you get your check on Friday.
Right.
If it's Sunday, you get it on Monday. So you get your birthday cake on Friday if your birthday's on Saturday.
It should be that
And
way.
you just said, I don't like to be compared to Joe Biden, but you don't know what day your birthday is.
Right, I did.
Right.
No,
right.
I thought it was Saturday, and I had to go back and look.
All right,
and it's
so
Sunday.
if I could. So I'm in my office.
We may need to go to Mike for clarification on the rule.
Yeah.
What's the rule? That's actually
great.
That's a good way to look at it.
Now, the way he phrased Friday, if I could.
Okay.
Speedy, you got my cake ready for Friday? It wasn't,
Well,
could we do it on Friday?
I was going down a checklist.
All right. And
It is Sunday.
hey, and I said, yes, sir. And he said, man, that's all I've been thinking about.
I have. I mean, I've been thinking about
He
that
goes,
cake.
I love that cake.
Wait a minute.
Hey, you doing white on white? Right, white on white?
yeah.
I said, yeah. He goes,
Oh.
man, God, that cake's good.
So let me ask you
I
this:
saw
is there
the egg-
another person on the team that asks you, "Have you got their birthday cake?"
No,
ready?
most go, hey, look, I don't
And
want
see,
a cake.
I usually don't. I usually don't. I was just running a check.
Desperate times.
Well, I ran into the Eggers folks over the weekend.
Okay.
And I'd been thinking about it ever since.
Yeah.
Because
I bet.
thought, man.
Yeah. Well, Brent is our contact there, and he said, hey, I've got it ready. It'll be delivered with your breakfast every morning. So it'll be Friday morning breakfast
What's
delivery.
the theme of it? Do you know?
Do I know? Yeah.
Well, can you tell us, or I have to be?
It's supposed to be a surprise.
When you
It's
open
a surprise.
It's nothing.
Well, we're having it on Friday instead of Monday.
It's nothing.
Well, because we
major.
don't want to delay a game.
It's nothing major. You know, we've done so many themes. We celebrated so many Christmases.
You'll be
Sometimes
pleased
you
with
run out of themes. So it was pretty generic, but I wanted you to have more white icing, and I didn't want there to be a photo on top to have that layer.
Right.
I wanted you to have
You
pure
wanted
white
pure
icing.
If you
Make
picked your
top of
own
your head
cake,
tingle.
you would have put this on it.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Picture
That's
Elon Musk.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Close.
A rocket. Maybe a Tesla.
Because I heard
about a USFL.
Well, I had one of
logo.
those things where I heard everybody over there like acting like it was some big decision. I walked in and said, "This is a simple decision.
This is easy.
Don't you want to go with something you know he'll
Well,
like?"
there's so many. We thought, you know, the Dutton truck he drives. We
Oh,
thought,
yeah.
you know, he likes to go look at trees and get on four-wheelers and get them stuck and all that. I mean, there's a lot out there.
We thought about putting, the new animated, you're sexy and you know it.
Right.
Right.
I thought about putting you like in an Auburn basketball jersey with you and Bruce Pearl on a pontoon boat. But I said, that's probably too hard to draw. See, there's a lot to choose from.
Right, yeah.
I think
I'm
we
just
landed
glad
in
you
a
didn't go with the pasture scene from this past week.
No, that would
wow.
that would
No
be tough.
donkeys.
Yeah, that would have
Easy to draw, but no, I don't think we want that.
Yeah, they're very good at drawing, but I don't know about that one.
I had a sketch of you dunking over Sonny Smith, but that way. All right, we're coming back. The USFL, what are the rules?
We're going to get a clarification from Mike.
Yep. Mike Pereira's
Hit
here.
it out to Mike. See what he thinks.
We're gonna weigh in on this when we come back. Our number's 866-WE-BE-BIG. The website, Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. The Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To see this.
All right, so Richard Simmons has turned into a recluse.
He went to the hospital. He
right.
put out a statement.
Right.
He's having some trouble. What'd he say? What'd he blame it on? It was
Indigestion. I
Yeah,
believe.
severe indigestion.
I come from a family of big eaters, and Rick, I'm probably one of the few people that have had to go to the emergency room on Thanksgiving to have their stomach pumped.
Yes, what a great
But
memory.
I just don't know that many people that have to go to the ER for indigestion like that.
Yeah, Bubba learned the lesson.
Especially him, little Richard. I mean, it's not like he's tearing down a turkey or nothing.
Bubba learned a hard lesson. If you've been eating Thanksgiving food all day long, don't close the day out with chicken parmesan.
Right.
But anyway, so
that's not a topper.
So Richie Simmons, I don't know why, even when he became a recluse, I don't know why we care whether we hear from Richard Simmons.
I don't either.
But Rick, it's amazing. It seems like every third day we have a Richard Simmons story of some type.
Well,
The number one podcast in the country is looking for Richard Simmons. I bet they're going to be on fire today.
So paparazzi wants to get a look at him.
Yeah, that's who's keeping him in the news.
Coming out of the hospital, and
this is when he got home, right?
Yeah, and this is weird,
is
guys,
this home?
because
Okay.
all right, so he's been in the hospital for 4 days. He returned to his L.A. mansion yesterday evening in a car driven by his housekeeper. And what was weird is that he hadn't been seen in public for 38 months since 2014, and he waited in his garage for 40 minutes for his manager and the cops. It's kind of strange. He'd been in the back of the car.
They said his
for
manager had
40
to talk him out.
minutes, and
but everything's fine. He's
Rick,
good.
And he's
This is not
wearing a giant blanket. All you see is tennis shoes. I mean, it might be him, it might not.
And a little bit of that afro coming out of the
Do you think he's not with us and this was a fake?
Well, again, let's just deal
Wasn't
with
it the housekeeper that allegedly some people said had powers over him or something? Remember that?
Yeah, holding him captive.
Well, let's just talk about the facts, okay? Because all we need is facts right now. Anybody who said, what's the big deal? Richard Simmons is fine. He just wants to hang out at his house. He's getting a little older. All right, I'm going to put you over here. Here's what we now can document. Richard Simmons left a hospital, rolled into his garage at his house, and sat in the back of the car for over 40 minutes, refusing to get out. And when he did, he was completely covered with a blanket and then walked into his house. I'm sorry, that's not normal.
No.
Okay, that is a sign that things are. And why he is so determined for us not to see his face.
Can we see this footage?
I don't know. Let's watch this here.
Look.
He may have one of them things on his head like Speedy.
Okay, there's audio.
He was in the hospital. How is he doing? Can you say anything? Everybody's concerned about him.
We care about your health.
Yeah, so that's the police officers there that are coming, and I guess one of his managers. Now he's in the vehicle that's just to the left.
Right, on the other side of the fence.
Yeah, and we're about to cut to footage there, and the first person you're going to see is his housekeeper who's helping.
Can we not just open his garage door and
It
go
has
in?
to have been at least an hour since he's been in the back seat of that car.
That was his manager rolling in, I guess, right?
Why don't they just pull the car into the garage, shut the door, and nobody see it?
I think there's a car in there.
Yeah, there's one over on the right. There's not room to the left.
Is that a one car?
There's
No, I guess there is that one. Well, I mean,
they're trying to pull up closer.
A lot of police there for all this.
I think what's happening.
This is Richard Simmons.
Yeah. And what's happening? They're trying to get it so close so we can't see him.
Well, that made a lot of difference.
Yeah, what you moved 6 inches?
Yeah, thanks. That'd help.
Yeah.
Y'all, this whole
I
none
think
of
he's
us
in that one, and they're trying to block with that gray one.
Oh, really? Okay, so he is in the garage.
Richard, are you okay, Richard?
We care about your
Please
health.
give us a word if you're okay. Let us know.
Appreciate that guy screaming that.
Richard, let your fans know that you're okay.
Is this the same guy that was screaming at Paul Stanley?
Why's his phone ringing?
Answer your phone, Richard.
We care about your health.
Rick, wait, you ain't ready.
All right, so for those of you who can't see this,
Well, there's pictures everywhere.
Are you okay, Richard?
He's in a blanket.
Why does he
give us
have
an
a
okay.
blanket
Give us a thumbs
over
up,
his head?
Richard.
Why is there a blanket over his head? Why
Rick
is this
is
such a
full
big
Everybody
deal?
loves you, Richard. We love you, Richard.
This guy sounds like he likely
Everyone
does.
loves you, Richard.
I wish he'd scream, I used to deal a meal.
Right. I used to weigh 400 pounds, Richard.
Good luck, Richard, please.
Please?
Good luck, please.
And so there's the footage, and for
Good
those of you
Lord.
watching on television, and this
Well,
is all going to be
who
in
got
show
these
notes.
close-up shots?
This
There's
is
the
the shot. Yeah, those are just still shots. So yeah, we're
should've
showing that
grabbed it,
now.
right?
Rick.
minutes. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. As the show moves on. All right, so let's say that you're, like a lot of us, you got a great automobile that you love, and you want that baby to ride for hundreds of thousands of miles. But the old warranty leaves that car pretty quick, but yet you still want to drive it, but you have no protection. So, and with the high-tech cars that we have today, if I ever look and see the check engine or one of these weird symbols that I don't know what it means, I think to myself, that's $1,500. It's always $1,500 minimum. But you could go to carshield.com/Bubba and say, I want to get a protection plan. These protection plans, you pick the one that works best for your setup. If it's a covered repair, they'll pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly. And then, of course, you get a rental car at no charge to you. You get trip reimbursement. You get 24/7 roadside assistance to go with that as well. As a matter of fact, Jillian out of Georgia said, I'm glad I heard about CarShield. Got a BMW that we love, a 2014 that we want to continue to drive. And I thought, hearing you guys talk about it, that just makes sense. I need to get this under a protection plan because it has no warranty. Said it wasn't long after I did that it needed a repair. And you may or may not know, guys, a BMW, a repair on that is not going to be a small change, but it was covered by my protection plan. So it was repaired. I had a rental car while I was waiting on mine, got back into my BMW, and I'm driving with all smiles. I'm very satisfied with CarShield. Well, Jillian, I'm glad. And if you need to get yourself one, go ahead and go to carshield.com/Bubba or mention our code Bubba when you call 1-800-391-8888, and that'll save you 10% on the protection plan of your choice. Deductible may apply. All right, so Bubba, we have the USFL. We're excited that the USFL has picked our home city. The show originates from Birmingham, Alabama. Bubba and I grew up in and around Birmingham. It has a rich football history, and the USFL is about to get started, and they're going to play 40 games in our fine city. And Bubba, the questions are being asked. What's going to be different about the USFL concerning football? What will the rules be? And we have brought Mike Pereira to his debut on the Rick and Bubba show today. Mike, welcome.
Mike, welcome.
Well, it's good to be here, but I'm confused a little bit because I was driving out here, and I heard you talking about some email about how Bubba's sexy.
Yes.
Bubba's not only not sexy, but he hasn't missed a birthday cake in all these years.
We got a violation.
That's called unsportsmanlike. No, that's the new emphasis on taunting. That's what that is.
No, all of it is very true, Mike.
Yeah, so.
But it is great to be here, and I love Birmingham, and I got great friends in Birmingham. Coach Baines, who's here with me in the studio today, is a big name here in Birmingham, and it's just this league is going to be cool. I'm telling you, it's going to be fun. It's going to be cool, and people here in Birmingham can enjoy it. And I actually asked, how much is it going to cost to go to a game? And then they told me it's $10 a ticket for an adult. And then you can bring 3 kids with you for free, 15 years in age of younger.
Wow.
I mean, this is going to be a family-friendly event, which is the way football ought to be, especially in the springtime.
So there's going to be some rules, and we've heard you weigh in on rules many times. So the USFL said, let's get Mike involved. It's going to be football. I mean, it's not going to be – because you can go too far with changing the game, but then there's those changes that actually make it a lot more fun. Yeah. And it looks like we've kind of landed there, right?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because when we decided to do this, we wanted to listen to the fans and listen to the players and actually listen to the coaches too, although the coaches really don't know about the rules, but the others do. So we kind of said, what irritates you as a fan? And they say, well, overtime irritates us. You know, what happened at the end of the Kansas City-Buffalo game where Buffalo basically got left out when Kansas City scored in the
win
first
the toss,
possession.
win the game.
Yeah, so we said, okay, let's try something different. And then so we said, okay, what other sports do? So we looked at soccer, and we looked at their shootout, you know, and we thought the shootout was kind of cool, you know. So we said, okay, let's try a shootout. And you know, our rule committee was kind of a little small group, and so we said, let's have a 5-play shootout. Somebody said, how about a 3-play shootout? So we ended up at a 3-play shootout. So Birmingham gets an attempt from the 2-yard line, the first series in overtime, and if they make it, they get 2 points from the 2-yard line. Then Houston gets a play, then Birmingham gets a play, and at the end of 3 sets of those, the team with the most points win. And if it's still tied, then we'll go to a sudden death series. So it's one play, boom, after another play, boom. I think fan-wise, it's going to be interesting. And the team that trails, if they in fact trail and they still have a chance to tie in order, they're always going to get a chance, you know, unless they're dorm meter out of it, like in golf where they're down 4 points. So that is going to be one of the things that the fans are going to like. And then I think the other thing, what's different? Different is the NFL right now, I mean, less than 50% of the kickoffs are returned. And we like returns. And so we put together a plan that tries to make the play safer, but at the same time getting more returns in the game. So I think we'll have 95% of all kickoffs will be returned because we're going to kick off from the 25.
So how do you? I was going to say, how do you do that? The kickoffs are fun, but that's where a lot of injuries happen too. So how do you have that play, but yet make it safe?
So what we do is almost turn it into a punt type situation. So we make at least 8 receiving team players, or maximum of 9, line up within 10 yards in the setup zone. It's a smaller setup zone than the NFL. So really the teams are going to be running downfield together. You're not going to get that receiving team that goes back, sets up, and then you have those violent blocks. And,
right.
And this is a version of the Spring League, which this is an offshoot more of the Spring League than anything else, the USFL is. And so this kickoff in their form, they had very few injuries. And so we're going to see, we talk to the NFL. I talk to them all the time as to see what we can do to make the game safer. But, we said, hey, we want the game to look like a football game. So
Right.
we want returns. And so we'll collect all that data to see if it's, if in fact it is safe. And if it's not, we could make some alterations maybe during the season. But that and, one of my pet peeves, Bubba, is that I hated the NFL pass interference rule. I hated that thing that it could be a 50-yard pass. I hated the Hail Mary into the end zone, that if you got pass interference, you got the ball at the 1. So fans were frustrated with the inconsistency of pass interference, just like these Pro Bowl panel of players said it's the most inconsistently called foul in the field. And it is, because it's the hardest to call. And so we're going to make it a max 15-yard penalty, so you don't have that 40-yard penalty, which sometimes is an incorrect call. And, if somebody, Bubba, man, he put on a double move going down the field, 20 yards down the field, and then the defender reached out and tackled him, then we'd make that intentional, and we would then put the ball, make it a spot foul there. But, again, no.
So there will be a
big
difference.
chunk.
So intentional would be a spot foul.
Yes.
If it's just the hands are fighting and whatever, and we think the defender, went across the line on interference, it's just a 15.
Yeah,
but it's just
exactly.
if they're just playing football, it's a 15.
That's correct. And it's a judgment. And people say, so who makes that judgment? Who is it? Well, it's me.
I was about to say it's Mike Perez. It's Mike Perez. Yeah.
So, we're setting up a replay center in Los Angeles at the Fox Studios in Los Angeles, and so basically I am the replay person. So I can, not the officials, they can just call the foul. Then I'm the one that will say, is it intentional? Is the defender beat and reach out and tackle a guy and take him to the ground? Doesn't happen very often, but it could. And so that would be me. And the other thing we're doing in the replay center, which I think is very cool, if you want to piss off any fan, you call roughing the passer when there's just a slight touch.
Oh, yeah.
And when his head or neck area isn't touched. And it happens really fast, so it's really difficult to call. But every personal foul now, these hits on defenseless players that are called, replay can take it off. So it's
all will be reviewable.
Yes, so it's all reviewable by that replay nerd in Los Angeles that can jump in and make those decisions.
All right, so we're going to come back. We're going to continue to talk the USFL, some of the rules that have been implemented to give fans the game that they love, and some of the things that fans have thought have taken away from the game that they love. We'll come back. We'll talk more about those with Mike Pereira. The USFL, it is coming soon to Birmingham, Alabama, and then championships in Canton, Ohio. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Is he really alive, and this is all just a stunt to get everybody to go away? You don't know if it's him or not.
You mean, is he really dead?
Yeah.
I mean,
some of the people said his housekeeper was, running some kind of shenanigan.
They keep it's Weekend at Bernie's. They're trying to keep the.
Do you think that's it? They're trying to keep the money coming in from the dealer mills that are still out there?
Look, y'all, you can see his little hand.
Yeah, but that may not be him, y'all.
What's he doing with his hand?
Y'all,
is that a signal?
Do we have a Richard pretend he's really dead as well?
Well, I made it very clear
like it's a claw?
In the kickoff hour. I want him to either do one of two things.
All right.
Get out and live or die. One of the two.
Hams.
You have got to. I'm tired of these updates.
You want some closure?
I do.
Either get out there and live the final years of your life the best of your ability that you can, Richard, or just go on in. One of the two. I'm tired of having us cover up blankets and get out of cars.
You know what this is, Helms? You know what you're saying? This is James Brown without the official death notice.
Yes.
Remember we would never bury James Brown?
Yeah.
And finally we just started screaming, I don't care where we bury him, just bury him somewhere.
Couldn't he?
You know what I mean? How we got to that point?
Yep.
Couldn't Richard just give us a thumbs up or something? We could.
I'm more disturbed that he doesn't have access to his house through his garage. He's having to walk outside and go back into the house.
It is California.
That is a bad
It's
subject.
California.
Just
The
think
old
that,
detached.
that face behind that blanket licked your eye. I had to bring it up every time.
Oh, that's a good one.
I got to work it in, but he
I
was
was
right
wondering
there,
if
that
you were
same
gonna-
face.
if I was going to get through this without
That hand that was out from there grabbed Speedy's head.
Sure did.
See, now
And
there's
his
somebody
butt.
listening for the first time, and they don't know what he's talking about. They think he's
That's what makes it better. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now Steve Harvey. They were trying to get Steve Harvey on camera. I guess they assumed he would say something negative about Trump. And so when asking him to grade President Trump on how he was doing, he says, well, as far as what he promised me, he's doing it. He said that Donald Trump appears to be a man of his word, at least as far as where he's concerned. He says, I've been doing a lot of work with the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Ben Carson and I are going out there working on housing for underprivileged people, setting up some centers around the country. He said, I've been working with Ben Carson. I met with HUD. It's actually going really well. God willing, we're going to work it out. Everything that Trump told me would happen if Ben Carson could be placed in control of HUD seems to be happening. He summarized. He's keeping his word, and he said he's doing what he did. He's doing what he said he would do.
Well, I'm surprised they didn't erase that tape.
So now you got a real problem now because you've got
How'd that ever get out?
You got Steve Harvey, who they've yet declared not to be black.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't been so conservative that they take away his blackness.
But they did criticize Trump for
there's
picking
the video.
Harvey.
There's the video. Can we hear it? Let's hear him say it.
Yeah, and they criticized him for what?
Somebody they were saying when he picked Steve Harvey, they were like there were other people that were more qualified to handle this situation than a celebrity. They accused him of just wanting to have a celebrity name tied to Trump.
So you really, I mean, I hate
But
to,
maybe for the job they were doing, it needed some celebrity.
Well,
you know,
Steve Harvey's defended himself. He's like, I believe I grew up that way. I know probably as much as anybody.
And so did Ben Carson. So taking two successful men that actually had lived in this type of housing and came out of this type of setting,
I think that makes them qualified.
that both now have influence and the money to help and the influence to help. You don't want them working on it?
Rick,
Yeah, okay.
again.
So here's Harvey.
He's walking the streets of.
You were like the first African American to come out and meet with Donald Trump. How do you think he has done so far? Has he lived up to anything that you guys talked about?
Well, I mean, as far as doing what he promised me he'd do, he's doing it.
What was that?
I'm working with HUD.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get some housing for underprivileged people. We're gonna set up some centers around the country. I've met with HUD. It's going really well. God willing, it'll work out.
So you're happy about what Trump's been doing in terms
I
of
didn't
what you
say
said?
that.
Oh, you're not happy?
I mean, look.
How do you feel about it then?
I didn't say that.
Yeah.
All I said was
that you're working with HUD.
He's keeping his word to what he said he would do.
So there's been
for me.
follow-up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you been working with Ben Carson?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why do you think he keeps getting caught in elevators and like goofy things keep happening to that guy?
Stuff happens.
Come
man.
on, you got to joke with him about that.
No. I don't mess with him about that. Thank you, folks.
Nice.
So there you
and
are.
Ben Carson, he's making fun of.
Right, because he got
in the
stuck.
elevator.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, this may be one of the worst losses for the far left until they declare that Steve Harvey's not one of them anymore, and he's. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. All right, so we're talking to Mike Pereira. Where the USFL is starting this spring. The rules are out. We're trying to understand those, and this is an attempt, as I said, going to the break for those of us that have been football fans for a long, long time. And there's some things that have been taking place that we don't like. And you sat down, Mike. You've been officiating since the 70s. And you said, well, here's some things that the fans they want us to correct.
Mike, go over the scoring. Let's just
tell us
start
about the scoring.
at classification point A. Tell us how you score and how much.
And it would be just a typical touchdown type scoring. So you
Right.
get the 6 point. The
Right.
thing is, we kind of wanted to make it a little easier to be a one-score game, a little bigger to be a one-score game. And so we said, let's throw in a 3-point extra point. So the traditional football is in the NFL, you can kick a 1-point extra point when you snap it from the 15. You can go for 2 points if you snap it from the 2 and run a scrimmage play.
Mm-hmm.
And then we said, let's set up another play so you could snap the ball at the 10 and run a scrimmage play. And if you score, then you get 3 points. So you could get a 9-point score, which means a 2-score game is an 18-point score difference. And so we think that could lead to some excitement, because if you are all of a sudden down by 17, I mean, you could score, you could get a 3-point extra point, and then you could go on the kickoff and run that 4th and 12 play and maybe make a first down and keep the ball.
Talk to us about that, because if
the 4th and 12.
We've got the scoring now. The kickoffs and the options you have.
Yeah, the kickoff. If you want to kick off regular, you can kick off regular.
Right.
I mean, but the fact is, the way that you have to have 5 people on each side of the kicker, you can't overload anymore except in the middle of the field. It's very difficult to recover an onside kick.
Yeah,
the success rate in the NFL is down to less than 4%. Right. So we thought, okay, let's give you an option to run a scrimmage play. And it might not just be one play, because the penalty enforcements remain the same. So you get the ball 4th and 12 at the 33, and if you make a first down, you keep the ball. If you run a play and the defense gets called for illegal contact or a defensive holding penalty, that's an automatic first down. You keep the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's not all roses for the offense, because once you make the decision to go for it, you have to go for it. You can't punt.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get, for example, called a holding penalty, you get backed up. You could be 4th and 22, but you still have to run a play. Yeah. And if you get sacked, I mean, because you're going to throw the ball, if you get sacked, the other team's going to get the ball probably back at the 26, 27-yard line. So it's risk and reward, but it's a little bit of fun. It's not. This has been tried before. They did it in the Alliance of American Football, another spring league that failed, quite frankly, recently. And it's another reason why I'm involved in this, because I've been involved in 2 spring leagues, neither of which have lasted longer than 7 weeks. So I'm trying to see if I can be in one that lasts 8 or more.
Yeah, what do you think? What have you guys done that addresses that? Because I think the longest ones ever made it is 2 full seasons. Throughout history.
Yeah,
and I remember going and seeing the Birmingham Americans when the World Football League first started, and they brought all the guys over. Warfield came over, and Jim Kick and Zonka and all them.
They played for Memphis.
Yeah, and it was exciting. And then they get about halfway through the second season, and it all falls apart.
Yeah.
So what have you guys done, you think, that addresses some of that?
Well, remember the song is "How Deep Is Your Love"?
Right.
Remember that?
Bee
Well,
Gees.
this is "How Deep Is Your Pocket."
Right.
And so this is basically, I don't want to say it's owned, but it is by Fox. And so here's the element of Fox is, so it's not going to be dependent on people that show up to watch the games. I mean, that's why the tickets prices are $10.
Yeah, you want people to
It's
come.
programming. It's programming that they get. And football drives the numbers, even in the springtime. Certainly you're not going to get NFL-type numbers, but you're going to get programming. And you see what happens is when Fox came up with this, NBC said, we want to join. So then they partnered on the telecast with NBC. And like to think that a spring football game, April 16th in Birmingham, Alabama, is going to be simulcast on Fox and NBC, not Fox Sports 1, not Peacock, the main channel. It's programming for them. And so and the other thing to me is I like the approach. It's not going into getting some of these old players that played 4 years in the NFL.
Right, yeah.
These are all young, hungry guys. It reminds me of minor league baseball, AAA baseball.
Yeah.
These guys are driving for that last chance. And when I saw them show up in Birmingham yesterday and the day before, young, strong, big guys that are just a step away. And And that's to me what makes this exciting. But I think that the innovation, and I'm even anxious of, to watch it on television, because Fox is going to treat this just like a championship game, an NFC championship game. I mean, there'll be so many cameras that are going to be there that you're going to think that you're watching a big time production. And I think that's the other benefit. I think people that watch it here will be energized because it's fun football. And I think those that watch it around the country will say, wow, what great production. And those two things I think will drive success.
Yeah, and I love this idea of bringing all the teams to one place. Yeah. That way you're not
that's
depending.
Never been tried.
You're not depending on all these
of.
different stadiums and all these different costs. And plus, you can come in. You can say, I'm going to take the weekend and go watch a couple of games, or you almost have a tournament that's going on in one city of all these teams, and that way you get to know the players quicker. You get to find out your loyalty to whatever team you want to be for.
You get the kinks worked out.
Get the kinks worked out. And
kind of a laboratory almost.
And I think that was the right plan going in. Now, I think in the future you're going to look and say, well, maybe Trump wants to buy the New Jersey Generals again,
right.
Or somebody in Houston maybe wants to invest, and then you can move that team.
Sure,
but to set it up in the, the bubble type concept as we went to in the pandemic, that type of thing. I think it's a wise idea.
Well, I saw Troy and Buck got a new deal.
Yeah, I got left out of that deal.
I started to say,
that was
what about
bunch,
you?
Man.
You're on that team. Did they not get you in on that?
Well, apparently not. But I wouldn't have left Fox because to me it's not about the money. No disrespect to my friend Troy Aikman, who's been on this show before. But.
Yeah, he said it wasn't about the money, right?
He said it. But it does cost a lot of money to fuel that airplane of his. So
yeah. Well, it's but
are you a little surprised at the numbers as far as the announcers for the game now? What that's demanding in the open market as opposed to back when Howard Cosell and Dandy Don was doing it?
I mean, I am to a degree because I think people watch games because they're interested in the matchups. I mean, I don't think they watch games just because it's Tony Romo and Jim Nantz. I mean, so I think you watch it if you're on the West Coast because it's the 49ers and the Rams, But I'm kind of shocked, but I probably am not overly shocked because when I went to work for Fox, I mean, I'd been working in the NFL for 12 years, in the NFL offices for 12 years. And so then when Fox came to me, it's like, you're going to pay me that much?
Yeah.
Really? You're kidding me? So it kind of is a reflection on how much money there is in the media like that when you get to the network. So I'm not surprised. And with Joe and Troy, you do things for different reasons. Joe, his wife, works for ESPN. He gets to do some other things. And I really will miss them.
Mike Pereira, thanks for being with us. The USFL, April 16th.
April 16th, kickoff right here in Birmingham.
We're looking forward to it.
Yeah, we're going to have 8 teams that'll be ready to go, and we're going to watch football that kind of harkens back, make some of the changes we all been asking for.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Longer black.
Well,
but because what you have here is an African American celebrity who definitely does not lean to the right.
He knows they're out to get him.
Right.
He
you
was
see him
very
laughing
cautious.
about it. You see him laughing about it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Here I am.
Yeah. And did not even vote for Donald Trump, but now is saying that Donald Trump, as far as the little area of the world that I feel called to, Ben's in charge. Ben's doing a good job. We're making a difference, and everything he told me he would do, he's doing. And this is another strike against the left in this one. He's doing something they claim to care about, and that is taking care of those underprivileged who struggle to find housing. So this is a huge loss for them. I mean, they can't find anything in this that they should be mad about. Now, they will be.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how Steve finds time to do anything with all his shows.
Well,
he's busier than Jeff Brooks. You know what I mean? Really.
When he told us on the air that he basically has so many kids, he has one show per kid.
Right.
And that way, that show funds that particular kid.
Right. That's
and,
funny.
but I saw the previews of this. You know, he's doing this thing with these little
big shots.
The little kids, yeah.
Well, just like, you know, how Greg can't watch. I mean, Speedy can't watch award shows.
No.
Right.
Greg can't watch overly talented young kids.
Yeah.
It drives him crazy. There's nothing.
Mostly just in sing and dance.
Can I ask you, since you
That's a
mentioned
good question.
that?
I'd like to know that. Sing and dance is
Sing and dance is what gets me more. Now, if they're like, you know, juggling or something, I can live with that.
Really?
Juggling.
Have you seen the TV show, and I can't even think the name of it, where the little kids are judging toys?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the one that wins
That's pretty
gets a
good.
Mattel deal?
Yep.
I like that.
It's kind of strange, but
Yeah.
I kind of
Never
got
seen
hooked on it the
but
other
I saw
day.
the preview of it.
Yeah, I watched an episode. It was pretty good.
I glanced by the other night. They had a kid throwing knives. But
You talking about Little Big Shots again?
Yeah, but
well,
back to
my
Little Big-
kids are all into it, and they binge watch it. They were watching it last night, and it was on demand. And you brought up there was an Indian brother combo. One of them was probably 12 or 13. The other was 8. One of them was a pianist, and one of them was a drummer, and they were phenomenal.
I don't mind them playing.
We're talking about
the Little Big Shots. He's talking about the Little Big
That's the
Shots.
part I don't
What
like.
I'm talking about.
What
no,
about
wait a minute.
singing show
When you
tunes?
said Indian, we talking about running hotels, or we talking about like I was in a tribe?
casino.
No, running hotels.
Okay,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Because when you throw Indian out now, you got
I
to
know.
clarify.
I know.
Because of Christopher
From the
Columbus.
country of
Well, Rick,
India.
you got the casino group and the hotel group.
I know.
It's two
Yeah, let's
different
just break it
groups.
down.
But
Yeah.
I do get uncomfortable watching it because of things like I just said, phenomenal. But then they'll bring a little 3 or 4 year old girl on the couch and she sings, and it's like, really? The only reason she was kind of there because she was 3 or 4.
So we had a kid
It's a
throwing
filler.
knives the other night. Now, he could throw the knives pretty good.
Yeah.
But you stand up on a board, but he wasn't getting, you know how the person, of course, they were trying to get Steve to get up there, and he brought a dummy out of himself. And the kid would throw, but he wouldn't hit the dummy, but he wasn't that close to it. I mean, it wasn't that impressive.
All right, let's go back
I
to
mean, the
this
fact
again.
kid throwing knives pretty good, I guess.
So,
but I want it to be like, you know, right by
What
your
I'm
ear
saying
and-
is,
What about the wheelchair rapping kid? Did you see that
Didn't
one?
see that one. I missed that one.
Wow.
is Little Big People?
He's
What's it
good.
called? What's it called? Little Big what?
Shots. Yeah.
Little Big Shots.
Is Little Big Shots really just America's Got Talent with tiny people?
Yeah.
Kinda.
To a degree, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just kid version.
Yeah.
So do we give the kids a pass for not being as good as the adults because they're kids?
In some cases, yes.
So
Yeah.
really, it's
I
just
don't,
amazing
but
that a kid
I
is
think
doing
America
this,
does.
or is it amazing on its own?
I think
That's important.
there's a mixture, Rick.
It
There's
depends
a lot
on
of that,
what's
though,
going
Rick.
on.
There's a lot of that. What makes it kind of amazing because it's a kid doing it. If anybody else is doing it, it's not that big a thing.
Well,
Yeah.
but
Got a
I'll say
little of
this: the pianist and the drummer brother
that's
combo. Now, if it would have been 2 adults, it'd been impressive. What
So
they were
they're that
pulling
good.
off. So
Well,
they
yeah,
were
I
that
don't
good.
have a problem with that.
But some of this stuff is like, it's just kids. That's the
Wait a
only
minute,
reason.
Greg,
they're
that
there.
was musicians. Can you
Yeah,
live
that,
with-
Rick, it's not. I don't have a problem with you playing an instrument. It's just
Singing.
it's that kid.
That's why I
with
asked
the
this
top
question,
hat and
Rick.
the
I want to
cane
see where he stood on it.
singing show tunes. That's the one.
That's the
I have a
kid you
problem.
can't
Yeah, I
watch.
I'm not anti-kids doing stuff.
Yeah, just
but
that
that,
show tune.
I don't like.
I know. Hello, my name.
Yeah. So you don't like kids singing show tunes?
I'm overly exuberant.
Yeah,
You know.
I know exactly what you're
Now,
saying.
if I sit down and play a piano, that's fine. But I'm just full of life, and I'm so exuberant, and I'm dancing,
But-
and other kids are making fun of me.
I'm gonna tell you something. He makes that show, not the kids.
Oh, most
Steve
definitely.
Harvey.
It's unreal. I mean, I watch it for him.
I'll watch Steve Harvey really on any show. Just
Still, Family Feud's the best. Yeah.
I said it's making me crazy. Every time I look around that wacky world. Every time I look around. I feel good.
Boy, this is right out of Jessica White right here. I mean, it really is. Morgan County Grand Jury, Hartselle, Alabama, indicted a Hartselle man accused of domestic violence. Sadly, the Morgan Sheriff's Office has investigated this. Billy George Phillips II.
Billy George.
Billy George Phillips II, 33, has been charged with domestic violence, strangulation, or suffocation, a Class B felony. Did not know that. Here's what happened. It appears the conflict between Phillips and the victim that led to violence allegedly started over biscuits.
Well, Rick, let's not be quick to judge on this.
Right. Says that the argument.
Same thing happened to me one time.
Yeah. Well, sadly, with a different ending.
Yes.
Sadly, this guy did not go the same road you went. It seems like it really got to him. They said he couldn't let it go. Said the argument escalated throughout the day, meaning it started at breakfast
and just kept on going.
And we couldn't stop talking about these biscuits. It does not tell us what was wrong with the biscuits, or
was it a fight over whose biscuit it was?
Who
was
ate
it
the last biscuit?
who
Did you
paid
eat my
for
biscuit?
it?
Yeah.
Where was the problem here?
Yeah, it said that it's actually happened back in September of 2016, and I guess now the indictment is here. He's having his day in court to justify strangling someone over biscuits. I don't know. Now, I love biscuits.
I do too, Rick. Had a couple today.
And I would prefer the biscuit be the way I would like it. But I don't think that I could ever get into a biscuit rage. I don't think. Now, it's according to how hungry I am. I mean, but
have you ever gotten in a fight over food?
Yes, you have.
Me and Rick have.
I know you have.
Cornbread.
Yeah, that's right. That was the cornbread incident.
He pointed, and I looked away, and he snatched my cornbread. We were real small.
It is 7 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. It is a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, and we're thankful you're here. Hopefully you'll join us. Some things that you need to know about as we start this hour. Coming up tonight, Mark Garnett, we mentioned Columbus, Mississippi, Laser 96.1. He'll be there, First Baptist Church, Columbus, speaking at a man church tonight as they finish round one of the discipleship strategy, finishing one curriculum and going into the next one, and he'll provide that bridge tonight. Also, coming up Friday, the real Greg Burgess, Birmingham, Alabama. He'll be at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall, 11 to 1. Got pizza for you, a little grip and grin. Going to be a beautiful day in Sweet Home, Alabama. Go by and see the real Greg Burgess, have lunch with him, and hang out coming up on Friday. Friday night, I'll be in Rooteville, Georgia, at Rooteville Road Baptist Church for the Low Country Boil with the men. That is sold out, but look forward to being there with them. And then coming up this Sunday night, Helmsy will be in Tuscaloosa. He'll be at Valley View Baptist Church for their youth event. Make plans to be there with Helmsy. Also in Tuscaloosa, over at First Baptist Church, same night, Todd Jones speaking to the men of First Baptist Church, Tuscaloosa. You can be there. It's free. They got barbecue for you that night at 5, and then they'll do the service starting around 6. And Todd Jones has a great message for the men of First Baptist Church, Tuscaloosa, as they continue the men's discipleship strategy. April 2nd, Sherry and I will be in Panama City, Florida, for a marriage conference at Highland Baptist Church. The tickets to the dinner are sold out, but as far as just the sessions, you don't care about having dinner, there's still tickets available for that. So that's April the 2nd. Find all that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events or themanchurch.com under events. So, Bubba, as we start another hour, we just interviewed, for those of you that may have missed that, Mike Pereira. Speedy wanted to give you props. He said he was thankful that we pronounced his name correct, unlike Brian Kilmeade, who continued to mispronounce his name today on Fox.
Kilmeade slaughtered him.
Yeah, we need to let him know.
Yeah, and Mike said that he wanted to mispronounce Brian's name, but he didn't think of it at the time.
Yeah.
So
that's good.
Let me warn everyone, it's happening again. We think that Mike Pereira connected with us, and we think we're now friends.
Right.
We do. And
there y'all go.
And I enjoy seeing Mike on TV. I love when they go to him for rule interpretation. That's I always enjoyed that.
Yeah, well,
it's good to meet him. I like him.
We didn't get to this, but he told us off the air that he's going to be doing the replay stuff for the USFL, and he said, I'm not doing this minutia of, is this hand over? Is it over? He said, I'm only going to overturn obvious gaffes by the officials. If it's close, so close, I'm having to rewind. Mm-hmm. I'm staying with the call on the field. I'm going to speed that up.
I thought that was how it was supposed to be.
Yeah, that was original intent.
Yeah.
But the bigger deal is we think that Mike wants to hang out with us now.
Well, he's busy, and he's got a lot going on right now, Rick, and he's got to go back to California. But I feel like we connected.
Can I tell you this? And I know it's not going to happen because I've got too much ground to make up. If I could sign a deal right now to have the energy and be as healthy as Mike Pereira at 71.
Amen. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now, that's not going to happen for me.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about it's a nice goal.
You still think I have time?
You could do it.
Yeah, you could pull it off.
Yeah.
I needed
But
it.
hurry.
Adler could do it. Adler could do it. Mate, I don't know. He's going
to have to cut that hair.
Unfortunately, though,
his back issues are going to haunt him.
Helmsy, you claim that you're already 65.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I'm going to backtrack a little bit because I've put myself in a position
positioned to be more like 58.
Right.
I've worked
That's
really hard
bad.
over
What's
the
wrong
last
with
year
58?
to tackle some of these things that
Yeah.
have been troubling me for years. I
Gr-
used COVID year to really tackle
Yeah.
the back problems
Yeah.
and some things that was ailing me.
Greg, do you think you're aging at the right pace, or you feel older than you are?
I look older than I am. I feel okay.
Do you?
Yeah, I think I do look older.
You've made some adjustments. Now you're gonna have to quit going out with you buddy over here.
Yeah, me and Bubba. Okay, we got to work like yesterday. It got vulgar with all that chicken wings back there. What are you gonna do?
I know.
But besides that,
You think?
yeah.
You think?
Well, you know,
physically,
you know,
I-
I've told you a long time ago. I think I'm aging a lot more than my years around the sun. You know,
No
it's,
question.
There's
it's,
no
it's a
doubt.
mile. I call it miles.
Mhm.
What's the mileage?
Yeah.
You know, you can have a car that's only 2 years old and it's
Right.
been drove like a taxi. You know,
Yeah.
and that's kind of where I'm at. So.
I've made some pretty drastic changes, but it was too late. I mean, but,
I think a guy.
Well, at least you tried.
yeah.
You tried.
You know what I mean? I waited. I waited too long. Like you said, back to Miles. I think that car can be broken to the point it can't be repaired. You know, it's just broken.
There's times you just can't replace enough parts on it.
Right. Yeah.
And,
I think a guy like Pereira, though, he like the day we had yesterday with Buffalo Wild Wings. He doesn't even sniff that room.
He wouldn't go in there?
He wouldn't even go in there.
Are you
He's like,
sure?
Well, that's what I'd like
How
to know.
can he be in so many
I
stadiums
would like
and not
to
eat
know
a hot
that.
dog or
Well,
something?
You look at
This
him.
may
Man.
be genetically.
He looked
a freak.
fantastic.
He may just
He
be
did.
genetically.
Yeah.
His
true.
complexion, his energy, the way he looked.
I'm going to
slim.
openly say it. Mike Pereira looked fantastic.
He did.
well, he gets a lot of sun. You know, he gets a lot of good sun.
Thank you so much.
And the fact that he's 71, see, I had him at in my mind, I had him at like 64, 65. When I looked it up that he was 71, I could not believe it.
No, well, you know why you didn't want to say 71? You just didn't want to believe it. Like you said, you just. But I'm
He
telling
looked
you,
better than both of us.
Oh, Bubba, it was like
and we're
Bubba,
in
you
our
could
late
take
50s.
every attribute that's good from everybody in the room, and he still looks better than us.
I hate to say this to the younger guys. I think he looked better than everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now,
He
a lot
did.
better than us, but I'm talking about
His hair wasn't cool as Adler's, but
he had
Adler's
pretty good hair.
is so much
but
more
his
longer
Adler's is
than I
cool.
thought it
Yeah,
was, by the way.
yeah,
I
I
had no
forgot
idea
it's
his
real
hair
long.
was as long as it is.
Yeah,
he needs to be in
He
a
had
southern
rocking
rock
hair.
band.
He had rocking
I mean,
hair.
Hair was fantastic.
Crystal Gale is jealous of Adler's hair. I mean, come on.
But
I don't know who that is.
Pereira kind of had that silver fox looking. You know what I mean? He had his hair perfect. It was gray, but it was perfect.
Yeah.
Is that did I go off the board with Crystal Gale?
Crystal Gale. I don't know who that is.
Crystal Gale is the walking dog of long hair.
She is. Look it up.
Oh, I'm looking at her right now.
singer.
Okay.
She was a country singer.
Easy, Bubba.
Yeah.
Careful.
I got to know more about
I'm just
Pereira.
saying the hair length.
Yeah, I mean, she nearly would step on her hair.
She was a country singer. Okay.
Yeah, she makes her brown. It makes my brown eyes blue.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Is she not Loretta Lynn's sister? Is that true?
Boy, that's a factoid.
That is
right there.
correct, by the way.
I think it
That's
is. I'm
a-
sure.
that
I'm
a
right.
boy.
Rick, don't even look. I know I'm
Atta
right.
boy.
Don't even look. I know I'm right.
Bubba, stop looking.
I was talking about her hair length. Good gracious.
It's just a yeah.
Y'all
Come on,
are
It is long.
Yeah,
Bub,
it
I
is.
know it's your birthday this week.
Your hair is longer than I thought it was too, Adler. So much longer.
Yeah.
Erin said to me 2 days ago, she goes, when I said, because, I'm on the one last ride thing where I'm growing out my hair one last time before I go bald. She goes, when I said one last ride, I didn't mean one last haircut. So it's getting on everybody's nerves.
I made a decision yesterday, and I had a discussion with a fellow long hair person, another one, long hair. And I said, I can't quite do it. I have often discussed that I'm going to grow my hair out one more time too. That I'm going to let it go and let it get long. Okay. I can't get past the awkward stage. I'm there again now.
Yeah.
I'm in the awkward stage now, and it looks so bad, and it was so uncomfortable. And I had a guy trying to encourage me yesterday. He said, in about 3 weeks, you'll be past this. And I said, but I just can't.
More like 3 months.
Yeah, that awkward stage is difficult where you look real goofy.
I've always wanted a long goatee, like way down here.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I ran into a buddy of mine I hadn't seen in a long time, and he's done that. And I said, how did you get past that, what you're talking about?
Yeah.
I don't like all the top mustache part coming out over my lip
yeah.
and
Yeah,
way
can-
down up
can
here.
you
Now
not trim
now
that?
you're chewing on your hair and
And
stuff.
Sweetie, you need to
this-
cut the mustache part off and just go strictly with on your chin.
Don't do that.
But I think I've
like a
tried
elf.
that. I think I've tried that, and I told my wife I can't just put it back on. I got to grow it back.
Yeah. So
No. Why'd
so
you do
right
that?
now, Mike Pereira gets in his car, okay, and
Coach Baines.
and he and Coach Baines, and they drive away,
Does he feel the same way about us as we do about him right now?
I think he forgot you the time he hit that hallway.
No way.
Oh, he's already got 3 calls. I mean, they're trying to get this league started. I bet it's just one continuous meeting.
No, I think we're best friends.
Y'all know he's a 2-time cancer survivor. So he's had some wake-up calls in his life.
I did not know that.
I
did not know that.
If we'd have had a third segment, we'd have got to all
So
that.
kind of like Bubba when he had the heart issue, scared straight.
It's a wake-up call for Bubba.
Complete change.
Right.
Thank you for that. I mean, look what it's done.
Hey, 180. Bubba's gone a different way.
Didn't recognize it.
You hear it?
Didn't recognize it.
Bubba's gone a different way. I surely won't have it again.
Bubba, look at me. Would you rather have your birthday cake or look at her?
One, who?
That her hair.
No, I'd rather have birthday cake.
Okay, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We were young.
What'd you do about it?
I popped him upside that knot, and it was on.
It was on. That was the
Right
one.
in the middle of supper.
That's the
Mom
one.
wouldn't have it. Then we both got whippings.
I remember asking Mom if she knew anyone that could control this dog that had attacked me. Because as he was punching
I remember
me,
that.
because it would just be a flurry of tiny little punches. And you'd just be taking the various parts of the body, trying to push him away, like almost like putting a fire out. So, but
while chewing cornbread.
right. The only thing that I could imagine is something like that, like eating food, taking someone's food. I've never gotten into an argument over how food was prepared, and so I don't know whether that would be it or not. Now we know that Jesco has.
Rick,
yeah.
I mean, this is very much like eggs being too runny.
Oh yeah. You got to have that right. But I've been trying to think, and I don't think I've ever just gotten in a fight over food. I wonder. It had to be you ate my biscuit, and I'm mad.
That would be the fight.
Yeah,
I
had to
took
be.
the butcher knife and put it up to her neck.
Here it
I
is.
said, if you want to live to see tomorrow, you better start frying them eggs a little bit better than what you're frying. I'm tired of eating sloppy, slimy eggs.
So that
Rick, as I look back at this story,
That's another example.
yeah, I words just jump off the page at me: strangulation, suffocation, Class B felony, biscuits,
that
$10,000 bail set over biscuits.
Yeah.
But do you see what he faces in prison?
Oh yeah,
Over a biscuit.
20 years.
20 years and $30,000 in fines over biscuits.
Do you realize that list you just read is over biscuits?
Biscuits.
Do you realize how much this biscuit argument has to escalate for you to be facing 20 years in prison, $10,000 bail, and $30,000 in fines?
You know, there's a little more detail that I wish we had about this story, but that's
Yeah, including what liquor was he drinking with the biscuit?
right.
See that
Well,
seems
look,
to be-
y'all been and y'all judged biscuits. We all have in various cook-offs. I mean, this group loves biscuits as much as anybody.
Everybody had one this morning.
Yeah.
I'll put a biscuit on in my top 3.
Yeah.
If there's biscuits to be had, I am in.
Well, you can just do so much with it.
Yeah, I just love them.
Mm-hmm.
Make a sandwich. You can, eat it on its own.
There's no negative.
Syrup on it.
2 o'clock in the afternoon. A little Dreamland barbecue sauce on a biscuit. That's good.
Can I tell you?
Dip
one-
it right in it.
Can I
Hair
tell
on a
you?
biscuit.
I'll tell you this. I don't mind a canned biscuit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know.
I can.
Hey, I found these at,
not my
at
preference,
Walmart.
but I'll
They're
take
real
it.
thin. I forget it. Aunt somebody. And I like my biscuits thin. Man, you put them in the oven, they taste good.
I'll tell you this.
Overcook them a little bit, Ham.
Crispy on top.
Some of my favorite moments during hunting season is coming in from the morning hunt to camp house, trying to get some sausage going so I won't be able to smell the musty smell in there. and I'm cooking some sausage, a little bit of bacon, and then I've put in the oven just old canned biscuits.
Old green can, traditional.
And those baby come out of there and just be crispy
Hungry.
and warm,
Happy,
and just flaky, and open that up and put that brand new sausage I just got out of there in there.
You talking about Hungry Jack? They still got those?
Leaving the sausage and bacon grease in the pan, and then put my eggs in there.
Absolutely.
And cooking scrambled eggs in that grease.
Oh yeah.
And then throw that out.
I'm just getting excited.
Let me tell you something. I sit at that table, and Big Papa is happy.
Yeah.
I'm talking about I'm so thrilled. Now, I will say, now that I've thought about it, if somebody messed with those biscuits, it could be trouble.
Yeah, you might whoop somebody over a biscuit.
I mean, you just kind of get in a zone before you know it, you're strangling somebody.
Right.
Well, we really don't know who he was strangling over this.
No, it just
what the
you're
dispute
right. I'll
was
give you
about,
that.
right?
Yeah.
I know he went to blows once over a burrito.
Yeah,
really?
You were wrong in that one.
I was.
That was on
Looking
you.
back, that was on me.
That was on you.
You just were hungry and kept taking.
Yeah, I took somebody's.
Yeah.
Yeah, while we were
And
waiting
you
in line
should-
to order, they had theirs,
And you
and he
shouldn't-
didn't know them.
You shouldn't do that. That's
Wait a minute. You took somebody's food you didn't know.
Real hungry. Yeah, that was a mistake. And I shouldn't have done it. It was the wrong thing to do. It was very rude behavior.
I had to buy the man another burrito.
Right.
Really?
That's bad
And
when I'm the one that's settling it and making the peace.
Yeah.
At one time, and of course, we were toe to toe, and of course, I had some burrito on my face, but we were ready to go.
Sure. And then there's that time that
you're hungry,
that Greg paid $50 for a hot dog, but we won't get into
Don't
that.
bring that up. Don't bring.
Look, I get that when you're hungry. So I don't know what this was. I wish they'd tell us what was
Well,
wrong
it's
with
good
the
dog,
biscuits.
yeah.
I wish they'd tell us what was wrong with the
Yeah,
biscuits.
yeah.
Is he mad how they were prepared? Did she take the last
We
one?
need a little more information on this.
Right.
It is 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Come on, Greg. Send us Joker to the knee.
That's a good remake right there.
That's a good one. I like it better than the original.
Oh, not even close.
Great business, I say. Businessmen, they drink my wine.
Right.
Come and dig my earth. Hey, somebody say. And, sing it, Jimmy. Hey. Those of you that can hear it, Jimi Hendrix, all on the Watchtower, bringing
That's
us
a
back.
good one.
866 We Be Big. So we'll see. April 16th, USFL kicks off 8 teams, and we'll be ready to go.
Speedy's a stadium guy.
Speedy's going to be a stadium guy, I'm sure, for all the teams because they're all going to play in Birmingham.
He's just going to change shirts.
It's a lot of games.
I did see where they were having cheerleader and national anthem tryouts.
Adler?
Adler's trying out to sing.
Did you go try out to sing the national anthem?
Yeah.
What? But I saw this article like
His hair got
last
away.
week, and I think that's a little close to opening day. Shouldn't you already have cheerleaders and singers by now?
Probably.
Well, they're just now getting teams together.
Yeah, when are the cheerleader trials?
Yeah, that's what
I
I
was talking about the national anthem.
Oh, national anthem.
Yeah.
Oh. That's different.
How can an Adler miss an opportunity
Guys,
to sing?
don't
Come on,
forget
Ad.
Adler singing at the Barons game.
Yes, he did.
Yes,
I was there.
Yes,
we were there.
What were you doing there?
We went to hear that.
To watch him.
Yeah, Greg, you kind of talked while I was singing. By the way,
He
there was
did.
video.
He sure did.
There was video, and I'm out there on the field singing, and Greg's going, "Oh, the echo's got him, people. The echo's messing him up. That's why it sounds a little bit bad. Just so everybody knows why it sounds kind of bad. The echo has got him.
I just wanted to help.
Hey, that echo's tough, isn't it, buddy?
It's tough. It'll get you.
I wanted to help.
That's tough.
That's funny.
Come and dig my earth.
What? Go ahead, Jimmy.
That's the biggest thing doing the stadium stuff is telling contestants and stuff. Now listen to me.
You know,
Do
don't get
not
into this.
listen to
Guys,
the
I
speakers.
remember the first time that I was
You look like a good
and
one.
I was so I was
something
so
wrong with you.
I was so excited, Greg, and it was Jacksonville State University.
Oh boy.
And I mean that, I guess I should have started at elementary, but I didn't. And they wanted
Stepped on out.
They wanted me to be the PA announcer.
Oh, really?
And I didn't know anything about it. I'd done Oxford High School track tournaments, but
And those were big.
can I get those? Those are pretty big. But I was in and at the time just Paul Snow Stadium, now Burgess Snow Stadium, and their echo was one of the greatest echoes. It was as bad.
Did it get you?
Oh, it got me bad. I said that. This is what you will love. The guys behind me goes, "All right, let's test it." And I was like, "Ladies and gentlemen," and I go, "Hey, it's not work, ladies and gentlemen." And then I heard it, and I started trying not to listen to it. Guys, for the first few games, I sound like I was drunk as I could be. And Jack is supposed to take cards out. Let's give it up.
I'm not being insensitive when I use this scenario.
You
but it
sound like
sounds
you're drunk.
Yeah. No, you sound like a hearing impaired person.
There it is.
You do.
Greg, why would you let me just say that? Let me just say
I'm not saying. I'm just saying. But you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Greg, I know what you're talking about. I just wasn't going to say it.
We had it.
I was just going to say drunk person.
Oh, that's better.
Yeah, well, it is actually.
No, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, but that is a situation.
He had to say it. You know,
you're right. You know, I understand.
Even though he knew what
Rude
you
Tourette's, no way to stop.
No, yeah.
No.
I mean, it's right. It's
There's
on
nothing he can
display
do.
right
Ain't
now.
nothing he can do with it.
No.
So it's not his fault.
Normally,
it comes up, it goes out.
When the stadium
Not
is
laughing at it, just making a point.
Is full or half full, it's not as bad. But like with you with testing and it's empty, hey, it bounces around that place.
I thought something was wrong with the PA. I was like, hey, this thing ain't turned on.
Testing.
You're walking away, and then you hear it. What?
I thought, uh-oh.
That thing went up and hit off chimney Pete and came back.
The worst is when they give you like a paragraph.
Yes.
That's awful.
Yes.
When
Like
all of a
when
sudden,
the flag.
I remember like the things I used to dread the most is like a player would break a record, a Jacksonville State record.
You'd have to read it.
And they'd hand it over. David Gullidge with that touchdown pass broke a Jack State record. And it just, I mean, and it's a lot.
Yeah, it is. So one of the,
and then the big one, some at halftime has to do with like a veteran or somsomething.
Oh,
real
can't-
scary.
and you can't mess that up.
Oh,
Everybody's down there with their uniforms on, flags flying.
yeah.
Let me tell you, the best thing that helped me PA wise is when I started doing it for the high school where our kids went, and they came up with the headset. And and all you hear is your monitor.
like, yeah.
You don't even hear what's
Just
coming
program
out.
audio.
You don't hear the PA at all.
I know
That helps.
I
That
know
helps
Ryan,
so much.
Ryan Greenwood wishes he had video of this because this owns him when I'm in handles. But part of the UAB football thing is about 25 minutes before the game starts, I have to walk out onto the 50-yard line and talk and talk about a bunch of stuff about what's all coming on for the day.
Do you do 2 bits like I got in Florida?
Well, the stands aren't full yet. People are coming in, so it's a terrible echo. Awful, and you're out there. And Rick, my mind has to go to another place, or I will lose track where I am.
I would say,
everything.
wow, echo.
And there's nothing. And then this one.
It's awful.
And then you get this one. All right, right now, if you would go ahead and introduce the cheerleaders. I had to introduce cheerleaders every home game.
Oh.
And of course, this never fails. Everybody gives you, and they don't do like you have started to do. They don't give you how to pronounce the names.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you start going through it, and all of a sudden, as you're trying, now you're dealing with a PA, and you're trying to get it right, and you hear, "That's not how you say her name." No, it's Deshaun. It's Deshaun. And you're trying to say it, and it's awful. I mean, if you could just be far enough away, where nobody could holler at you, but when people could just look up and dog you, it's terrible.
I had that
You're right above them. It's Deshaun.
Rick, I had that last year, and I think, and you're gonna love this. I believe I'm signed back up this year.
Oh no!
Down there at Chocolaca Park, they have the junior
Wait a minute,
college.
what are you talking
Junior
about?
college softball World Series.
Yeah.
And I have to be the announcer for the home run derby.
You are.
And then I see
Again
the
this
names
year?
are tough. You're right.
Oh, they're real tough.
Now, is this the one from the best of last year?
Yeah.
You
Oh yeah,
know him as
know him as
Speedy.
Speedy.
You know him better as Speedy.
You didn't correct him or anything. Nah, I went with it.
Well, I want to ask you this:
Yeah, Speedy.
if you're mispronouncing somebody's name when you're doing the PA, would you wish everybody would just be
Yeah,
quiet?
well, just good enough.
and then just let it go? Because you're never going to get it adjusted while you're talking.
No.
It's
Because
Have you ever
then
not
when
really
I come
known
back
how to-
around to him, I've forgotten it.
Have you ever not really known how to pronounce it and just kind of
absolutely.
Adams?
I've absolutely.
Turner.
Frank.
Now, let's run down the starting lineup at wide receiver. Adams.
That's Adams. Adams.
Adams. Then you try to go with last name, and then you start running up on the offensive lineman from up north. That transferred because of COVID restrictions.
And his family's Polish.
Something
Name ends in SKI.
Yes.
With a whole bunch of.
And you realize to yourself, you just can't talk good enough to do this job.
Yeah, I'm not qualified.
Can't read. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Boom. So that we're missing very valuable details there. We're bringing in some students that have showed up outside with signs, and I do want to say this for those of you that will take the time to do it, or what apparently they've done. The golden ticket seat thing is always kind of if you haven't reserved your seats, you never know whether everybody's going to show up and there'll be no seats, or some won't show up and there'll be a few. And if you decide to show up outside the window, it really is a gamble.
because there may be something available, there may not.
May not. You never know.
Now, in this particular case, about half of the audience did not show today, and half did. So there's a few seats available. So now there's been a exuberant bunch outside the window, and I think they've been here before. This is
Scholars Bowl.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, this is that Scholars Bowl thing, and
that we all know nothing about.
Well, that's the thing. Even though they seem like nice people, they've made some cool signs, and their enthusiasm for the show, I really appreciate.
Yeah.
But then on the other end of the spectrum, one thing I don't enjoy is being around people that make me feel stupid. To me, that's not enjoyable. You know what I mean? And which is why I handpicked this staff, so that I never feel that way.
That's a great point.
But what I'm saying is these people are Scholar Bowl champions.
Yeah.
And I think that I think we have some wisdom because of our age.
Well, there's
and what
areas that we're better than other things.
Right, right.
You know, a lot of it is learned history because we've lived it.
Right.
And the beauty of the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, we have a giant window for those of you who have not been here, probably, 40, 60 foot long or so.
It's a big one.
And you can just show up outside the studio here and look in, kind of like at the zoo.
Right.
Yeah, check it out. It looks like, Bubba, they're toting some type of cake or something.
Well, that's what helped them too. Bubba just said in today's daily.
No, you said it was a cookie.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about. But here's what I was going to say. You just said a minute ago to the camera when Adler doing his daily documentary, which Extreme Club members have every day there, along with their archives and other fun stuff. Adler's been doing a daily documentary that people are loving, and then it's eventually going into the programming.
Is anybody clearing that before it airs?
Yeah. Well, he's having fun with it. I'll tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it provides us more content on RBTV for the.
Look, there's
24
somebody
hour.
else outside the window.
Yeah, and so Bubba just mentioned that he considers cookies to be one of his favorite foods, and so when the Scholar team showed up at the window. At first, he looked up and said, "Look, they got some sort of cake." I said, "Oh no, that's one of those big cookies."
Oh, well, that moved you right at the front. See, and I didn't want to say a type of cookie because I didn't want to narrow the list.
Oh no, well then you have.
Yeah, I didn't want to use up all three. Just with Girl Scouts.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm talking about is, what if somebody was going to make you a cookie and you didn't mention theirs and they think you don't like it?
Right. So I don't want that to happen.
Right. So
gosh knows.
So there's a big old giant cookie. There's two really large. Pictures of our heads on sticks there.
That's funny, by the way.
There that is. I'm not sure what era that came from, but
that's fairly recent.
So we have that going on, and so they're headed to the Scholar Bowl, and they've brought. So we're letting them come in and watch the show. We have room, and we appreciate their enthusiasm.
Where y'all going? Come here and tell us where you're going.
Yeah. Tell us the
Come
whole
here, Cookie Man.
The guy with the cookie gets to be the spokesperson.
Yeah.
Is your name Spencer?
It is.
You look like a Spencer.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, go ahead. Are you amazed?
Where y'all headed? Where are you headed to?
We're just going to Breakout Birmingham. This is our field trip. We had a tournament yesterday.
So this is a fun trip. Y'all are
This
not
is.
going to compete today.
No, sir.
Did that yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Did you own it?
We came in second. We were close.
That's
We were so close.
That's more than we could ever do.
Yeah.
They'll dominate
couldn't make
Breakout.
the team.
Smart people. They'll get out of that room in 10 minutes.
I have a feeling I'd be sitting the bench for this team.
Oh,
we also want to challenge y'all to a match.
No, thank you.
Come on. We brought some questions.
You already know the answers.
Yeah, but you know the answers to
No,
them.
we don't. We sealed them.
You
We don't have
sealed
no
them?
idea.
You didn't seal
We
them.
had another person make them.
Well, let's have a look at them.
Okay.
Let's have a look at these. We won't do a full blown game, but let's just look at the.
If you look at them,
We
everybody's
also
gonna know
brought
what they
y'all
are.
some candied apples.
Well, let's just see if we know the answers.
Candied
to them.
apple.
Yeah.
Feel like I'm at the carnival.
Yeah. So
Candied apple.
It really is a sealed envelope.
Oh, it really is sealed.
Look right here.
So how
that's some caramel.
That's how they get you, Rick. They
Let
seal
me
it
say
up. They
y'all
make
are
it look
too nice.
official.
Y'all shouldn't have done all this.
So what happens? You throw it up there. Do we have to buzz in, or we just we try? Huh?
How would
Do
this
we
go?
work as a team or do we do it individually?
We're a team. Y'all are teams. Is that how it works?
Who's going to administer it? Do you know how to do this?
Yeah, give it to somebody and actually read.
Yeah, Speedy, pass that on.
I was trying to get the answer, so I sound smart. I guess I'm out, huh?
Can I
I've seen
Google?
'em.
Can I use Google?
I don't know.
It is 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Good to be with you today, and we'll chat with you guys at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Before the hour is done, Are you using a fuel card? You part of a fleet situation out there? Well, listen, A2B.com/radio. Fuel prices are rowdy right now, and when you're driving all over the country, let's face it, your truck doesn't care where the fuel's coming from. The truck just needs fuel. So why is your fleet using a card that only gets discounts at specific stations? It doesn't get discounts at all of them. You need the A2B. So you deserve to save everywhere. A2B.com/radio is a fleet fuel card that gives you discounts anywhere that you fuel up because it's accepted wherever they take Visa. Now, there are some no's that come with this card, but you're going to love them. No setup fee, no transaction fee, no monthly fee, no late payment fees, no over-the-limit fee, and no gallon limits to the amount of the discounted fuel. So there you go. Plus, you'll build business credit when you pay on time. So if you ever need help, you can also call their 24/7 customer service team, and they're there to meet your every need. Why are you not using this card? Make the move now to get yours. The letter A, 2, T-O, the letter B, A2B.com/radio. There's no credit check required. And for a limited time, we're going to get you a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card. That website, again, is A2B.com/Bubba for a $50 credit. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, some breaking news.
Yeah, Rick, the hacking group Anonymous, they claim that they have hacked Russia's central bank, and they will release 35,000 files with secret agreements within 48 hours. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, and also, Adler, if you'll look on video 2, and Bubba, you mentioned this a minute ago, on video 2, Adler's getting it now, Ukraine, they're saying that they destroyed a Russian landing ship.
Yeah, and what was crazy about it, the location of the ship was actually learned through a Russian propaganda broadcast.
Yeah, look at that.
And the Ukrainians did some damage to it, it looks like.
Yeah, we're looking at the footage right now. I mean, that's a big old ball of fire. And as you said correctly, they learned this in kind of a bizarre way. But they found out where the ship was, and they bombed it. And they claim they've completely destroyed it.
Yeah, and they're claiming they're pushing Russian forces back in several locations. So we'll see how that goes. Still very crazy situation in Ukraine. It's been 1 month since the Russians invaded.
Mm-hmm.
How about that? And their internal documents that got leaked out showed that they thought they would have the capital in 2 days.
Yeah.
Not going
miscalculation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And coming from the DOD, they're saying that the Russian combat power has dropped below 90%. And so, I mean, they're making, the Ukrainian military is making quite a dent in the Russians as far as what news is coming out, because you got some pretty reputable sources giving some numbers that of how many Russian soldiers have died.
I saw, again, we talked about the other day, yesterday, another article of all the generals that have been killed.
Yeah, there's like 15 leading generals and high-level field commanders have been killed or taken out in this, and that's limiting their ability also. There's all kind of footage out there. There's one of another Russian convoy that got held up and then attacked from above with missiles. They've been very successful, and I think the U.S. has helped them along a lot with that, with the Javelin missile, of course, made in Troy, Alabama.
There you go.
And the Stinger missile that takes out airplanes. But I'm really shocked they have held on as long as they have.
Yep.
And having the success. Now, if you've seen some of the footage, though, I mean, you got cities that have bombed out from one end to the other. But the fact that they are putting up quite a fight is impressive.
Yeah, it is. It is. Some other things that we've got that Adler has in the video options, and we have some story options. Did you see this one that Adler's got video for, Adler, of our home county, Calhoun County? You know, we've had major rain lately, and we've had all kinds of flooding situations. Did you see the guy in Anniston who's making the best of the flood?
He's not the one fishing from his steps.
He's fishing from the trailer. Look,
it looks like he's got one.
He's hooked something.
He's fishing from his trailer where he's got a flood,
and he's just on the front steps.
Yeah,
and there's water everywhere.
Yeah, he's on the front steps.
Where is that at?
It's in Anniston, but I don't know what part of Anniston.
Dang, good stuff.
It's
right
at
there.
a trailer park there, but his trailer park is flooded,
and he's just fishing.
And he's just fishing. He's fishing the floodwaters. So he's trying to get a little movement.
So has he got something on?
No, I think that's him working the lure.
No,
but
I saw
I mean, it looks like
iron.
Yeah,
iron.
I don't know.
He'll learn.
Oh, that's the lure.
Yeah, I mean, he could be getting all kinds of debris. Maybe
you don't know what's floating
over
by.
a bicycle tire.
Yeah,
Oh, look, there's Greg way back in the back.
Here I come.
Yeah, something.
I have a question about. So his trailer still has power. Greg is like a power guy. Is that water? I mean, do we need to worry about being electrocuted if your whole house floods all around it?
That is a great
How
question.
high it is up.
So we had my parents live on the river in Gadsden and back.
It's not in the walls. It's,
many
like it's
years,
just in the underpinning.
Many years ago, we had, I'm not exaggerating, we had 4 to 5 steps in our basement to water. And my parents did not want us to go down there simply because of what Adler's talking about. And I don't know if that was an issue or not, but it scared us to death. Me anyway. But you could see fish and other things just swimming around in the basement. Like it's the strangest deal.
Wow.
Now, since they pull and push water now and manage it better, it's never happened since. But that was a big ordeal we went through. Lost all our washer and dryer and refrigerator and all that stuff. Freezer kept down there ruined. So many other things ruined. Man. Dad will not finish that basement to save his life now because he thinks that's going to happen again.
Really? Every time it comes, I ain't doing that.
Every time we've talked about, hey, let's fix up the basement, let's put some bunk beds down there. Nope. He'll name the year that the flood happened. And I'm like,
he's right.
Dad, they don't do that anymore. They can control it better.
Right. So you
you never know.
Did you want to toss a plastic down there and see what would happen?
Oh, I did. Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to.
Yeah. And he scared you with the power thing?
That was a pretty big deal. We had to go through with that.
Yeah, you remember the year? He does.
I want to say it was in the 80s. Like, we weren't too old. We weren't driving or anything. We were just kids.
Yeah.
It was it was pretty weird to open the door that we go down the steps and into the yard and to get in the cars and all that. And the water is normally probably 100 to 120 feet away from the house, and it to be 4 or 5 steps in the basement.
Wow.
Crazy.
That is crazy.
Of course, everything was ruined that was down there. But
Sure,
that's fine.
water's just great for
You
stuff,
think it's bad now? What if you get it in sheetrock walls and
weeks
carpets?
before it subsided
I
out,
wouldn't finish
if that's
it
what
if
you
I
were
was
about to ask.
Yeah, I was. How long did it take?
Every day you'd have a little bit,
Could you pump it out?
3, and not. I mean, Dad tried, but not to the extent that you needed to.
Too much water.
But we had
little pump.
we had water in the yard cover the driveway for weeks.
Wow.
Until it finally went down. Of course, we had a blast once we got it out of the.
Oh yeah.
Once it got out of the basement, it was in the yard. Now that was fun.
So now what
All
happens?
kinds of good stuff.
Now what happens with everybody coming? Who comes in? You got to because the basement obviously you got issues with mold.
Yeah.
And wet, and so all that has
You
to be
got to call
dried
the
up.
restoration people.
Yeah.
So what he did though, he didn't restore it back to where it was.
He was just like, "Oh, it's just gonna happen again.
So then he just
It's just only a matter of time. Ain't no sense in redoing this."
Okay.
And that.
Is that
That's his
exactly
voice
how he
too.
does it?
Well, not
Exact
really.
voice.
He's not a butt about it. Like I feel like he is because he won't do it. Because
Right.
we've had,
Yeah.
we've made suggestions.
So what's down there now?
Bunch of junk.
Okay.
Yeah,
doesn't
he's
matter
turned
if
it
it
into
gets
a
wet.
big storage area and that's a whole different discussion that my mom probably don't want me to bring up on the air.
No.
You're talking about a constant battle between mom and dad.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
Is the basement.
Really?
Oh yeah.
The- Ours y'all
And
call
I'm
it-
on mom's side. I want to be very clear on that.
Yeah. Ours y'all call it the B word. All right,
Yes.
we'll come back. We'll take your phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. Whatever's on your mind, any headlines or videos we may have missed, 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So how do these competitions?
Oh wow,
work?
I didn't
Man,
know
tell
that.
us- Tell us how all this
Oh,
works.
cool. All right, ma'am. What's your name?
Cassandra Edwards.
Hey, Cassandra, how you doing?
Good to
Doing
see
good.
you today.
Yep.
We just
So
Cassandra.
how do these Scholar Bowl competitions work?
Well, they have 10 questions, and there's 4 types of questions in one game.
Mm-hmm.
And the first 10 are just a toss-up, just general knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Second round, general
We're in
knowledge,
trouble.
but if they answer it correctly, then they get a bonus.
Mm-hmm.
So that's always yay. And then the third is speed round.
Oh no.
And you have 75 to 95 seconds. It just depends on how long the question
I don't know about
is.
speed. That's a tough one.
Well,
How
and
about
it,
just getting one
It
answer,
almost,
being
it also, this kind of seems like doing math on a piece of paper. Once the calculator came, I mean,
Yeah, why?
I mean,
Why?
can't we just Google the answers?
And sadly, whenever we have a math question, my kids usually just throw the pencils down and just say, "Oh, math." So
Right, yeah.
They give up real easy.
So,
well, you got to pick your battles.
You don't have any questions about like 70s rock bands, do you?
You would be surprised.
Okay,
we'll
I-
dominate that.
Yeah, y'all ain't gonna beat us in that.
All right, so how many questions are we going to have to go up and compete in?
Well, how many you want?
Well, I don't
We
just
could bring a full match because it's like 70 questions.
Oh, no. Yeah, we wouldn't have time for that today.
How about 5?
All right.
Five's a good
Yeah,
number.
we'll go 5. We'll do 5.
But how does it work? Do we have to buzz in?
Well, they buzz in, but we could someone can say that person raised their hand.
You just
first
raise
if they
your
know the
hand or
answer.
something.
Okay. All right.
I think they're looking at
You
the
have a buzzer
questions,
sound,
by the
so
way.
you could
I
do
do.
that.
I do have a buzzer sound. We can buzz in.
Yeah. We could just say buzz.
Right.
Ring the bell then.
Yeah.
The problem is, I don't think we're ever going to hear this sound effect on our side, and that is when I do the right answer.
Yeah, right.
You know, that one where the little bell goes off that
Yeah.
you got it right.
Yeah.
Well,
ding, ding, ding,
Yeah,
ding.
I don't think that's going to work.
I will say these are probably the person that put our questions together. So these are the hardest ones. So
That's
great.
Wow,
we
I mean,
might
do
be
we
lucky
need to
if we
start with
answer
that?
any. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
All right, pick your dumbest students.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
And they're looking
Well,
at the
hey.
questions, by the way.
don't give us anybody. I want
Step
people,
back,
I want
gentlemen.
the people to sit the bench.
Well, two of our main people that are here, they're in a different car and they're not here yet. So.
Oh, good.
So you're good.
So you think this is the ones we have the best chance to beat?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your honesty. I'm not sure they do, but I do. We'll be back. We'll play right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Scholar team will battle the champion level scholar team from Hayden High School, dropping by on their way back from a Scholars Bowl where they finished second. And they've wanted to challenge our scholar team to a 5-question playoff. And
Friday's not a good day for the scholar team here at Rick and Bubba. I'll
well,
tell
there's
you,
all
so.
sorts of distractions, meaning people brought food. And so we so our team is you, me, and this bunch here. Speedy,
I think we can only have
Helms.
4.
Yeah, how many?
Well, us having 5, it's not going to be an advantage.
Is that equal?
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you, we're not going to have to deal with is so many people screaming out the answer.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So that's if one of us can get the answer, and
I feel like we'd be better at Family Feud.
right. And so all right, and then we'll be battling. Who will we be battling?
We have Weldon, Stancil, Katie Voss, Avery Bradford, and Caleb Barnett.
Wearing shirts that say "May the knowledge be with you."
I like it.
The other, I went to Hayden High School and I got this strange T-shirt, and then I do not know what she has on hers. There, it's some sort of Miami 2017
Billy Joel tour.
Yeah, the Billy Joel tour. I'm not sure how that fits in, but maybe Billy Joel was a Scholar Bowl champion. We didn't know it. But all right. So when the question is read, they shout, just shout Hayden, or we will, or one of us will shout Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, sure.
If anybody knows it.
Right.
Okay.
In the unlikely scenario that we actually
in the
know
unlikely scenario that one of us knows the answer, just scream Rick and Bubba.
Okay.
Well, a lot of lights keep going off over here. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We certainly want to talk with you. Find out what is on your mind, and you can reach us
at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We got all 10 lines available, so getting in is simple right now. Then we're gonna go troll form, which means we're gonna buzz you at 30, and then that's gonna take us through the phone calls rapidly. So if get in line, first of all, you call right now, boom, you'll be there, and then we'll go through the calls quickly. I do want to, while you're calling in, I do want to point you to something. Sherry is going to be part of the Student Leadership University, SLU. They've got a Youth Pastor Summit, a tour that's coming up. It starts on Monday, and if you're a youth pastor out there and you'd like to pick one of these dates and attend, there's a huge lineup of speakers on various topics. Of course, I'm very, very proud that Sherry was invited by them. She's been working with Student Leadership University for, several years. Two of our kids went through this. But now they're having a Youth Pastor Summit, and Sherry obviously has been given the topic of pain and suffering. What does Scripture have to say, and where's God, and all these things that are different. You've heard why all these bad things happen to God, all that. And Sherry, of course, has been studying this topic for the last 14 years, has written a book about it, and will be speaking. Southern California, that's coming up on Monday, Tuesday, the 28th and 29th. Orlando will be April 4th and 5th. Dallas is April 11th and 12th. And Nashville is April 25th and 26th. Sherry and all these different lineup of speakers will be at all 4 locations. So if you'd like to find out more about that, you're a youth pastor, you'd like to send your youth pastor to that, go to burgessministries.com, go to upcoming events. You'll see these dates, and the link for you to register is there. And that starts next week in Southern California. All right, so let's get started. We'll go to Cody in Dora, Alabama. Cody, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead. What's on your mind?
Yes, I wanted to see if y'all saw the video of the 16-year-old that was in the tornado that was in the red truck.
I did not see the interview. I saw it on one of the TVs in here. I couldn't hear what he was saying.
He's like 16?
16, and you said was coming back from a job interview?
Came back from a job interview is what the story I read.
At Whataburger?
Yeah, I think that was it. I think first time he'd been to apply for a job.
16-year-old driver in that red truck, and a tornado turns me on my side, spins me around. Wow. Greg in Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Go, Greg. Greg, Columbus, Mississippi. Greg going once. Ouch. Randy in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Randy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, thank y'all for doing the video of the fat woman on the zip line. This is just trying to prove to my wife that it's not just me and my friends who find this hysterical, that it's just dudes in general. Yeah. We are so bad for laughing. But we were up in Gatlinburg doing a down the river thing on a float, and a huge family got on the river. I'm talking a family of huge people.
Huge people, not a big. So the whole family was big, and you've been given a timeout. So go ahead. Yeah,
I'm just saying, from child to the grandmother,
all big.
The grandmother's wearing the bathing suit with the little skirt on the bottom.
Oh, right.
And just watching this family try to get on these tubes.
Oh yeah. I wish I'd have been there
already. Our wives are already now embarrassed with us, and I'm like, y'all don't understand. It's in our nature. We cannot help it.
I wish I could have been there.
We went down the river, and if you've been on that river, there is places that are significant drops. We got to a drop, and we waited, and our wives are like, you're waiting on that family, aren't you? And we're like, yes.
Absolutely you are.
Absolutely waiting to see this come downhill. And they said, you know what? We're not going to do this. You're on your own, and they left us.
Oh, man.
One of the greatest pileups in river history.
I wish I'd have been there.
Somebody grabbed Momo, and it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. And to this day, me and my friend would literally yell across the yard to each other, somebody grab Momo.
I feel like
why wasn't I
feel
there?
like I've missed out on something because I didn't see it.
You know what you need to do, Randy, because I've done this with my wife, and it does throw them a curve. Turn it and ask her, why don't you think it's funny? You're the one that's weird here. I'm not the weird one. Why don't you think this is funny?
That's good. You two ought to be ashamed. I'm like, no, this is going down, in, 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 just to, because now you got 6 or 7 large people stuck in the water trying to grab each other, and now normal families getting wrapped up with small children.
Oh, somebody grab
You think
Momo.
Randy's told that story a few times?
Yes,
Grab Momo.
he can't wait. If anybody brings up any kind of, he can't wait to tell the story.
He can be in the office, warehouse, wherever, and I can yell, "Somebody grab Momo," and I will hear the answer from across the room. So thanks, guys.
Gosh, that's good.
Man.
Don't you hate you miss that?
I do.
Like
I
a
do.
family of manatees.
I'm kind of mad Randy didn't get a camera up and film it.
Well,
Can
can I tell you this honestly? If you're a big family, and he used the word huge, if you're a huge family and you put yourself in that position, you are fair game.
Yeah, you are.
True. And hopefully you got the kind of attitude you don't care. Obviously,
that's good stuff. That's good stuff.
All right, let's go to. Greg in North Alabama. Greg, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I just want to give you an update. That woman that called in that her son she took to the Mayo Clinic.
Yes.
Yeah. My sister has went through the same thing. And they diagnosed her over at Huntsville Hospital as Guillain-Barré syndrome.
Yeah.
Barré spelled B-A-R-R-E.
Yeah.
And she is still struggling just to get her walking back.
Yeah, did hers come from the actual virus or from the vaccine?
I don't know because she's a nurse.
Yeah, because we've had that same thing be a side effect of like flu shots and things like that. It's very, very rare, but I mean it does happen. But I guess I'm wondering, is the virus also causing that same thing? To the phones we go,
and I think there's a lot of different things can cause that.
Of course, yeah. Let's go to Janice in Bluntsville. Janice, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, if there's some way we could suggest to McDonald's to possibly have two ice cream machines, so when one's down, the other one keeps going,
Yes.
and we keep having ice cream.
There you go.
You're talking about a backup.
Yeah, I think the ice cream machine at
Yeah.
McDonald's
That is a mystery.
is the airline's paperwork, and
Or their terminal moving slow.
Yeah, the turn. Yeah,
Computer's slow today.
Yeah, we can't get our paperwork.
Man, slow.
Y'all, the people you call on the phone.
Oh, my gosh.
How many times do you hear, "Oh, our system's slow"?
It's
It's
slow,
sitting. It's
slow.
spinning.
By the way,
Yeah.
I'd like to ask this question about any kind of customer service. Is there ever a day that y'all don't have unusually high volume? Ever?
And really, is my call important to you?
Yeah. Have you ever called a
'Cause you don't
customer
act
service?
like it.
Anybody one time called customer service? Somebody picked up, said, "Hey, can we help you? We got not much going on here today.
Low volume. Let me help you out.
Low volume. Here you go."
I called one the other day. Now, she spoke English fine, but she sounded like I woke her up. And she was like, I don't know. I mean, do you know how people are when you first?
yeah.
I don't know what she was doing.
Yeah, I talked to someone straight up, and I think Bubba could hear me in his office, and I said, "I cannot hear you," and and I thought it was my connection, and she said, "Well, I just don't talk very loud. I'm fine."
Wrong job.
And I'm like, "Why did you get this gig? Who hired you? Are we this far? People in customer service, you have to be able to hear them or understand them." Jake and State Farm. Jake, go ahead.
That woman on a tiny rope.
Oh, gosh. Wasn't that good? That's good.
Real quick, some USFL trivia. New Jersey Generals, who were the two big players to come out of that original franchise?
Oh, I see.
Herschel Walker.
A quarterback? Yes.
Doug Flutie.
And Doug Flutie.
Doug Flutie. Was that Greg answering that?
Yeah,
That's right.
Jay,
There was
you
a
don't call people that kind of trivia. I mean,
Yeah.
we ate that alive.
I'll do better.
Thought he had more.
He did. Dale in Huntsville, 100.3
Somebody
The River.
grab Momo.
Dale, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are y'all?
We're
Hey,
great.
Dale.
Hey, did the gentleman that was giving the rules for the new spring league, did he not sound just like Frank Caliendo to you?
Did Mike Pereira sound like
He sounded like
Caliendo?
Frank doing Mike Pereira.
I didn't catch
I
that.
think he did. I didn't notice.
Maybe.
I have to go back and listen.
That'd be incorrect.
I just have heard Frank talk in his own voice so little.
I don't really know what Frank sounds like.
All I thought about was he didn't sound like Morgan Freeman. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Waking on that blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you